Hello and welcome to the first day of the 5-day PMP program. What we are covering today is introduction and fundamentals for PMP. So some key concepts that you should know about project management as well as PMP, and then integration management knowledge area, which covers everything under the governance domain if you are from the PMBOK 8 world. So let's get started with all the nugget bite-sized videos for the introduction and fundamentals. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome to this quick video on projects, programs, and portfolios. What exactly are these three terms, and what is the relationship between these three if they are related by any means? So let's get started. So, projects, the favorite thing of a project manager. So, projects are temporary, they have a start and an end date. And hopefully, when the end date comes by and we complete the project as per the requirements, we will be delivering a new product, a service, a result, or something that derives a business value. So that's project for you. An example could be development of a new website. And in certain text, you will find an equation that says project is equals to sub-projects or temporary work. So a big project may be divided into chunks of temporary work, may also be known as sub-projects. Programs. So these are commonly defined as a group of related projects, and when we manage these related projects together, we may get certain benefit out of it. And these benefits could vary from the same resources working on the set of projects, or making use of certain OPAs, which are organizational process assets. And you can refer to our previous blogs on OPA, EEF, etc. So an example could be the managing of the development of all e-commerce projects together, and this can be under a e-commerce program. Certain text, you'll get an equation that says program is equals to subprograms plus projects and subprojects. Portfolios. So, as you might have guessed, portfolio is obviously a group of programs, but not just that, it also includes certain projects which do not align with any program. Let's take an example. So, when we manage all types of website development related projects and programs, that is one portfolio. And when we manage all mobile apps related projects and programs, that is another portfolio. So that's how portfolios work. And in certain text, you may find an equation that says portfolio is equals to sub portfolios plus programs and subprograms plus projects and subprojects. That's all we had in this quick video. Please like, share, subscribe, and comment. And check out the website for more information on PMP related articles, pmplounge.com. Thank you and have a nice day.
Hello and welcome to pmplounge.com. Today we are addressing a question which is the most basic in the world of project management, and that is, what is project management? So this is probably the first question anyone will naturally ask for when you introduce them to the world of project management and the concept of project management. So what is project management, right? That's a basic question, and we come across this question ever so often because a lot of people, when they are starting off with project management, this is something that they want to know, and this is something we are addressing today. So let's get started. Now, in order to understand project management, we must first understand what is a project. And to address that, a project is temporary. So temporary is the important word here. Temporary is the key word. So a project is temporary. That means it has a start and an end date. It has a definite start and an end date, thereby having a defined scope and resources. So if there's a start and an end date, there will be certain scope of work that needs to be accomplished between those dates, and there will be a definite set of resources which will be available during those dates to be able to complete that project. So project Number one thing to understand is that it is temporary. The second thing is that project is unique. That means it is not a routine everyday operation. So you wake up every day and you, let's say you like to um, go to the gym and work out, right? That is not a project for you because that is something you do every day. That is an operation. Project is temporary and it is unique. That means it is not your routine everyday operation. It is a specific set of operations designed to accomplish a well-defined objective. That means there could be a set of operations that could be involved and they could be designed in such a way that they help and accomplish the well-defined objective of the project. So that is what project is. Two things to note out of this slide is the fact that a project is temporary and the project is unique. Now, of course, to achieve the project, to complete the project, right? We know that it is unique, we know that it is temporary, but you need people to manage it, right? And that is where project team comes in. So a project team includes people who might not usually work together and could belong to different organizations and across multiple geographies, right? That is a thing to note about the people, right? So the project team includes people that come together to complete the project. That's it. That means when we say that the project is temporary and the project is unique, of course, project teams are also temporary. Once the project is done, the team will disperse, right? The team dissolves. And the project team might include people who do not usually work together. They come together only to accomplish the project, only to complete the project. And these people could also belong to different organizations. So your resources on the project may not be from your own organization, right? And as we see so often in IT projects, the resources in the project team or the people in the project team could be spread across multiple geographies, thereby giving rise to the issues that we see more so often, right? That the time issues, the time slot issues, right? The time differences that people have, right? The late nights some people have to attend calls to, or the early morning some people have to attend the calls to, right? So that is what project team is. It is a set of people who come together to complete the project, right? And a project, like I said earlier, is unique and is temporary. That means the project team is also temporary. All right, let's move on. Now that we know what is a project, now that we know what is a project team, we are in a position to understand what is project management. Project management is the application of knowledge, skills, methods, experience, tools and techniques on project activities to meet the project objectives. Now, a project is unique. A project is temporary. A project will have a set of activities to be completed in order to meet the project activities or in order to complete the project, right? There will be a set of certain activities. Now, the application of the knowledge, the skills, the methods, the experience, the tools and techniques on project activities is what makes project management, right? That is the very definition of project management. It is the application of knowledge, skills, methods, experience, tools, and techniques on these many project activities, right? Which make up the project and which ensure that the project completes. Now, what are projects? The projects could be, developing a new website or a software. That's a project. Relief effort as a result of a natural disaster. That is a project. Construction of a building or a bridge. These all are examples of project, right? And these projects require project management to be able to complete. These projects require project management to be able to meet the project objectives. So, a relief effort as a result of a natural disaster that requires immense project management skills, right? That requires a lot of project management to be able to complete the relief efforts and to be able to successfully meet the goals of the relief efforts. The other thing to note here is that business leaders They understand that project management is a function within the organization, right? So this is a function within the organization. This is not something external. Project management is a function within the organization, and that is why business leaders hire individuals that are specifically trained in this discipline. And people who are specifically trained in the discipline of project management are, of course, project managers. So they are hired so that they can handle organizations' project management needs. Now, let's say you work for an organization that is involved in construction business, in the business of constructing buildings. So of course, construction of a building is a project. We've just seen that. So to be able to meet the project management needs, to be able to accomplish the construction of buildings, right? You need project managers. So that is what project management is. And once project managers come on board, of course, they will apply their knowledge, their skills, their methods, their experiences, the tools and techniques to be able to meet the project activities and to be able to complete the construction of the buildings successfully. So that is what project management is. Now, defined by PMI, we have 5 process groups and we have 10 knowledge areas. And that is what your entire PMP exam is based on. Of course, that is not just the only aspect of the PMP exam. Of course, PMP will test you on a lot of other things, your real project management knowledge and experience as well. But then throughout the exam, the entire framework belongs to the cross section of the 5 process groups and the 10 knowledge areas. The 5 process groups are initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. These are the 5 process groups. We have gone into a lot of details on what are process groups, what are knowledge areas, and that will be a great starting point for you to get into the field of project management and understand what project management is. I will link to a playlist in the description, which is all about the basics of project management, the very basics. If this is the first video that you're seeing on project management, go through that playlist and you'll be able to understand a lot of other concepts which are at a very basic level of project management, and that will help you kind of get your knowledge up to date on project management up to a certain level wherein you can scale from there and dive into the field of project management, dive into the jobs of project management, or get yourself a PMP certification. Start from there basically. So these are the 5 process groups. Let's take a look at the 10 knowledge areas I was speaking about. So the 10 knowledge areas are integration management, scope management, schedule management, which was earlier known as time management in PMBOK 5, but now we have PMBOK 6, which is out, which calls time management as schedule management. You've got cost management at number 4, quality management, project resource management. This was known as human resource management in PMBOK 5, but PMBOK 6 calls this project resource management. Communications management at number 7, risk management number 8, procurement management, and finally number 10 is stakeholder management. So these are the 10 knowledge areas and the 5 process groups that I discussed in the previous slides. The cross section of these two basically have a lot of activities, a lot of processes, which is what the entire PMP course is based around, right? So PMP exam course is based around. So of course there could be certain things which could be out of this as well. You cannot really define the PMP course within the cross section of these 10 knowledge areas and the process groups, but by large, that is the absolute course and the absolute scope, if I may use, of the PMP exam. So that is all that we had in this video. Hope you liked it. Hope you understood the basics of project management. Hope you understood what project management is. And I hope this is the starting point for your project management journey. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for more such videos. We cover a lot of topics on project management and PMP exam, as well as project management industry information to help you understand where is the industry going, what's the latest, what's buzzing around. So subscribe to this YouTube channel if you haven't done so already, and check us out on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge for the latest updates. As always, do check out the website pmplounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP certification and project management industry information. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are discussing business value in project management. Now, this is a fairly easy topic. It shows up pretty early in your study of PMP. It is something which you will see most likely in the first chapter of your studies as well. So this lands up in the basics of project management area. So what is business value? Specifically in terms of project management, let's take a look. Okay, so let's start off this topic by answering this question. What did your last project do? What did it achieve? What was the end goal? Let me know in the comments. Would definitely like to understand, because some projects are small scale projects and it is easy to see what their end goal is. Some projects are part of a large complex web of projects, also known as programs, and your project is only delivering a small piece of that program. So that is where it becomes a bit difficult to understand the end goal of the project and to understand the entire larger picture. Here are some examples. So a project can create a new taxation app that simplifies the entire personal tax filing exercise. So all that your project does is it delivers an Android or an iOS app, and that app helps its users to file their income taxes. Similarly, a project can automate hotel room booking so that no manual intervention is required. So no one from the hotel needs to be available 24/7 on the phone or on the internet to book their hotel rooms, because as part of your project, the result of your project was to automate the hotel rooms booking. And once the project is delivered, once the project is successful, that job has been automated. But like I said earlier, sometimes a project could simply deliver a piece of a larger picture. And that is where it becomes a bit difficult to understand where does this piece fit in the puzzle. But end of the day, regardless of how you count it, all projects deliver certain benefit, right? There is a certain goal for all projects and they deliver a certain benefit. It could be something that you can easily see. It could be something that is going to be a piece in the puzzle. And when you look at the entire puzzle, that's where you're able to see the benefit. And this benefit is the very reason why your company took up that project to begin with. So benefits are important. All projects deliver benefits. Once you understand that, it will be easier to understand the next slide. So let's take a look at the definition of business value from PMI point of view. Business value is the net quantifiable benefit derived from a business endeavor. Now, you already know that a project is a business endeavor, right? So what this definition is trying to tell you, the first sentence is trying to tell you, is that business value is the net quantifiable benefit derived from a project. The benefit that your project delivers, that is business value. Now, this benefit can be tangible, it can be intangible, it can be both. But the key takeaway from this slide, from this definition of business value, is that the net benefit, which can be quantified, delivered by your project, is business value. As simple as that. A quick reminder, if you are looking to engage with project managers, PMP certified professionals, as well as PMP aspirants, head over to pmclounge.com/community. That's where you will find experiences, testimonials, Facebook and LinkedIn groups, and other such good stuff. So get involved, pmclounge.com/community. Now, there is a fundamental difference between how business value is defined in terms of business analysis or in business world versus how it is defined in projects or in the world of project management. Let's take a look at that. So business analysis defines business value as the return on investment in terms of time, money, goods, or intangibles. So whatever that you have invested, what is your return on investment on that investment, right? What is your return on that investment? The ROI. This ROI should be in terms of time, money, goods, or other such intangibles. So that is business value in terms of business world or in business analysis. But when we talk about project management, when we talk about projects, business value refers to the benefit that the result of a project provides to its stakeholders. So here we are talking about return on investment, while in projects we are talking about the benefits that the result of a project is delivering. So that's the fundamental difference between how business value is defined in the world of business versus how it is defined in the world of project management. So why is understanding business value important? Why is this concept important? Except for the fact that this is part of the PMBOK guide, so you have to study it for your PMP exam. But you see, from real life project management perspective, we project managers get so busy in dealing with day-to-day project activities that we can lose sight of the end goals or the business value that our project is trying to chase. So if you focus on what business value really is and what business value your project is going to achieve, it becomes easier to deal with this day-to-day activities. What happens is sometimes you might be pulled in to resolve certain issues that do not add to the overall business value that your project is delivering. So it makes sense to see through the clutter and not waste so much time on issues that are not going to help with the business value that your project is delivering. So focusing on the business value, seeing it clearly helps a lot, and it makes a lot of things clearer when you are delivering your project, when you are working on your project on a day-to-day basis. So, holistically, business value refers to the sum total of everything that a company is made of, from furniture to people and from intellectual property to reputation. Tangibles, intangibles, everything that a company is made of is the holistic overall total business value of that company. I hope this example clearly explains what business value really is. In terms of project management, of course, only the benefit that your project is delivering, that's business value. But when you speak from a holistic view, when you look at the entire company, all the tangibles and intangibles that your company possesses, all of that, the sum of all of that is the business value. Okay, time for a question. Do you think all your project team members understand the business value of the project that they are working on? On your project, do you think your team members know what the business value the project is trying to achieve? If not, how do you achieve it? How do you ensure that every team member totally understands what is the value, the business value that the project is after? Let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answers. And that is all that we had in this video. I hope the concept of business value was clear. Smash that like button if you enjoyed it. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about the project, program, and portfolio managers. Who are project managers? Who are program managers? What do the portfolio managers actually do? So let's talk about this. It is going to be a short video, but definitely something that is going to help you put these roles into perspective. Now, before we begin, I'd like to remind you, if you are into reading articles, first link in the description is going to take you to a relevant article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com, so check that out. Second link will be a playlist of all the videos that we have done on the basics of project management. This topic is part of the basics of project management. So second link is going to be helpful. Do check that out. Also, we have previously discussed the difference between project, program, and portfolio. What are projects? What are programs? What are portfolios? We've talked about this earlier. Third link in the description is going to take you directly to that video itself. All right, that being clear, that being said, let's get started. So this is one diagram that you're going to see if you go over the third link in the description below, which talks about the difference between projects, programs, and portfolios. Project, a temporary endeavor. Program is basically a group of related projects. Portfolio is a group of programs and projects as well. If you want to understand these in detail, check out the third link in the description below. Now, with this overview of projects, programs, and portfolios, it will be easier to understand the respective managers and what do they do. So let's start off with project managers. Project managers keep the project team focused on the business value that the project is providing. Now, this is important. We've recently talked about business value, and I'll share a video. Fourth link in the description below is going to take you to a video on business value. So as a project manager, your main job is to ensure that the project team is focused on the business value that the project is going to provide. You also need to ensure that all your project team members understand how their work impacts the project's business value, how important their work is, and how it impacts the business value that the project is going to generate. See, business value is extremely important. A company is going to invest its time and resources in a project only if it is going to generate certain business value for them. So this is why you as a project manager need to ensure that your main job is to make sure that your project team focuses on the business value and your project team members understand how their work impacts the business value. If you have ensured that the tester in your project understands how his or her work impacts the overall project's business value, they are going to go the extra mile to ensure their job is done perfectly right because they understand the business value that the project is going to provide. Now, sure, you might think as a project manager, your job is to make sure the project is delivered within the schedule, the project is delivered within the cost of the project, the risks are managed, right? You might think that is your primary job, but your primary job really is to ensure business value. See, you can deliver a project on time, on budget, and manage all the risks. But if the project is not providing a business value to your company or to the sponsor, then that project is actually a failure. And that is why business value is so important. Of course, you as a project manager also need to ensure that the projects stay on track. You need to meet all the milestones. You need to meet all your schedule milestones, all your cost milestones. All of that needs to be done. But as a project manager, it is extremely important for you to understand the importance of business value and to make sure that your project team is focused on delivering the business value. That's the key job role of a project manager. I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to pmclounge.com. If you want to make a contribution, please visit pmclounge.com/contribute. Okay, let's talk about program managers. What do program managers do? So projects within the programs are likely to have interdependencies. Remember, we talked about how programs are actually a group of similar projects. If you want to know more about projects, programs, and portfolios, check out the link in the description on a relevant video. So, projects within the programs, they are likely to have interdependencies. As a program manager, your job is to ensure that these interdependencies are taken care of. So you are viewing at projects from a program level, a level higher up than the project manager. So when you are taking care of these interdependencies, it includes coordinating activities amongst the project managers, sometimes even amongst the project teams. So that is possible as a program manager. That is your job, making sure the interdependencies within projects are taken care of. Portfolio managers, their focus is on business goals. Now, remember, we talked about business value when we were discussing project managers. Portfolio managers, their focus is on business goals, achieving 10 million US dollars in revenue next year. That is a business goal for an organization. So portfolio managers, their focus is on business goals. Now, what can they do? They can divide the projects, programs, and ongoing operations in the company to align to the business goals. What can you do with the projects, programs, and operations of your company to ensure that 10 million US dollars profit is earned by the next year or in the next year? So how do you meet that business goal? That's the job of a portfolio manager. Now, in several real life organizations, you might not even find the post of a portfolio manager, and that's all right, that's all fine, because a director level position or a VP level position, even CEO or COO level position, is what a portfolio manager is supposed to be handling or is supposed to be doing. So your CEO might actually be your portfolio manager, as simple as that. So these were how the roles are defined between project managers, program managers, and portfolio managers. Question for this video: do you think project managers reporting to program managers and program managers reporting to portfolio managers a correct reporting structure? What do you think about real life reporting structures in organization? Do you think project managers should report to program managers and program managers should report to portfolio managers? Is that even correct? Now that you understand these job roles, let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answers. And that's all that we had in this video. I hope you got value out of it. I hope you now understand the difference between these job roles. Smash that like button. It helps us stay motivated and create more free content for you. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about the role of a project manager. And as you can see, one of these triangles has three things written on it: technical project management, leadership, strategic, and business management. These three make up the three aspects of the role of a project manager, and it is also known as the PMI talent triangle. Now, before I give out everything of this video on the first slide itself, let's move on. But I would also like to remind you, if you are into reading articles, if you would rather read about this topic than watch a video, Then first link in the description is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com. So check that out. Also, this video is part of the basics of project management, the introduction and fundamentals. So second link in the description is going to take you to a playlist which contains every single video that we have covered as part of the basics of project management. Very important playlist if you are just getting started into the world of project management, or if you're just getting started preparing for your PMP exam. So check these two links out. Let's get started. So before we talk about the role of a project manager, let's try to understand who is a project manager. What is the definition of a project manager? And this definition comes from a video that we did on project, program, and portfolio managers. This will be the third link in the description below if you want to check that out. So quickly, project managers keep the project team focused on the business value that the project is providing. What is the business value? That is also something that we have already done a video on. Fourth link in the description below. So if you want to understand more about the definition of who a project manager is and the definition of what a business value is, third and fourth link are going to help you out. So project managers help the team members in understanding how their work impacts the project's business value. Project managers also ensure that projects stay on track, meeting all the milestones along the way. So this is the definition of a project manager. This is who a project manager really is. Now let's talk about the role of a project manager. All right, so let's talk about the three aspects of project manager's role. This is known as PMI talent triangle, which is copyright to Project Management Institute. All copyrights acknowledged. We don't intend to do any copyright infringement. PMI owns this image. We are just using it to share knowledge. So the three aspects of project manager's role are technical project management, leadership, strategic, and business management. Let's talk about each one of these to understand the role of a project manager in a better fashion. So first of all, technical project management. Whatever that you study in your PMBOK guide for your PMP exam, by and large, that is what technical project management is all about. So it should now be noted that the word technical, it doesn't imply something like coding. It doesn't mean that you should know how to code if you are working on or managing software projects. That is not what technical means here. What technical means here is whatever that's in your PMBOK guide, which means the different aspects of project management, right? Like the processes, the tools and techniques, the knowledge areas, and everything that falls in between the concept phase of the project to the closure of the project. Everything that falls in between, which is related to project management, the subject matter of project management, all of that comes in the purview of technical project management. I'd like to repeat here, technical project management does not mean that you should know coding if you are delivering software projects. It is not about coding, it is about knowing the technicalities of project management itself, the processes, the knowledge areas, the tools and techniques, and stuff like that. If you are preparing for your PMP exam, this link can be very helpful. Head over to pmclounge.com/PMP practice questions. All the practice questions of all the knowledge areas are listed there. Check it out. It's all free. Okay, so let's move on to the second aspect of the role of a project manager, which is leadership. Now, project teams, they expect the project manager to ensure that everyone in the project team understands the end goal of the project, right? You don't want people to come in and work from 9 to 5, deliver something and not even know why they are doing what they are doing, right? You should ensure as a project manager that everyone that is working on your project team understands what they are working on, understands what the end goal of the project really is. So a big part of leadership requires the project manager to inspire the teams so that they work together towards the common goal of the project. So you need to make sure that the different teams required as part of your project, be it your engineering, be it your architects, be it your designers, be it your testers, all of these different teams working on your project should be inspired to work together and should be working towards achieving the common goal of the project. That is what leadership is all about. And finally, strategic and business management. So, as a project manager, you need to ensure that the project delivers as much business value. Remember, we talked about business value earlier. Fourth link in the description below. So, as much business value as possible to the sponsoring organization. Sponsor can be one person, sponsoring organization can be the entire organization. So your sponsor could be one person, your sponsor could be the entire organization, and you need to make sure that as part of your project you deliver as much business value to them as possible, because they are the ones who are sponsoring the project, they are the ones who are paying the bills, they are the ones who are investing money in your project. Now, how do you do that? This requires the understanding of strategic and business purpose of the project. So you need to understand what are the strategic and business goals of the sponsoring organization. Why are they investing money in your project? You need to understand those strategic and business goals, the strategic and business purposes of the sponsoring organization. Now, in certain cases, the project teams, they need to work with different teams as well. And this could be within the organization, this could also be outside the organization. As a project manager, you are expected to have high level understanding of how these teams are fitting together. And this level of understanding of the sponsoring organization, right? And whatever its strategic and business goals are, this is the essence. This is what makes up strategic and business management. So you need to understand how your project team can work with other teams within the organization so that they can deliver the business value that they are after. And you also need to understand what are the strategic and business goals of your organization, your sponsoring organization, and that is the reason why they are investing money in your project, right? So that is what strategic and business management is all about. So let's talk a bit more about the talent triangle before we close the video, because this is an important topic. So first of all, the three aspects of the role of a project manager, which is technical project management, leadership, strategic, and business management. These do not operate in silos. These are intertwined and these are related to each other. That is why they are represented as a triangle and not three different lines, right? So how are these related? Let's take a look at a couple of examples. So the better you are at the technical project management skills, the more knowledge you can use to keep the project on track to meet its strategic goals, to follow the schedule of the project, to make sure that timelines are followed, to make sure that the scope is managed properly, right? So the better you are at technical project management skills, the better that you know about the different knowledge areas, the better that you know about managing risks, the better that you know about how to resolve dependencies, resolve issues, the better you are at all these skills, the better you will be in a position to make sure that the project is on track and the project meets its strategic goals. Now, similarly, the more that you know about the functioning of the organization, how does the organization function, right? Who reports to whom? Who all do your project team needs to contact to get things done? The better that you know about the business management side of things, the easier it will be to employ a certain leadership style, right? So the better that you know how your organization functions, the better you will be in a position to how to lead the project team, right? How you should behave to get things done. So this is how the talent triangle, the three aspects of the role of a project manager, are intertwined. So let's talk about the talent triangle's connection with the PMP exam, because there is one. So when you study for your PMP exam and you clear your PMP exam, you get one piece of the triangle, which is the technical project management skills. Because like I mentioned in one of the previous slides, that by and large, whatever that's present in your PMBOK guide is what technical project management skill is all about. But how about the two other aspects of the role of a project manager, which are leadership and strategic and business management? You cannot obtain these two from your PMP certification or from your PMBOK guide, right? These two come with experience. And that is the reason why you might see certain project managers that are PMP certified but are not really good at their jobs, because possibly they are missing out on the two important aspects of their role, which are leadership and strategic and business management. So some questions, a couple of questions that you should ponder on are: what is your leadership style? How do you lead your project team? Second, do you understand the strategic and the business goals of the organization that is sponsoring your project or the organization that you are working for? Now, the more that you learn and the more experience that you gain at your job, you are likely to find the answer to both these questions. And that's why I said you cannot get the answers to these with your PMP certification. So again, this isn't something that the PMBOK guide can entirely help you with. So taking cognizance of this gap, PMI wants you to report PDUs in all three aspects of your role as a project manager when you renew your PMP certification. So this is when you are already PMP certified. You log into ccrs.pmi.org, which is the continuing education program of PMI. So if you want to keep your PMP certification active, you need to report 60 PDUs every 3 years. Now, in these 60 PDUs, you have to have minimum 8 PDUs for the three aspects of the role of a project manager that we spoke about: technical project management skills, leadership, strategic, and business management. So you need to report at least 8 each out of the 60 PDUs required in all these three. This is how PMI ensures that you are not just being a technical project manager by understanding what's written in the PMBOK guide. You also need to have leadership as well as strategic and business management skills to succeed in the role of a project manager. Question for this video, which could be a bit controversial. In your opinion, which of these three is most critical for a project manager? What do you think? Technical project management skills, leadership skills, strategic and business management skills. Which of these three is most critical for you as a project manager? Let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answers. So that's all that we had in this video. Smash that like button if you got value out of it. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. And I would also like to remind you to join our free communities on Facebook and LinkedIn. The links to these are available in the description below. Thank you. Hello and welcome to PMCLounge.com. Today we are talking about the different types of charters: the project charter, program charter, and portfolio charter. Now, before we proceed, I'd like to remind you of two things. Number one, if you're into reading articles, first link in the description will take you to a related article on this topic over at our official website, PMCLounge.com. The second thing that you should know is that this topic is part of the basics of project management. So if you want to look into other concepts that are basics that you should know before starting off your PMP journey, before starting off your project management journey, then second link in the description is going to take you to a playlist that contains all those concept videos which are the very basics of project management. So with those two things being cleared, let's get ahead and try to understand these different types of charters. So what exactly is a charter? One important fact about charter is that this is possibly the only document that is actually common across projects, programs, and portfolios. Now, this does not mean that you have just one charter and it is applicable to projects, programs, and portfolios. Not like that. A project will have its own charter, a program will have its own charter, and same goes for portfolio. But the name of this document, the charter, is something that each project, program, and portfolio is going to have. So, why so? Because a charter is the very basic document, possibly the first document that you create when you start your work on a project, program, or a portfolio. So, charter is used to define the objectives, goals, and also initiate the work. So obviously, whenever you're starting off with a project, a program, or a portfolio, you need to know what the objectives of this project, program, or portfolio are. What are the goals that you're trying to achieve? And once you have that information, then you can initiate the work. So charter also lists known constraints, whatever that you know at that point in time. So you should include that. And it also gives the authority to the respective manager to get started. And that is how you initiate the work. You name the respective manager, the project manager, program manager, or portfolio manager. You name them in your respective charter, and that's how they get the authority to start the work. Okay, so before we move further, you should know the difference between project, program, and portfolio. We've already created a video on this topic. So once you know the difference between these three concepts, you will be able to understand their respective charters as well. So we've already created a video on this. Third link in the description is going to take you to that video. Also, you should know the fact that project charter is actually covered in great detail in the integration management knowledge area. The very first process in integration management knowledge area is develop project charter. So although you don't have to go over that entire process right now, but just so you know that project charter is very important when it comes to project management, and we have covered that in great detail. Fourth link in the description will take you there. A quick reminder for the training that is highly appreciated: project management for non-project managers. If you're not a project manager, how do you get started into project management? Head over to pmclounge.com/pm for non-PM. This is totally free. Check it out. Okay, now let's talk about the project charter, the program charter, and the portfolio charter. Starting things off with project charter. What does it contain? It contains the description of your project. It contains the summary project schedule. This could be simply dates of the project milestones. Then it also contains the business case. What is the business reason to take up the project? So that business case is also present in the project charter. The project charter is also going to list the name of the project manager. So you now have the authority. If you are the project manager, your name will appear in the project manager. So you now have the authority to start the project work. Nobody can tell you why you are asking them for their time, for their resources, team resources, or physical resources, because you now have the authority to work on the project. You are named in the project charter. Second is the program charter. So what does that contain? The program charter defines the shared benefit. And remember, when you learn about programs, you will understand why shared benefit is so important. So the program charter is going to define the shared benefit that the program obviously aims to achieve. And it is also going to list all the projects that are part of the program, because a program is going to be a group of related projects. Now, just like the project charter, program charter will also mention the name of the program manager. So program manager will also get the authority to start his or her work based around the program once the program charter is out. And finally, number three is portfolio charter. So portfolio charter talks about the strategic benefits Program charter talks about shared benefits. Portfolio charter talks about strategic benefits. And all portfolios aim to achieve or accomplish certain strategic benefits. Finally, it also is going to contain the list of programs and projects that make up the portfolio, because portfolio can include not just programs but also certain projects as well. Also, the name of the portfolio manager is present in the portfolio charter, thereby authorizing the portfolio manager to start his or her work. So that's the difference between three charters. That's how the three charters typically look like. It should be noted that charters are very high level document. They are not detailed document, and they are not going to run into several pages. It is a very high level document and is something which is created right in the beginning. Okay, question for this video. In the course of your project, you are the project manager and you are delivering this project. So in the course of your project, do you think you would need to look into the program charter or the portfolio charter? Think about it. This is an interesting question. Let me know your answers in the comments. Definitely looking forward to them. So that's all that we had in this video. I hope you were able to understand these three types of charters. Smash that like button if you got value out of it. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource.
Hello and welcome to this very short and quick video on organization project management. Let's get started. So organization project management, also known as OPM, is basically an umbrella term, and it provides strategic framework to guide portfolios. And what is a portfolio? What is a program? What is a project? How these are interrelated? This was discussed in a previous video, and I will link to that video in the description. So OPM is basically what CXO level executives talk about, and OPM is something that CXO level people, CXO level executives, they decide upon. So once once a strategy is finalized at CXO level, it drills down, it cascades down into portfolios, programs, and ultimately projects. And that's where a project manager gets involved and discusses the OPM strategy with the project team members and delivers the project. So it is important, you can kind of understand the relationship a project manager has and the importance of OPM for a project manager to understand, to be able to deliver the project with the view of where the company, where the organization is heading towards. That's all with this quick video. Please like, share, subscribe, comment, and check out the website pmplounge.com for more such videos, articles that will help you in your PMP preparation. Thank you and have a nice day. Hi, and welcome to this quick video on Project Management Office, often termed as PMO. Why is this important? Well, as project managers, you must have definitely heard, interacted, liked, or disliked a PMO. So, in either cases, all project managers will certainly agree that PMOs are essential part of project management. And apart from that, this topic is an important topic for exam. So let's talk about the definition of PMO. In terms of definition, a project management office is a group or a department that defines and maintains standards for project management within the organization. So these people are internal to the organization. They are not outsiders, they are internal to the organization, and they define and maintain standards for project management. So the other thing here is to understand that a PMO the entire department works to strive to standardize and introduce economies of repetition in the execution of projects. So if you're doing, let's say, a call center setup project, and your next project after you have finished the call center setup is another call center setup project, so a lot of things, a lot of documents, a lot of processes can be repeated, and these documents, these processes are with the PMO for your help, so that you can repeat those processes and make them as probably as a standard for other call center setup projects. Now, the types of PMO. So basically, there are three types of PMO. The first one is a supportive PMO, which is basically providing templates, and they basically provide templates and certain documents, so that the PM team can use those those artifacts, those templates, so that to successfully manage and deliver the project. The other kind of PMO is controlling. So in addition to providing templates, these type of PMOs will also audit the project to make sure that the project management team and the project manager responsible is adhering to the processes prescribed by the PMO. The last one is a directive PMO. So these PMO offices will basically assign project managers to projects, and these are, as the name derives, these are directive PMOs. So these are at a very high level of authority in the organization. So that's all with this video. Thank you. Do like, share, subscribe, and comment, and check out the website pmplounge.com for more such videos and helpful articles. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are discussing the different types of organization structure. Organization structure basically tells you how a company or an organization is set up, who reports to whom. You as a project manager, what kind of power and authority are you going to have? So there are 8 different types that we are going to study today, and as a project manager, you should know all of them, especially if you are preparing for the PMP exam. Now, as always, if you are into reading articles, if you would rather read about this topic than watch a video, then first link in the description is going to take you to a relevant article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com. Now, this topic is the basics of project management. This is just the introduction and fundamentals of project management that you should know of. So second link in the description is going to contain all the videos. It is a playlist of all the basics, the introduction, the fundamentals that you should know of when it comes to project management. So 2 important links, check them out at any point in this video. Let's get started and go over all 8 organization structure types. First things first, like I said, how your organization is set up, that's what organization structure tells you. And every organization is set up in a certain way. So every organization is going to have an organization structure, whether they like it or not, whether they know it or not. The first one in the list is an organic organization. I'm sorry if this is a tongue twister for you, but this is where the organization might not even know the type of organization structure that they follow, because this is something that you are going to see in smaller companies. And this is also where project management is not even a full-time function. Now, when I say project management is not a full-time function, what I mean by that is that someone from the project team, let's say the engineering manager, the development manager, or even the quality manager, they are going to take up the additional responsibility of project management as well. And they are going to manage the project. air quotes here. So they are going to manage the project. At least that's what they are going to think when they take up this additional responsibility. Now, some of the most important project management responsibilities, like let's say budget decisions, let's say coming up with the schedule for the project, these type of responsibilities might not even fall in the bucket of these folks who are acting as a project manager, because they are not really managing the project. They think that they are managing the project, but most of the decisions in smaller companies come from the top, the executive level itself. So in a way, the executives are seeing the project and taking the decisions that a project manager must be taking. Now, the second type of organization structure is known as a functional organization structure. What this means is the organization typically revolves around different functions. So there could be a quality function where you have quality team and a quality manager heading that quality team. You might have an engineering function where there's an engineering team or different engineering teams and respective engineering managers. So basically, all these teams work in separate silos, and each silo is going to report to its own functional manager. Like I said, the development silo or the development team is going to report to a development manager. The development manager is the functional manager here, because the organization is revolving around different functions. So when you have such different teams and you have folks from these teams working on your project, what are you as a project manager supposed to do? You are not really supposed to do much, because you do not have much authority, or no authority in certain cases, when it comes to functional organization, and you are only working as an expediter, which means there is a project schedule which is something that is given to you. You might have not even come up with the dates, come up with the milestones. This is something that the functional teams decided, the functional managers decided, and you were handed over the schedule for the project. Now you as a project manager or a project expediter, which is a correct word to define a project manager in such type of organizations, as a project expediter, your job is just to make sure that things are getting done on time. People or different teams, the project resources, the team resources, all of them are basically following the project schedule. That's all that you're supposed to do. You do not have authority over the project schedule. You do not have decision making authority over the schedule. You do not have decision making authority over resources. You do not have decision making authority over the budget or the cost of the project. All that you're doing is making sure that dates are met. If you are working in such a job, you are working in a functional organization. Most of the project managers' time in such organizations is spent in handling administrative tasks. This could mean compliance tasks. This could mean formalities, paperwork, stuff like that. So you as a project manager are more involved in such type of tasks rather than managing a project, right? So the functional manager is going to have total authority in this organization structure. A quick reminder, if you're looking for an introduction to project management class, head over to pmclounge.com/pm101. This is 1.5 hour totally free session, your gateway to the world of project management. Check it out. All right, let's talk about multi-divisional organization structure. By the name itself, you can make out that different divisions are involved when we are talking about this org structure. So these divisions, these different divisions are part of the same organization itself. So what's happening here is that you as a project manager, your job is not much different from the job that you had when you were working in a functional organization, but there is a possibility of performing some amount of coordination work as well. Because this is a multi-divisional organization structure, which means different divisions may have different ways of managing project. So what happens is, you as a project manager could be hosting meetings, writing minutes of the meetings, you could be communicating project status even to higher management as well, right? You are basically a project coordinator here because you are coordinating within different teams in a certain division of the organization. Now, bigger decisions, important key decisions like budget or resource allocation, they are still a function of the functional manager. So you don't have any say in the budgets or the resources, but you have certain amount of coordination work in multi-divisional organization structure. But how it gets interesting is the fact that different divisions within the organization can offer a different opportunity of managing projects. So a project manager in a certain division might have no say in the project schedule, but within the same organization, the project manager in a different division could be 100% responsible for coming up with the project schedule. So that's how multi-divisional organizations work. And each divisions are going to have their own governance framework, compliances, management roles, and stuff like that. So each division is basically working as a different company. It is as good as that. So in one division, you could be a project expediter, but in another division, the project manager could be a project coordinator. In some other division, the project manager's role could be drastically different. So that is a multi-divisional organization structure for you. Matrix organizations are quite popular because many organizations actually fall in the category of matrix organization structure. Now, this is where the functional manager as well as the project manager share authority, and how they are going to do it, how they are going to achieve this balance. We are going to take a look at it in the coming slides. So stick around. But for now, you need to know that there are three types of matrix organizations. You've got the weak matrix, balanced matrix, and then strong matrix. So let's look at each one of them. Number one is weak matrix organization. So what happens here is that the functional manager has higher authority as compared to the project manager. Remember, we said that the functional manager and the project manager are going to share authority, but we never said that they are going to share it equally. And this is where weak matrix comes into the picture, where functional manager has higher authority as compared to the project manager. Now, functional managers, they are responsible for resource related decisions, budget decisions. They are also going to approve all major project decisions. Now, you as a project manager, you will have some limited decision making, but you are still an expediter or a coordinator in the weak matrix organization setting. So you're still not there. You do have some say in the decision making of the project, but the upper hand is still with the functional manager. Okay, let's talk about the balanced matrix organization. And this is where the equal division of power and authority between the functional manager and the project manager takes place. So all the project team members are basically going to have two bosses, as if one wasn't bad enough. So now, how does this division of power is achieved between the project manager and the functional manager? This is done by making sure that whenever there is a people management related decision, it is approved by the functional manager. So if there is a people management related decision that the project manager needs to take, the functional manager should approve it. Only if the functional manager approves it, that decision can be implemented. Similarly, if there is any project related decision that needs to be taken, the functional manager needs to walk that decision through the project manager, and only once the project manager approves it, that is implemented. So that's the difference between the balanced matrix organization and other types of organizations. This is where both the project managers and the functional managers share equal authority and they work in tandem. Okay, next is the strong matrix organization structure. And as you might have guessed it by now, this is where the project manager has higher authority as compared to the functional manager. Now, the team members, the project team members, they are still reporting to two bosses. So the system that we established in the balanced matrix organization structure, it still holds in the strong matrix organization structure as well. But the key difference here is the fact that the delivery of the project is the most important thing in the strong matrix organization. And it makes sense, right? If the project is the most important thing, then obviously the project manager will have higher power and higher authority as compared to the functional manager. So for a project team member, the first priority is going to be the project and not their respective functional responsibilities. So one other thing to note here is the performance assessment, right? This could be your yearly appraisal, your annual appraisal. This is not just based on the functional expertise, but also how a team resource performed in the project as well. So project performance is also considered, not just functional expertise. And when the project performance is considered, obviously project manager has a say in such a scenario, in such an assessment. So the project manager has significant say in the annual appraisals of the team resources. Next is projectized organization structure, also known as project-oriented organization structure. A key difference in such an organization structure is the fact that there are no functional teams. So if you need 4 developers, there is no development manager that you can go to and ask for 4 developers. What you need to do is either hire those 4 developers just for your project or look into the pool of team resources available in your organization and look for 4 developers that you basically need for your project. So what it means is the teams are organized around projects, and we know that projects are temporary endeavors, which means the projects are going to complete one day, and once the project is over, the team resources will have no home, which means they might go back to the pool of developers or the pool of team resources that an organization maintains. If the organization does not maintain any such pool and hires for each project, then obviously they will not have a job once the project is over. And that's how projectized organization work. Now, this is obvious that the most power in this organization structure is with the project manager. The project manager is also responsible for key project decisions like the project's budget, the schedule, quality, resources, and other such areas. So, of all the organization structures that we have studied so far, project oriented organization structure provides the most authority and the most power to a project manager. All right, now let's talk about virtual organization structure. This is where the virtual teams come into play, and we have been observing how the virtual teams are on the rise. All credit for it goes to the ever improving communication technologies. It has never been easier for people that are from different geographies, different departments within the organization, even external consultants, all of them can come together and deliver a project. They need not be physically present in the same location to be able to deliver the project, right? That is the beauty of virtual teams. Someone in the US can work with someone in Europe as well as in India, and they can deliver a project together. this was never possible when we did not have communication technologies like we do today. Now, project managers in such organization are often going to facilitate team communications because communications become very important here. So they are the project managers are the one who are going to facilitate communications. They may even have authority for key project management functions like project budget, resource allocation, project schedule, and other such areas. So virtual organization, this is an organization structure that you are going to see around if you kind of observe. Next is hybrid organization structure, and it totally is what it sounds like. So there are two things that we are trying to achieve with a hybrid organization structure. Number one is we are going to bring in best practices from different organization structures into one. So you like something about the virtual organization structure, but you also like something about the projectized organization structure. So you bring it together and you now have a hybrid organization structure. Now, the second thing that hybrid organization helps in achieving is the fact that organizations can have adaptive life cycles as well as predictive life cycles. Now, if you're wondering what are these two life cycles that we talk about, third link in the description will take you to a video where we cover different types of project life cycles. So check that out if you don't know what these life cycles are. But in hybrid organization, the organization can make sure that they can have both these life cycles work based on their project requirements. So predictive life cycle, what it does is it tends to rely more on management for a clear understanding of project scope, having project scope understood well in advance, having it baselined well in advanced, right, in the initial phase of the project itself. That is what predictive life cycle does. But adaptive life cycle, it focuses more on the self management within each team. Now, how is this possible? How are you going to do this where you have one project where you are following predictive lifecycle and another project where you're following, let's say, the adaptive lifecycle, right? So you do that only with the help of hybrid organization structure. Now, different teams, they are going to use different combination of practices. Some teams might take something from predictive lifecycle and something else from adaptive lifecycle. This is getting complex, I understand, but this is where hybrid organization comes into the picture, because you are combining different practices, and the way a project manager is supposed to function is going to be very different for each team. Something similar to multi-divisional organization structure, but like I said, we are bringing in best practices from different organization structures here. We are bringing in different life cycles, the type of life cycles here. We are getting into a territory that is much more complex than multi-divisional organization structure. The last one is the Project Management Office, or the PMO. We have a separate video on PMO because this is typically a separate topic as well. And when it comes under the organization structure, all that you need to understand is the fact that the PMO is basically a department and it has full authority over every project within the organization. So a PMO might even assign a project manager to a project in the organization. A new project comes in, the PMO assigns new project manager to that project. The PMO might also be responsible for assigning the project team to the project, right? So that's how PMO might function. PMO again is basically a department. It is going to have different team resources. It can actually have a pool of project managers as well. The way PMO functions, although, is heavily dependent on how the organization decides to set up a PMO, because there are different types of PMO as well. Fourth link in the description will take you directly to the video where we talk about Project Management Office. So do check that out. Okay, so here's the question for this video. Which organization structure would you like to work in and why? I am more interested in your answer for the why, your reasoning for it. So let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answers. So that's all that we had in this video. Smash that like button if you got value out of it. It helps us stay motivated and create more free content for you. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are discussing the types of project management life cycle. Now this topic is basically something which you would study when you are starting off your project management studies, your studies for the PMP certification or the CAPM certification. So this is basics of project management, to be frank. And the first link in the description below is going to take you to an article on the relevant topic over at our official website pmclounge.com. So if you're into reading articles, check that out. Second link is going to be a playlist of all the concepts that you should know when it comes to the basics of project management. We also have a free 1.5 hour training video, which is your gateway to the world of project management, that will be linked in the third link in the description below. So that is called PM 101. You can check that out as well. That being clear, that being said, let's get started and understand the different types of project management life cycle. Now, to begin with, what exactly is a life cycle? All projects follow a certain pattern of work. How are you going to work to deliver the project, right? So you have a certain pattern that is followed. These patterns are known as life cycles. So deciding the life cycle or the pattern of work that your project is going to follow determines the way you would deliver your product, service, result, or whatever is the end result of the project, right? It could be a product, it could be a service, it could be a specific result, performance improvement, whatever. How do you deliver that depends a lot on your pattern of work. Do you want to deliver everything at once, or do you want to deliver small pieces of the work, right? Small pieces of the product in several iterations. So how do you plan to work? Your pattern of work is what a life cycle really is. So let's look at the different types of life cycle that you can follow, the different patterns of work that you can follow for your project. The first one is predictive life cycle, also known as classical project management, the waterfall model, or fully plan driven life cycle. So this is plan driven life cycle, plan driven pattern of work. So your project schedule, scope, and cost is defined in the beginning itself. So you have defined what the schedule is going to be, what the cost is going to be, what the scope of the project is going to be. You have all that defined right in the beginning of the project itself. Now, there's a common saying around this life cycle, the predictive life cycle or the waterfall model, and that is plan the work and work the plan. So first of all, you plan everything that needs to be done and then you do it based on your plan. Now, everything is decided upfront in the beginning itself, right? And the plan is ready. So the project team puts its best effort to ensure that this plan is executed, this plan is followed, which was defined in the beginning itself. Now, the problem arises when there are changes. 2 months into the project, if you encounter a change, what will its impact be on the plan? What will its impact be on the schedule, scope, cost, right? So change is something which is going to cause an impact in predictive life cycle or the waterfall model, because your plan might change because of this, well, change, right? So this is how a typical predictive life cycle would look like. You will first work on your requirements, then you will complete the design. If you have any feedback for requirements, you can go back as well. Once you're done with design, you then go to implementation. If there are changes, you might have to go back to design as well. If there is nothing, no change required, you go back to verification and then maintenance, right? So this is how predictive life cycle work. Notice how requirements need to be complete before you can move to design. You cannot just have a part of requirements complete and then design for this part only while you work on the remaining requirements. That's not how it works. So that means one phase, let's say the requirements phase, should be 100% complete before you move to design. So that's how predictive life cycle works. You are basically predicting the entire plan of your project in the beginning itself, and then as you move forward, you work that plan. A quick reminder here, youtube.com/PMC Lounge/playlist. This is where the gold is. All the topics are neatly distributed and divided in playlists. All the knowledge areas are divided. Check the playlists out. That is where, like I said, the gold is. Okay, let's talk about adaptive life cycle. This is also known as change driven life cycle, which means as opposed to the predictive life cycle, we are being more welcoming to changes here. We are okay with introducing changes and taking in changes, accommodating them and working on them. In predictive life cycle, you have a plan, and one change has the potential to disrupt the entire plan and change its cost, schedule, or scope of the project. But here in adaptive life cycle, we are welcoming changes, and how we are doing it is by performing all the project activities several times in the course of the project. And each time we perform all the project activities, we deliver a small piece of the project. So you saw how in waterfall we would do requirements, design, right? And in the end, we would deliver the entire product. But here in adaptive life cycle, we would do all those phases, the requirements, design, everything, and we would deliver a piece of the project. And then we would go back, take the feedback and go back and start from requirements again and deliver another piece. These pieces are known as increments. So it is important to note that agile is based on delivering valuable increments to the customers as soon as possible. So when you're following agile way of delivering the project, you are not going to make the customer wait till the end and deliver the entire product. What you're going to do is you're going to deliver small pieces or small increments of the product to the customer as soon as possible. Take his or her feedback, incorporate that feedback, and in the next iteration, deliver another increment. So that's how adaptive life cycle works. A couple of pointers here. Since the life cycle is repeated several times, the changes can be easily accommodated in the next iteration because you're repeating all the steps, all the activities, or all the phases several times. So if there is a change in the next iteration, you can accommodate that change. So as opposed to predictive life cycle, when you have your entire plan chalked out in the beginning itself, here you are only planning for possibly the ongoing iteration or the next iteration. That's all. And based on the feedback, you are then making changes. So when you deliver an increment to the customer or the piece of the project to the customer has an opportunity to suggest changes and you have an opportunity to accommodate those changes. But at the same time, the customer also has the opportunity to provide feedback, and you also have the opportunity to incorporate that feedback. The feedback and the change could be as big as changing the entire scope of the project itself. And you should be okay in incorporating it because you did not plan out the entire project in the beginning. You just planned for one or two iterations and you worked on it and you delivered a certain increment, a certain piece of the project, and the customer was able to tell you what he or she thinks of it. So this is how adaptive life cycle works. You do a plan for the increment, you do your design, you build, you test, you review, and you launch a small piece, an increment of the project. This increment goes to the customer provides his or her feedback, and then you plan again, you design again, you build, test, review again, and you do a launch once again. This is an the second iteration, right? This is on top of the first one. So that's how you keep on repeating your sprints or repeating your the entire life cycle, and that way you are able to accommodate changes much more easily. All right, let's talk about iterative life cycle. So this is actually closer to predictive life cycle. Now you might think iterative sounds like repetition. How can that be closer to predictive life cycle? So although there are iterations, and these iterations are used to accommodate changes in scope, cost, or schedule, or whatever, the project team still tries to plan as much work upfront as possible. So you are still doing all the planning, you are still making sure that as much work as possible is planned upfront for the entire project, not just for the ongoing and upcoming iterations. You're planning as much work upfront as possible for the entire project. The approach here is to develop basic functionality or the minimum viability, right? Some projects call it the MVP feature, the minimum viable product feature. So you you want to create that basic functionality, you want to create that minimum viability of the product of the project in the first iteration itself, and then in the subsequent iterations you can further add product features. So let's take a look at the example. This is how iterative life cycle works. You created the minimum viable product feature in the first iteration itself, and then you went ahead and you added more features as time, cost, and schedule permitted. Right? I'd like to repeat here, the approach is to develop the basic functionality or the minimum viability of the product in the first iteration. The subsequent iterations can then add further product features. So this is how iterative life cycle looks like. Remember, you are delivering the entire thing, the basic functionality in the first iteration itself. Okay, let's talk about the incremental life cycle. This is closer to adaptive life cycle. Now, small usable pieces of the project or small usable increments are delivered to stakeholders, and these stakeholders could be your sponsor, your customer, any other key stakeholders. So you are delivering small usable increments to them, and they are providing you feedback. So you can incorporate that feedback in the next iteration. Now here it should be noted that these increments must be combined in the final iteration, because unless these increments are combined, you will not be able to produce the final product of your project. An iteration in itself could be complete but might not be of much use when it is standalone. What do we mean by this last line? Let's take a look at the next slide and you'll be able to understand it. Okay, so this is how an incremental life cycle looks like. These are all increments, and you need to combine all the increments in the end to produce the final product. An iteration in itself could be complete. This in itself could be complete, but it might not be of much use when it is standalone. So this, although is complete, it doesn't have any changes moving further, but in itself, when this is standalone, it might not be of much use. So this is how incremental life cycle looks like. Finally, let's talk about the hybrid life cycle, and this is exactly what its name suggests. It is a combination of predictive and adaptive approaches. So, what you are going to do as a project manager, it is your responsibility to decide what would work best for your project. Would adaptive approach work best? Would predictive life cycle work best? Would iterative or incremental or some combination of these is going to work well for your project or your organization? As a project manager, you need to make that decision. You are the key player here in making this decision. So if you are looking for a combination of all these approaches, that is where you are looking at a hybrid life cycle. And here's the question for this video. Which life cycle do you use on your real life projects? Let me know in the comments below. Definitely looking forward to your answers. So that's all that we had in this video. Smash that like button if you got value out of it. It helps us stay motivated and create more free content for you. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new videos. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Hello and welcome to pmplounge.com. Today we take a look at the three types of face-to-face relationships. So why is this important? Well, first up, this topic is often lost in the mob of project management life cycles and all these models, right? Waterfall models, agile models, and whatnot. So we read all of these, we learn all of these, but an important topic like face-to-face relationship is often lost in all of this. And this is actually important to understand, and this actually is the origin of all these models that I just mentioned, the waterfall or agile or whatever. All right. So first up, there are basically three types of relationships. The first one is sequential relationship, where all the phases are your initiation, planning, monitoring, and controlling, right? All of these phases happen one after another, which means they never overlap. So everything that needs to be done in the project initiation will be completed before we move on to the next phase, which is project planning. So everything in project planning will be done before we move on to the next phase and so on. So this is the sequential relationship. This, of course, you might have guessed by now, this is, of course, the waterfall model, right? Each phase needs to be complete 100% before we move to the next phase. Next is overlapping relationship. So as the name implies, phases will overlap with each other. So although the phases will overlap, there will be separate teams working on each phases, right? So let's take a look in this table and understand this in more clarity. So you have a project which is broken into two phases. Let's call it 1 and 2. So while initiation, planning of phase 1 and team 1 is being done, and then the team 1 moves on to execution, they move on to the construction, they move on to the coding, right? And monitoring and controlling is of course common to all these phases. So this is what team 1 is doing. Meanwhile, in the meantime, for phase 2, there is a separate team that has started the initiation and have started the planning for the second phase of the project, the second part of the project, the second set of requirements, right? So we have two teams. One team works on one part of project, second team works on the second part of the project. Both parts are hopefully not dependable on each other, and both parts are hopefully not impacted by changes in any of the one. So this is how overlapping relationship works. The last one, the third one, is iterative relationship. So this is basically a cross between sequential and overlapping relationships. So you've got both the qualities of both the relationships that we just discussed in this one. So Instead of two teams, we have only one team which is working on all of the phases. So for one phase, for one set of requirements, project team could be in planning, let's say, while for another phases, the another set of requirements, the team could be doing closure or could be coding already. So this is used for agile software development. We have already discussed what agile is, what waterfall is, and I will link to all those videos in the description below. So do go over it. So let's take a look at this in a tabular format. So you have got projects broken into three parts, three set of requirements or um, set of requirements, different set of requirements. So you've got initiation one, planning one, and then execution. When the coding starts, the same team starts to work on the initiation for second set of requirements, right? So by the time first set of requirements are already coded and done with, we are already into the planning phase of the second set of requirements. We don't have to begin right from initiation. Initiation already done. We are already into planning, right? And while we start coding for the second set of requirements, the initiation for third set of requirements of the same project by the same project team already begins. So that is how iterative relationship works. That is basically used in the agile software development. All right, so that's all we had with this quick video. Do follow us on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge for the latest updates, PMI-isms, and you will be pretty, you can be pretty much sure that you are not going to miss anything if you follow us on social media. If you like this video, if you learned something you didn't already know, do hit the like button and subscribe to this YouTube channel for more such helpful videos on PMP. As always, you can check out the website pmplounge.com for more such helpful videos and detailed articles that are going to help you throughout your PMP journey. Thank you. Hi, and welcome to pmplounge.com. And as you can see, a lot to discuss today. So basically, we are dealing with two things: project management lifecycle and project management process. What's the difference? What are the common things? What's the deal with this two? Let's get started. Well, first up, why bother, right? Why should you read about these two concepts? Well, to begin with, the understanding of fundamentals of PMP. And by the way, we have a very comprehensive YouTube playlist about the fundamentals of PMP. And this video is also going to be a part of that playlist, because that playlist is incomplete without the understanding of such basic concepts, the project management processes, the project management life cycle. So stuff like these is basically uh, the basics, the very basics. The foundation was the word I was missing, right? So stuff like these is the foundation of your understanding of PMP. Based on this is where you are going to erect the entire PMP studies structure. So the basics need to be well understood, and so that is why it's important, right, to understand something like this. The project management or project lifecycle. So it is also known as the project management lifecycle or the project lifecycle. And what it is, we have discussed this earlier as well, the types of project management lifecycle or the types of project lifecycle. We have discussed them in detail earlier, and I will link to those videos in the description as well. So the project lifecycle, a project may follow any lifecycle because there are a lot of models and methodologies available out there. You talk about waterfall, you talk about agile, and those are all the project life cycle that a project may follow. Okay, and then the processes are etched in stone. That means the processes are well defined and they are not going to change. So, although in a project you may follow any life cycle of your choice, the processes, the project management processes are always going to be the same. All right, let's get started with project management or the project life cycle. So what you need to do the work. So two times, keep an eye on that. Whatever that you need to do to achieve the work or to complete the work is what project management or the project life cycle is about. So it's project management life cycle or the project life cycle, just clarifying it in case you're still confused. So let's talk about a software project. What all do you need to do the work or to get the project done, to complete the project? So you gather requirements, you need to complete a system requirements document, you do a high level design document, you do the coding, testing, and then finally delivery. So these are the things that you need to do to complete that project. Let's talk about a construction project. So again, you gather certain requirements, you create a CAD drawing, you procure materials, you do the construction, and then finally hand over the building. So these are the items that you need to do in order to do a construction related project, right? And of course, there could be changes, there could be addition, subtraction, right, in the number of activities that you need to do in order to complete a project. Let's take a look at an agile project. So what all do you need? You need a user story, you need to do a 14-day sprint, you will then come up with a shippable product and you'll give a product demo, and then again you'll go back to the user story, again a 14-day sprint, again a shippable product comes out, right? So those are all the things that you need to do in order to do a project that follows the agile life cycle, right? Agile, as I mentioned in one of the previous slides, the project life cycle or the project management life cycle can follow various models or methodologies. Agile is one of them. So if you're following the agile project life cycle, this is what you do, right? So all life cycles, be it a waterfall life cycle, be it a agile life cycle, they all deal with the activities that are required to be done in order to deliver the project, right? We spoke about a software project, we spoke about a construction project, we spoke about again a software project that is following the agile model. All of these are just the activities that you need to do in order to do that project, right? So this is what project life cycle is all about. Okay, now let's move on to the project management process. What is this? So this is what you need to do to manage the work. So life cycle was to do the work. This is to manage that work, right? So this is quite simple. So all projects, no matter what industry and no matter what life cycle they follow, will always have the 5 project management processes. And remember, in the initial slide, I mentioned that project management processes are etched in stone. Well, I mentioned that because initiation, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, closing are the 5 project management processes that will always be there in all of your projects, no matter what industry you're talking about, right? All right, so let's take a look at this image and try to understand, uh, bring everything into perspective, basically. So the project management process you have on top: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. These are our project management processes. Like I mentioned, these are etched in stone, so there's no changes in this, no matter what project you're doing, no matter what industry you follow. Then comes the project management life cycle or the project life cycle. If we are following the waterfall life cycle for a software development project, in initiating, you'll do business requirements, you'll create a project charter. In planning, you'll convert them into system requirements, you'll make a project management plan. That's the most important piece of planning, that's the most important output of the entire planning process. In executing, you'll do the design work, you'll do the coding work. In monitoring and controlling, which is basically a common process across all other processes, you'll do the testing, you'll do the project reporting to higher management. In closing, basically project will be delivered, you'll document the lessons learned. So this is a typical waterfall life cycle project for a software development, basically. So that's about how these two are related, the project management process and the project life cycle. All right, now let's get into something even thicker, the process of a life cycle. What the hell is this, right? So each phase or activity of a project life cycle may involve all project management processes. What do we mean by this? We looked in the previous slide, we looked at an image, we mentioned the project management processes on top. We talked about each activity in the waterfall life cycle, right? So each activity may involve all project management processes, may go through that each activity that we discussed, right? We discussed certain activities in initiating, certain activities in planning, right? Like in initiating, we were doing project charter. In planning, we were doing the system requirements, right? So all of them may have their own project management processes. Let's look at an image to understand this further. In planning, we had system requirements was one of the activity, right? The system requirements activity may itself have its own project management processes. We may initiate, we may start off, right? The system requirements. We may do the planning of how we are going to collect all the system requirements. We may then execute, do the actual hard work, the groundwork of collecting all the system requirements. And all this while we'll do monitor and control everything, all the processes, and then finally we get the sign off and then close out the system requirements activity, right? So each activity, basically what this slide is trying to say is that each activity may have its own set of project management processes as well. And that's about it with this video. Do check us out on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge for the latest articles, videos, PMIisms, and other tips and tricks that will be helpful for you in clearing your PMP. If you learned something new, if you like this video, do hit the like button and subscribe to this YouTube channel for all the latest, greatest, and helpful videos on PMP. As always, check out the website pmplounge.com for our detailed articles, videos, and other great stuff that is going to help you in clearing the PMP exam. Thank you. Hello and welcome to PMPLounge.com, and we are covering a very important topic today, not just from the point of view of your exam, but also from the point of view of real life project management. What exactly are process groups and knowledge areas? And process group knowledge area mapping, a big table that contains a lot of processes, is what you are bound to notice when you first start off your PMP studies. Okay, so let's get started. First up, why is this important? So this is how all processes of project management are organized, right? So when I said not just from the perspective of exam, but also from the perspective of real life project management, this is important because all the processes of project management are organized in this PGKA mapping. And why are they organized in that specific manner, right? So it's important to understand that as well. And this understanding of the PGKA will help you understand PMP questions in the exam better, and you will hopefully be able to answer them as well. So that's about it. Those are the reasons why it's important to understand the PGKA mapping, and we'll get started with process groups first. So process groups, this is basically a logical categorization of tasks slash activities organized in the way that the project is being performed. Read that line again. activities that are performed during a project, a logical categorization of all those activities. That is what process groups basically are. Let's take an example and understand what all do we do when we do a project at a very high level, right? So we initiate the project, which is develop and get the project charter approved. We create a project management plan. Of course, without the plan, you cannot do anything, right? We do the actual work of the project. If it is a software development project, this is where we do the coding, right? If it's a construction project, this is where we do the actual construction, right? And then monitoring and controlling is, of course, common to all of the above steps. And finally, closing the project, which is publishing the software, closing contracts, updating lessons learned, releasing the project team, and all these closure activities, right? So this is how a typical project will be managed. This is how a typical project is run. And those are basically our 5 process groups: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. Those are what we do in, in a project, in delivering a project. And those are our process groups. Then what is a knowledge area, you may ask? And this is basically designed to combine the processes that have common characteristics. Let's talk about communication processes, for instance. So this is the entire PGKA mapping table, right? The dreaded PGKA mapping table. And we are only talking about communications. So project communication management is a knowledge area, right? So it's highlighted in red. Let's discuss that. So what all do we have in communication management? We have plan communication management, which is a part of the planning process group. We have manage communications, which is a part of executing process group. We have control communications, which is a part of the monitoring and controlling process group. So you see everything that is related to communications in the project is under the knowledge area of communications. And that's what written in the last sentence if you read that. All of these processes talk about communication, and although they are spread across different process groups, but due to their common characteristic of communication, they are a part of the communication management knowledge area. And that's how all the other processes are also grouped in a certain knowledge area based on the common characteristics that they have. So everything related to cost, it may be a part of any process group, but it will be a part of the cost management knowledge area. So in conclusion, process groups help you organize the processes by the kind of work you do, and knowledge areas help you organize the processes by the subject matter you're dealing with. So process groups by the kind of work you're doing, whether you're doing initiation or planning, that's how it will organize the processes. Knowledge area by the subject matter you're dealing with. If you're dealing with communication, all the processes will be inside the communication management knowledge area. The PMBOK guide, it is important to note, is written based on knowledge areas, and so are most of the books as well. So the first chapter of PMBOK guide, I mean, after they are done with the introductory chapters, will be about integration management knowledge area. It won't be about the initiation process group, right? Because the book is based on knowledge areas. So that's all we had. Do follow us on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge. Do not miss any update from PMP Lounge and latest PMIsms and other updates. If you learned something you didn't already knew, do like this video, hit the like button, and of course you can subscribe to this YouTube channel for more such helpful videos. And as always, you can visit pmplounge.com for great detailed articles and explanatory videos that are going to help you in your PMP preparation. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about the iron triangle. Now, this is one of the first concepts, one of the first project management concepts that any person typically learns, right? This is something which is extremely important, and a comment made me realize how we have never really done a video on this. So, this is Project Management 101, the iron triangle. Why is it important? Why is it one of the first concepts that somebody looking to get into the domain of project management learns? This is PMC Lounge. We talk about PMP certifications, we talk about other project management related certifications, and we keep a tab on the project management industry. All right, let's get started. Let's get into the thick of the iron triangle. First up, there are a few other names of the iron triangle, namely the project management triangle, or just the project triangle, right? So project management triangle or just the project triangle. There's another name which is the triple constraint, right? So there are three lines in the triangle, right? Those are the triple constraint. Those three lines, they represent something. What does they represent? That's what we are going to look in the next slide. Now let's look into the iron triangle, right? The triangle represents scope, schedule, cost, and quality. So each line on the triangle represents something, right? You can see scope is here. This line represents the scope. This entire line basically, this represents the scope of a project. Schedule, the other line represents the schedule of the project, and just like that, cost is also represented by one of the lines of the triangle. So these three lines are interconnected to form a triangle. Between them, right, the area covered here, this is the quality of the project, right? So the entire area is the quality of the project. To have a, a good quality project, you need this area to be large enough, right? So that is why the entire triangle is shaped so that the scope, schedule, cost are given significant importance because they are the three constraints of the project, right? They are the three most important parts of a project, right? So the triangle emphasizes on this, how scope, schedule, and cost are important, and how quality is also important and is a resultant of where do these three fall. Now, let's say you want to keep the cost of a project as it is, and you want to increase the scope of the project, right? You want to increase the scope of the project and you want to keep the cost as it is. What would that project look like? There you have it. It looks ugly, doesn't it? Right? So the cost of the project is as it is. We have significantly increased the scope of the project here, right? We have a lot of requirements. The scope of the project is increased. That automatically results in an increase in the schedule of the project as well, if you would have noticed it, right? So if you want to maintain the quality, right, if you want to maintain high standards of quality, what increasing scope here means that the schedule will also increase. So you keep your cost as a base, right? You keep your cost unmoved. You don't change your cost. If the cost is static and the scope of the project increases, then the schedule will also increase. But the right way of doing this is increasing the cost as well, right? So if you increase the cost, the scope can be increased, the schedule can be increased, but it won't be a dramatic increase in the schedule, right? If you increase the cost. So if you increase your base cost of the project, the schedule can also calm down a bit and you'll be able to deliver a lot of scope with the quality that you desire in in the time frame, right? In the schedule, which is not significantly large. So that is why these are the competing constraints. These are the triple constraints. If you increase the scope, make sure you increase the cost as well, so that the schedule doesn't go, out of the boundary, right? So three things that you should know here. Point one is how the quality of work is constrained by the project's budget, deadlines, and scope, right? This is what we saw in the previous slide itself, right? The quality was stuck in the between, right? In the center of the triangle is where the quality is. The entire area of triangle is the quality. Now, the quality of the work, it is constrained by the project's budget, deadlines, and scope, right? So if you increase the budget and do not increase deadlines and scope uh, appropriately, the quality is definitely going to worsen. Budget, what do we mean by budget here? So let me mark this out as well, when we talk about budget. So budget in this line, right? Budget here means the cost available for the project. What is your budget of the project? The deadlines in this line here means the amount of time available to complete the project, right? So what is your schedule? So the amount of time that you have to complete a project, that's what the deadlines in the sentence refers to. And then scope, or in bracket it says features, is basically what must be accomplished or done. What all should the project team do to produce the project's end result, right? To complete the project, what all should the project team do, right? So I hope it's clear. I hope you are able to understand what budget, deadlines, and scope features here means, right? So the quality of your project work will be constrained by these three competing constraints, which is again the another word for all these three constraints, right? They are known as competing constraints. The triangle itself, like we saw in the previous slide, is also known as the triple constraint. Point two that you should know about the iron triangle is that the project manager has the authority to trade between the project constraints, right? So it is the project manager who has the authority, who will make a decision on which project constraint should he trade against which other project constraint, right? So if the scope of the project is increasing, right, and the schedule cannot increase as per project manager's authority and as per project manager's knowledge and as per the business requirements, if you have to deliver a project within a certain time frame but the scope of it has increased, then what you trade with is you trade the scope with cost. You have to increase the cost of the project as well, and project manager has the authority to make this trade. Now, as we were talking in the previous slide, right, a change in one project constraint is definitely going to lead to change in other constraints for compensating the change, right? So if you're increasing the scope, either you have to increase the cost, or you have to increase the schedule, the deadline of the project, or you have to make appropriate increase in both cost and schedule to compensate for the change in scope. But if you don't do that, what is going to happen is the quality of your project is going to suffer. So that's point three that you should know about the iron triangle. Let's look into a few examples. A project can be completed faster by increasing budget or cutting scope, right? So if you want to have a project, a 10-month project which you need to be delivered in 8 months, you need to either increase the budget or you need to cut the scope. You need to cut whatever the scope of the project is, right? You need to cut down on the features that you need from the project and make it come down to 8 months. Increasing scope may require equivalent increases in budget and schedule. This is something that we discussed in the previous slide as well. And cutting budget without adjusting schedule or scope will result in quality degrade. So like I said, if you mess with the triangle, if you increase just one, or decrease for that matter, right? So if you increase or decrease just one part of the triangle, right, one constraint, if you just cut the budget, then your schedule and scope, if you don't change it, right, if you don't adjust it, your schedule and scope, you keep the schedule and scope same and you just cut the budget, then the quality is definitely going to degrade. Now, all of this sounds great, all of this looks good on paper, but let's talk real world now, right? So the iron triangle is an oversimplification, right? So this is something that you should know from real world perspective. You are doing an oversimplification of project management here, right? Trading between constraints, it is not always possible on real life projects. So let's talk real life projects. Let's talk real world projects. Increasing a project budget on a fully resourced project won't speed things up, right? So let's say you want to speed things up and you say, okay, fine, let's look at the iron triangle. Yeah, we want to cut down on the schedule of the project. Let's increase the costs of the project, right? We have a lot of money to throw around, so let's put in more money in this project and let's reduce the schedule of the project. Can that happen all the time? Of course not. If your project is already fully resourced, you have everything that you need, you have every person that you need, right? Putting more money into the project is not going to speed things up. As simple as that. This is as real as it gets. So putting more money in your project is definitely not going to reduce the schedule of the project if your project is already fully resourced, if you have all the resources that you need. This is actually, worst case is you put in more resources on a project and they slow down the project. The project itself is bogged down. That's the worst case scenario. There's a popular joke on this as well, which says that a project manager believes that 9 women can deliver a baby in 1 month. That is not possible. That's a joke, right? So you cannot do that. That's why putting more resources is sometimes not going to certainly, most certainly, reduce the schedule of the project. And gone are the days when project success was solely based on successful delivery, right? So there was a time when you delivered the project, you delivered your scope, you deliver within your budget, you deliver on schedule, on time, and you feel that the project is successful. Gone are the days, because today we take into account other things like stakeholders, we take into account what the customer is saying about the product of the project, what is the customer feedback on the project, on the product of the project, of course. So these things like these, right, these have become extremely important in the last few years, and these are nowhere mentioned in the iron triangle. So like I said, gone are the days when project success was solely based on the iron triangle. If you manage the iron triangle and you feel that you have delivered a successful project, well, not really. You have delivered a product from your project that is of no use to the customer, then your project cannot be termed a successful project. So that's all that I had in this video. Hope you were able to learn about the iron triangle. Hit the like button if you did, and hit the bell icon if you're already subscribed. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. Check us out on our social media. PMC Lounge is our handle on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. And also check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP and other project management certifications, as well as project management industry information. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about the project management constraints. And as you can see, there is a project manager on your screen right now who is juggling. And juggle is what you need to do as a project manager. You need to make sure that all these constraints have your equal attention at all times. So we will talk more about this. But before that, if you are into reading articles, then first link in the description is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com, so you can check that out. Also, second link in the description will be a playlist of all the videos on the basics of project management. This topic is part of the basics of project management. This topic lies under the introduction and fundamentals of project management that you need to know. right? So second link in the description is going to take you to a playlist of all such videos that are the basics of project management. Let's get started. All right, do you remember the iron triangle of project management? Have you seen this somewhere? You have scope, schedule or time, and cost and quality at the center. This is the iron triangle, also known as the project management triangle, and it might have a couple of other names too. So, do you remember this? Have you seen this? Because we have already covered this topic in the past, and it will be linked in the description below. The third link is going to take you to a video on this topic. So what the iron triangle basically says is that if the cost of the project remains the same, but you increase the scope of the project, then it is likely that the schedule is going to take a hit and the quality is also going to take a hit. So that's the whole idea behind the iron triangle. So it basically covers four constraints. We are talking about scope, schedule or time, cost and quality. So what has changed? Why are we looking into the project management constraints again? The answer to that is the fact that more and more experts now agree that resources and risk are also constraints. So we now have a total of 6 constraints that everyone should be aware of. All project managers should be managing these 6 constraints, not just the 4 we saw in the last slide. Okay, before we look into each of these constraints, I'd like to remind you, you can head over to pmclounge.com/PMP training. That's where all our PMP courseware, videos, and articles are listed. Everything's free. Check it out. So let's talk about the 6 constraints. Now, obviously, 6 constraints cannot be represented as a triangle, and that's why we have this odd shape which looks like a circle. So number one is time or schedule. So project must be completed on time. That's obvious. Number two is cost. The project must stay within the budget of the project. Number three is scope. The project scope must be managed throughout. Number four is quality. The product of the project, the end result of the project must do what it is supposed to do. That's the basic definition of quality. So these are the 4 constraints that we were already aware of. Number five, which is in addition, is resources. So this includes both physical resources, which mean materials, infrastructure, and team resources, which mean your team, the human resources. And both of them are needed for the project, and that is why they are a constraint. And finally, we have risk, which means unexpected events that can derail your project. So risks are also a constraint and risk planning is essential. Now, these are the 6 constraints and these are the 6 parameters that you as a project manager must be managing at all times. You should be juggling these all the time. You should be making sure that you are paying equal attention to all of these at all times. All right, a few quick pointers before we end this video. Resources and risk, they do not appear in the iron triangle of project management, but obviously they are significant project parameters and they definitely qualify for being project constraints. So you have resources, the IT infrastructure that is needed as part of your project, which is physical resources, your project team, which is part of the team resources. If you don't have them, you cannot deliver your project. As simple as that. Risk, something uncertain happens and you have never planned for it, you didn't even think about it. Obviously, your project is going to take a hit. That is why resources and risks are also part of the project management constraints. As a project manager, you need to simultaneously manage all 6 constraints at all times. So it's not like you are currently focusing only on one constraint. That's not how it works. You need to simultaneously manage all 6 constraints. Remember the example of juggling. You need to juggle all these constraints. Favoring one constraint over others is a recipe for disaster. You look to, you look at only dollars, you look to the cost of the project, you look to the budget of the project, and all your project decisions are based on that. That could be a recipe for disaster. Finally, this holds true for changes as well. If there is a change request, if there is an additional bug that you need to fix, if there is a change in the project requirement, you need to make sure how this change is going to impact all the six constraints that we talked about. Is it going to increase the scope? Is it going to increase the cost? How will it impact your resources? Do you need more resources? Does this change introduce new risks? What happens to the quality? All those questions need to be answered before you can accept a change in your project. Question for this video on real life projects. Let's forget the theory. Let's talk about real life projects. Which of these six constraints receive most attention? Is it all about the money every time? Is it all about meeting a certain date every time, regardless of what happens with the quality, regardless of what happens with the resources required for your project? Let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answers. And that is all that we had in this video. Smash that like button if you got value out of it. It helps us stay motivated and create more free content for you. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to PMCLounge.com. In this video, we are looking into the power dynamics in project management. This topic is more useful for your real life project management situations, real life project management environment rather than your PMP exam. So there are different types of powers that are in play when you are managing a project, and we are going to look at all of them. As always, if you're into reading articles, first link in the description is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website, pmclounge.com. So check that out. Second link will be a playlist of all the videos that are part of the basics of project management. So check that out as well. Let's get started. So first of all, you need to understand what power dynamics really is. From PMP point of view, like I said earlier, you should know just the five types of power. This topic, the power dynamics, is not something that is going to be very helpful or super helpful for your PMP exam point of view. But this is definitely something that you should study and understand from real life project management point of view. As far as PMP is concerned, five types of power is all that you need to know. This is a topic under resource management knowledge area, which we have already covered. So third link in the description is going to take you there. So on real life projects, there are actually much more than five types of power that are in play. In fact, I have a book recommendation for you. Fourth link in the description will take you to an Amazon link on that book. It is called 48 Laws of Power, a fantastic book, a classic. You should definitely give it a read if this is a topic that interests you. So the power dynamics within your project team is definitely going to be much more complex than just the five types of power that you will study as part of your PMP exam. All the stakeholders of your project, all of them are going to have their own goals and their own agendas, and the project decisions are influenced by these stakeholders so that these decisions suit their goals and agendas. And this is something that you should know, and this is something that you need to understand. Now, one of the most important ways that can help you declutter your project's situation and understand the position of your stakeholders, that is, what are their goals and agendas, to be able to understand that, you need to identify the type of power that your stakeholders are wielding. And like I said, there are many more types of power, not just the five types of power that you need to know for your PMP exam. So let's take a look at these different types of power that you are definitely going to experience while managing a project in real life. Okay, so let's kick things off with positional power. And this is basically the byproduct of the position or the role that someone is playing. So, for example, your CEO has certain power. The power that your CEO possesses is positional power. So, is there someone in your project who possesses positional power? Just because they are, let's say, a senior director, just because they are a vice president and a key stakeholder in your project, they might have positional power. Next is informational power. And this is the power of knowing stuff that others need. So SMEs, subject matter experts, or let's say really, really good coders also have informational power because everyone wants their time. And this means they are in a position of power, which is informational power. You as a project manager can have positional power. You could be a project manager in a projectized environment where the entire project team reports to you. You definitely have positional power then. You as a project manager could have informational power as well. You are the single most important person in the project. You are the single point of contact for your project for any kind of information. So you might definitely have informational power as well. So try and connect as to what all powers you possess as a project manager on your real life projects, but also try to find out who are the stakeholders in your project that possess these kind of powers. Next is referent power, and this is the power that someone possesses due to their credibility. These people are folks that other people trust. They have credibility. So sometimes referent power also overlaps with personal or charismatic power, which means someone has an influence over you because you like them. A good example here is celebrities. They do ads for cars, they do ads for mobile phones, but the celebrities, they don't have informational power when it comes to mobile phones. A celeb might not be able to technically describe to you how a mobile phone functions or how a car is made, but they definitely have referent power, and that is why you see them in the ads of cars and mobile phones. A quick reminder, if you want to clear your PMP exam in 50 days, you can grab our free study plan over at pmclounge.com/PMP study plan. Hundreds of aspirants have made use of this plan and have cleared their PMP exam. Okay, continuing the different types of power, let's talk about situational power. And what this means is that someone possesses a kind of power that can deal with a specific situation and you need their help with that situation. So let's say a fire breaks out. The firemen have the most power, and everyone present there are going to follow the commands of the firemen because they have situational power. You know, there are escalation managers in several organizations, and they come into play whenever there is an escalation. They know the right people to reach out to. They know the right resources that can be involved to manage the escalation, right? To resolve the issue. And that is situational power. Every time there is an escalation, it is highly likely that the escalation managers are going to take over the entire situation. So that is situational power. Next is relational power. And this is the power that someone possesses just because they know the right people or they know the powerful people in the system. So if you know a politician or someone in authority, others consider you to have relational power. So if you are someone who's, let's say, just a usual project manager, but you are really good friends with the CEO and you play golf with the CEO every Sunday, and others know that, that means you will have relational power. So you need to think of this from your project or organization's point of view, right? Try to understand who are the people in your project that have relational power, and how can you manage them? How can you make use of such power that they possess? All right, have you ever heard of the saying, knowledge is power? That's where expert power comes into the picture. So, this is basically the power that you possess by the virtue of the knowledge that you have. This could be something as simple as the power possessed by the best developer in your project team. So, the best developer in your project team has expert power because he or she is an expert at the job that they are doing, right? Now, this is different from informational power in the sense that someone might have all the information, but they need not necessarily be an expert. For example, someone knows the latest around the project, someone knows the latest news of an organization. They definitely have informational power, but that doesn't really make them an expert in coding. That doesn't really make them an expert in designing, right? So that's the difference between expert power and informational power. Of course, if someone is an expert at something and have a lot of information which is required by the other team or by someone else, then this person, in addition to having expert power, also has a lot of informational power because they possess information that others really need. Next is reward oriented power, and this is when you have influence over others just because you can reward them. So let's say if you have budget to reward $500 bonus to your project team members, then you definitely possess reward oriented power. Okay, moving on. Next is punitive or coercive power. And as the name goes, this is when you have influence over others just because you can punish them. So your influence is limited to being able to punish others. Now, you writing an escalation email to a tester's manager or a coder's manager is an example of punitive or coercive power. Of course, this is something that you should refrain from using. This is something that should be taken in as a last resort. Also, exercising coercive power requires you to be in a one-on-one conversation with the person you want to punish. It should never be done in public and it should be your last resort. Next is ingratiating power. What does this mean? So when someone has influence over you because they tell you how good you are, this is sort of manipulating the other, right? So when you manipulate the other person by letting them know that they are really good, that's where you are making use of ingratiating power. This basically means someone pleases you to gain a favor and you are influenced because you like being pleased. And you see people like these around all the time. There are people who just like to please others so that they can get favors from them. And there are people who like being pleased, so they are manipulated because of ingratiating power in the play. Now, in your project, can you think of people who are making use of this kind of power? And to understand this is what power dynamics is all about. This is why we are discussing this topic, because it is extremely important for you to understand the kind of power your stakeholders are exercising. When you understand that, you will have a better way of dealing with them. Okay, next is guilt based power, and this is also another form of manipulating others to do what you want them to do. So, this is the power that a person exerts by appealing your sense of honor or duty just to get you to do what they want. You would feel guilty if you don't comply, and politicians are a really good example of this. So, think around and look around and try to understand, are there people making use of guilt based power in your project? Next is persuasive power, and this is the power of rational argument. So this is when you are putting the facts on the table and you are making a rational argument. Now, when a person uses rational arguments to change your mind, she is using the power of persuasion, right? So you are basically making use of rational arguments, you are putting in the facts and figures, and you are trying to influence others. That's how you persuade other people. That's how you exercise persuasive power. The project manager needs to be really good at this if she doesn't possess any other powers, as this is one of the best ways to establish influence. You have the facts, you have the figures, you have the information, right? And you put them across so that others do what you want them to do. You are presenting rational arguments to change the minds of others. And this is definitely a power that you as a project manager should possess. Finally, the last one is avoiding power. And have you ever seen parents tell their kids that they are not going to speak to them if they don't finish the homework? This is the power of avoidance. This is making use of avoiding power. And when someone withdraws involvement from a situation just to get the desired behavior, he or she is exercising the power of avoiding. And it is likely that your mom used this in your childhood. That's why I took that example. So here's the question for this video. What type or types of power should a project manager refrain from using at all cost? Let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answers. Again, this is something where your real life project management skills are going to come in handy. All right, I hope you got value out of this video. Smash that like button if you did. It will also help you get notified from YouTube whenever we upload new content. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, and also check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about leadership styles in project management specifically. So this is a topic that is part of your PMP courseware. So this is definitely something that you should know. So we will be talking about 6 different types of leadership styles, as you can see on the screen: transactional, interactional, laissez-faire, transformational, charismatic, and servant leader. As always, if you're into reading articles, first link in the description is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com. So check that out. Also, second link in the description will take you to an entire playlist that contains all the videos around the basics of project management. So two important links, check them out. That being clear, that being said, let's get started. Okay, before we proceed, I'd like to remind you to smash that like button, because it seems like YouTube sends you notifications of our videos only if you like some of them. So smash that like button. It will help you stay notified whenever we upload new content. All right, so for those of you that have read anything about leadership, you already know that leadership is a very broad topic in itself. Project management is also a very broad topic. But as far as your PMP exam is concerned, this video will give you enough knowledge to answer questions related to leadership in your PMP exam. So hang around till the end and you will have everything that you need to know about leadership as far as your PMP exam is concerned. But when it comes to real life project management, I would definitely urge you to know more and read more about leadership, because leadership is a crucial topic when it comes to real life project management. So let's talk about leadership style. Now, all of us, all of us will have a personal leadership style, a style in which we lead other people. And this is something which is innate. All of us will have a style of leadership in us. But as a project manager, you need to adapt to the project environment. What is the project environment like, and how can you lead your project team in that environment? This is something that you as a project manager need to adapt to. Now, what is this project environment? Project environment can comprise of several things. It can include organizational culture. What is the culture of your organization? It can include uncertainties in your project and how your team deals with such uncertainties. If it is a high uncertainty environment, what should be your leadership style, right? So it is going to impact that. The environment of your project also includes interpersonal relationships that your team has within your team, right? What is the interpersonal relationship? What is the chemistry? What is the kind of interpersonal relationship that your project team members exercise? So all these and some more things make up the project environment, and you as a project manager, you as the leader of the project, need to adapt to this project environment, and this is going to define what kind of leadership style you need to employ. So let's look at some of the leadership styles that you need to know as far as your PMP exam is concerned. Number one is transactional, and transactional leadership style is all about having explicit goals for the project team, and everyone needs to work towards accomplishing those explicit goals that you have. So this is pretty transactional, right? It sounds like it. All you have done is you have defined goals explicitly for the project team, and you are making sure that the project team accomplishes those goals. Now, as a transactional leader, you also need to provide course correction. You also need to guide and mentor your project team just in case they are deviating from the goals that you have defined. So that is transactional leadership style. Moving on, the next type of leadership style is interactional. And as the name suggests, this is a dynamic leadership style. It changes based on the situation at hand. Whatever the situation is, you are going to change the way you lead your project team. So in a given situation, if you have a situation, whatever approach that works best will be adopted by the leader. What this means is if you require to if it is required for you to reprimand some of your project team members, you are going to do so. If it requires for you to guide and mentor some of your project team members, you're going to do so. If it requires for you to just serve your project team members and let them, basically remove any kind of impediments from their path, you're going to do so. If it requires for you to step back and let your project team members run the show, you're going to do so. So that is an interactional leadership style where you are dynamic enough to adapt yourself to the way you want to manage or lead your project team. A quick reminder about our community, pmclounge.com/community. This is where you will find experience of those that have already cleared the PMP exam, some of the testimonials that we have received so far, and links to our Facebook and LinkedIn groups that contain people who are passionate about project management, who are PMP aspirants, who have already cleared the PMP exam. So check it out, pmclounge.com/community. All right, moving on. The next type of leadership style is known as laissez-faire. And what this basically means is the leader is hands off. The leader lets the project team members do their own goal setting, and the project team members also take care of the day-to-day leadership requirements. So they don't look at the leader to provide day-to-day leadership. The project team is basically good enough to lead themselves. But a lot of times people consider laissez-faire leadership style as something where the leader does not have to do anything. That is far from the truth. Actually, the leader who is applying the laissez-faire leadership style also need to step in and do any kind of decision making, provide leadership as a last resort. So the project team in itself is good enough to lead, but just in case, as a last resort, when things go south and the project team cannot lead themselves, that's where the laissez-faire leader comes into the picture and makes sure that things are on the right path. So laissez-faire is also a kind of leadership style. If you have been working in a project for a long time and you have senior members in your project team that do not really require day-to-day leadership, that do not really require day-to-day mentoring, you know, laissez-faire is the type of leadership style that you are going to adopt to. Okay, next one is transformational leadership style. And this is all about inspiring your team members so that they can come up with ideal goals, and then you encourage them to change the project environment for the better. So transformational, as the name suggests, it brings about a change. It brings about a change for the better. Now assume you are someone, like I said in the beginning, everyone has a certain leadership style of their own. Now if you are someone who does not like changes, you might not really be a transformational leader. But if the project environment demands you to be a transformational leader, then you as a project manager need to be good enough to transform yourself and become a transformational leader. And that is the reason why it is very important for you to know all these different leadership styles. Transformational leaders, they motivate the project team members to be creative and bring about a positive change. Transformation is all about change. Transformation is all about change for the good, change for the better. All right, so the next type of leadership style is known as charismatic leadership style. And charismatic leaders are typically those that have magnetic personalities and strong convictions. So if you are someone with a magnetic personality, if you are someone with strong convictions, you will innately be a charismatic leader. If it works for your project team, nothing better than that. But if your project team requires for you to be a laissez-faire leader, that's where you need to transform yourself into. But let's talk about charismatic leadership style here. Now, this should not be confused with one of the type of powers that we discussed in one of our previous videos, and I'll share a link in the description below, the third link, which will take you to the different types of power, the power dynamics in your project team. So there we talked about something known as charismatic power, but that was power. This is leadership. And as a charismatic leader, you are required to create a team culture that encourages innovation, and it also aligns the project team with the goals that are based on your strongly held convictions. Remember, you are a leader with strong convictions. And since you have strong convictions, you need to make sure that the goals of your project team are based on these strongly held convictions. Finally, the last type of leadership style is known as a servant leader. And whenever you read about Agile, whenever you think about Agile, this is one of the leadership concepts that is going to show up prominently. Servant leadership. The reason for that is in Agile, as a project manager or as a scrum master or as a leader in Agile environment, your focus will be on removing roadblocks or impediments that the project team face, and you are also going to make sure you're going to serve and help the project team members to achieve their goals. So this type of leadership style basically focuses on serving the project team, and you as a servant leader are also going to create a collaborative team culture, and that is going to be your focus, a team that collaborates together. As a servant leader, that is your number one priority. So those were some of the leadership styles that you need to know as far as PMP exam is concerned. But question for this video, which type of leadership style resonates the most with you? And I'll add a question to it. I'll add a sub question to it. Whatever leadership style that resonates with you, does it fit your project environment, or do you need to adapt yourself and follow a different type of leadership style? Let me know in the comments. I'm definitely looking forward to your answers. And that's all that we had in this video. I hope you got value out of it. If you did, smash that like button and let me know. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you.
Hey, it's me Shoaib here again. Congratulations on completing the first step towards your PMP journey. You now know the fundamentals of project management. We will now get into the next chapter, which is integration management. That is going to be the last chapter for day one. So, let's go.
Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this quick video, we are going over the basics of integration management knowledge area. So first of all, let's take a look at the PGKA mapping. So this is the PGKA mapping. These are all the knowledge areas that you will find in the PMP courseware. And then these are all the process groups that you're going to find. So we are talking about integration management, and you have 7 processes here. Let's zoom in on this to look into the individual processes. So these are the 7 processes of the project integration management knowledge area. You've got develop project charter, develop project management plan. You've got direct and manage project work, and this is a new process introduced in PMBOK 6, manage project knowledge. Then you've got monitor and control project work, perform integrated change control, and you've got close project or phase. By the way, a quick reminder here, if you would rather read about these processes, then watch this video, and we are going to take a very high level look at all of these processes in this video. So if you would rather read it, head over to the first link in the description that is going to take you to that article, the related article. And we have already discussed everything that you need to know about all of these processes. The entire playlist will be available in the description. The second link is going to take you to that playlist as well. Let's move on and look into each of these processes at a high level. But before that, let's talk a bit about integration management. So the first point in integration management is going to be important, and that's the fact that you as a project manager, your key role is to perform integration. You have to bring everything together, and performing integration is the key role that you need to perform as a project manager, right? Now, you'll also realize that the entire knowledge area of integration management, it is about consolidating actions. So you're doing consolidating actions. You're bringing everything together from other knowledge areas as well, right? So this is important to successfully complete the project and meet the objectives of the project. Now, you also need to understand that the integration management knowledge area, everything that you do is going to be high level work. You're not going into the details. You're only performing high level integration work with your consolidating actions. That is all that you're doing in integration management knowledge area. There is one other thing that you would do, and that is dependency management. So you're managing dependencies. There are 10 knowledge areas in the PMP courseware, and you are going to manage the dependencies that they may have with each other as part of the integration management knowledge area. Now, this is the first process of integration management, and that is develop project charter. What you're basically doing is you are creating the document which is known as project charter. Now, what does project charter has? So it is a document that does a few things here. So few very important things, by the way. And the first thing that it does is it formally authorizes the existence of a project, and it provides the project manager with the authority to apply organizational resources to project activities. So if somebody was to come to you and challenge you on using any of the organizational resources, project charter is the document that you would show them, because that document has given you the authority to use the resources for your project. The second process in integration management knowledge area comes in from planning process group, and that is develop project management plan. Now, this is not where you're going to develop the entire project management plan as opposed to the previous project, the develop project charter process where you will develop the entire project charter. But here you are basically putting together the subsidiary plans that are created as part of other knowledge areas. So you have subsidiary plans. Let's say scope management knowledge area is going to have a scope plan, right? The schedule management knowledge area will give you a schedule plan, right? So these subsidiary plans, when you put them together, you will form a comprehensive project management plan. And that is absolutely what you do in the develop project management plan process. A quick reminder before we move ahead to other processes, pmclounge.com/resources is where you can head over to if you're looking for PMP preparation book recommendations. So the next process in the list is direct and manage project work. This is where you do actual project work. And if you look into the definition, this is the process of leading and performing. So you're leading the team because you don't do everything yourself. You cannot code, you cannot test. You're a project manager. You need to lead the team of coders and testers so that they can perform their part of the work. And that is exactly what you do in direct and manage project work. So you lead and you perform the work that is defined in your project management plan, which again is a comprehensive plan that contains several subsidiary plans to achieve the project objectives. So that is what you're doing. You are doing the actual work in direct and manage project work. The next process is manage project knowledge, and this is a new process. This never used to be there as part of PMBOK 5, but has been introduced as part of PMBOK 6. So what do you do here is basically you use the existing knowledge, and you may have existing knowledge from your previous projects or your professional experience. You're using this knowledge and you're also creating new knowledge as part of the current project that you're delivering, right? So you are using these two things. You're using your existing knowledge and you're creating new knowledge. And on the whole, what you're doing as part of this process is you're contributing to the organizational learning. You may do lessons learned, you may update organizational process assets, and that is exactly what you do as part of manage project knowledge process. The next process is monitor and control project work. This is one of the most important tasks for the project manager. If you have managed any project in real life, you do know that you may have weekly team meetings, and that is where you are monitoring the project's progress, right? So that is what you're doing. So this is one of the most important tasks that you as a project manager will do, and that is you need to track the progress of the project, you need to review the progress of the project, and you need to regulate the project's progress because you need to make sure that the milestones are being met. And so you do all that so that you can meet the performance objectives, and these performance objectives are of course defined in the project management plan. So this is the process where all of it is done. Everything that we talked about this is the process where you do all of that. Your weekly team meetings, your any kind of analytics that you use, any kind of numbers that you play with, any kind of reporting that you do, all of that is part of the monitor and control project work. Perform integrated change control again is very important process. This is where you're reviewing all the change requests. You're also approving as part of the change control board, and you're managing changes. So once the change control board approves a change request, you are also managing any changes that needs to happen as part of the project management plan as part of this CR, right? So if the CR introduces any change, you need to make sure that those changes are managed in the project management plan. Those changes are made in the project management plan or the project deliverables or the OPAs or any other project document. So you need to take care of all of this in the integrated change control, a very, very important process on the whole. And again, this process is the heart of integration management, because this is exactly what you are expected to do as part of integration management knowledge area. You're taking care of everything from end to end, right? Any change request, how does it impact the scope? How does it impact the schedule? How does it impact the cost, quality, everything? All of that boils down to a review, which is a part of the integrated change control process. Again, this process is part of the integration management knowledge area, and that is why I say this is the heart of integration management knowledge area. Finally, the last process in the list is close project or phase. So this is where you, as the project manager, you will finalize all the activities across all the project management process groups to formally complete the project or the phase. So there could be a single phase, right? Let's say a phase of design, a phase of coding, a phase of testing. So even when you're closing a phase, you need to finalize all the activities across all the project management process groups, and you formally complete that phase. And you repeat that when the entire project is also done. So that is the part of close project or phase process. So that's all that we had in this video. Hope you enjoyed the video. Do hit the like button if you did so, and subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Also, you can check us out on our social media, facebook.com/pmclounge and twitter.com/pmclounge. Thank you. Hello and welcome to PMPLounge.com, and today we are taking a look at business case. So this is a 101 video on business case, wherein we will deal with the basics of what business case is, and whatever that we discuss here is actually good enough for you from the perspective of the PMP exam. So let's get started. First up, as always, why is this topic important? Why should you study business case? Well, you can expect a question or two around business case in the exam, that is for sure. And this first reason in itself is basically an important enough reason for you to read about business case and understand what it is. And other than that, as we evolve, as the project management evolves, we are seeing throughout the world that more and more PMs are expected to be involved in projects much earlier than the initiation processes. So we are seeing that project managers are now being involved in the conceiving the idea of the product itself. So the project is far off, right? When you're conceiving the idea of the product. But project managers, we are seeing a global trend that the organizations are involving their project managers from very early stages. And even PMBOK 6 is expected to address this, and PMs are expected to be involved in projects much earlier than traditionally they were. So, business case is again a document which is prepared much earlier in the beginning of the project. All right. So let's get down to the basics. What is a business case? So, of course, it is an important component of the project charter. We have already discussed project charter earlier on PMP Lounge, and I'll link to the article and the video in the description below so you can check that out. So, business case in itself is a document. Sometimes it could be just a summary, which is included in the project charter. Summary from the business case document included in the project charter document, that is. But business case in itself is also a document, and it will tell the reader why project is worth all the dollars that are being spent on it. So that is what basically business case is. And it basically highlights the reasons for initiating a project. Why should the company undertake a project? All the reasons are included there. And of course, since it is talking about making decisions, right? It's talking about why the company should pursue a certain project. So it is obviously meant for higher management or some of the big shots. So that's what business case is. It is a document, it is a part of the project charter, and it basically explains why the company should pursue a project. Let's move on. All right, so the next question to address here is why have a business case? So, like I mentioned in the previous slide, this document, the business case document, is basically prepared to get the approval of the decision maker. And that is the reason, that is the purpose why you should have a business case, to get the approval of the decision maker. So the decision maker will go over the business case, and the decision maker could be anyone, right? It could be someone from the higher management, it could be the customer himself, or some other big shot stakeholder. So in order to initiate the project, this decision maker is going to go over the business case document, see if everything is right, and then give her approval to start the project, to initiate the project. And the second point is where the finance is, right? So someone from the higher management, customer, a big shot stakeholder is definitely want to talk in terms of dollars. And that is the reason why return on investment, ROI, is as a rule mentioned in the business case as well. If you're wondering, ROI is basically net profit divided by cost of investment into 100. So whatever the net profit that is expected once the product or the service or whatever the project aims to deliver is out, and how much it is expected to profit the organization, that is the net profit. And what is the cost of investment? What would be the cost of the entire project, cost of delivering the entire project? And it includes all kinds of costs, right? All resources, everything. So whatever the net profit is, that is divided by the cost of investment, it is multiplied by 100, and that figure is your ROI. From PMP perspective, do not expect any questions on what is ROI or anything, but do expect questions on business case. This ROI is just for your information so that you have a better understanding of what ROI is and why it is important to be included in the business case document. Let's move on. Now, who owns the business case? A very important question, right? The answer is the sponsor. Someone who is paying for the project is the sponsor. The sponsor could be someone from within the organization who is paying for the project, and then he aims to sell the product of the project to some other customer and get benefit out of it. So let's say we see this way too often in bigger companies, right? A department pays to another department for a certain project to be delivered, right? So that department who is paying is the sponsor. So the sponsor is the owner of the business case document, but the sponsor is not going to write the business case herself, right? And this will often be delegated to either the project manager or a business analyst. And it's not necessary that only these two people are responsible for writing a business case. Sometimes you will see that suppliers, users, SMEs, external consultants, and other folks, right, are also involved and contribute in writing the business case document. So the ownership of the business case is of the sponsor, but writing the business case is not always the sponsor. In fact, it's rarely the sponsor from my personal experience. All right, and that is all that we had with this video. Hope you enjoyed and understood what business case is. If you like the video, do hit the like button. Hit us on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge for the latest PMIisms, videos, articles, and PM industry news, whatever that we are putting out, you will find it first on our social media handles. Subscribe to this YouTube channel if you haven't already, and always check out the website pmplounge.com for the latest, greatest, and the best PMP resources, project management industry resources out there available for free. Thank you. Hello and welcome to PMCLounge.com. Today we are talking about the benefits management plan, and this is a plan that you need when you cannot depend on fortune cookies. You see, all projects provide certain benefits. Benefits are the reason that these projects actually exist. So, benefits management plan details about these benefits. That is what we are going to discuss in this video. So do watch it till the end. Also, if you're into reading articles rather than watching videos, first link in the description is going to take you to a relevant article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com. So check that out. Also, this topic is part of the integration management knowledge area. So if you want to know all other topics of integration management knowledge area, second link is going to take you to a playlist that contains all the videos of all the concepts of integration management knowledge area. I would quickly like to remind you to hit the like button because that seems to be the only way YouTube notifies you every time we upload a new video. All right, so let's talk about benefits now. All projects offer certain business value. We've talked about business value in the past as well. And I'll share a link. The third link in the description will take you to a video that we did on business value. So all projects offer certain business value. In fact, this business value is the sole reason why the sponsoring organization invests the money required to deliver a project, right? So the sponsoring organization wouldn't take up the project to begin with if there was no business value that the project was delivering. So the business value can be in the form of benefits that are materialized once the project is delivered. So the benefits that you derive out of the project, they are materialized only after the project is complete and it is delivered. So now that we know that the delivery of the project leads to the realization of benefits, how and when will these benefits be delivered? And can these benefits be measured as well? The answer to questions like these is provided by the benefits management plan. That is the reason why you need this plan. Now you might think, okay, when the project is complete, when the project is delivered, that's when you get the benefits, right? But that could not always be correct. That could be wrong. And we will look into examples of such situation in the slides to come. Now, the outcome of a project is basically its benefit. The outcome of a project could be a product, a service, a result, or any other business value. And all these are basically the benefits that the project is providing once it is complete. So the benefits management plan is actually created earlier in the project life cycle because everyone involved in the project need to know the kind of benefits that are expected once the project is complete. And these benefits, like I said earlier, these benefits is the sole reason why a project is taken up. Okay, so let's talk about the contents of the benefits management plan. Now, this is not really a template. Some of the benefits management plan may include all these points that we talk about. Some of the benefits management plan may not. So it totally depends and differs from organization to organization and project to project. But here is a generic view of how the benefits management plan should look like. The first thing is, what are the target benefits out of this project? So this could be tangible or intangible or even both. What is the value that is being delivered as part of this project? Like I said earlier, the value could be in the form of a product, a service, a result, or any other business value that the project delivers. So this is the target benefit of the project, and this should be mentioned in your benefits management plan. Remember, we are talking about the contents of the benefits management plan. What exactly is included in this document known as benefits management plan? Target benefits is one thing. The next thing is strategic alignment. So how is your project aligned with the business strategies and goals of the organization? The benefits that your project is going to provide, right, once it is complete, how are those benefits aligned with the overall business strategies and goals of your organization? That is also mentioned and defined in the benefits management plan document. Okay, moving on. Time frame for realizing benefits. And this is something that I talked about a couple of slides earlier, where I said that it is not necessary that the benefits are realized as soon as your project is complete. So the benefits might actually not be realized immediately after you deliver the project. In fact, there could be short-term benefits, there could be long-term benefits, and some benefits could be delivered in phases. And these benefits may span over the course of several projects. So let's say there is a certain benefit that requires three different projects, not just one. So the benefit may span through different projects as well. Here is an example. Construction of a factory is a project that has long-term benefits for the organization. Once the factory is constructed by you and you hand over the keys to the owner of the factory, does the owner get the benefits from day one? Of course, they are going to use that facility, but financially, the profitability that they are going to recover or earn from that factory is going to take a long time. So the benefits as a result of this project, as a result of the construction of a factory project, are actually long term. A quick reminder here, if you like our free services, do head over to pmclounge.com/contribute and make a contribution. We'll be definitely grateful to you. Okay, let's continue our discussion on the contents of the benefits management plan. What else will you find in this document? The next item you will find is benefits owner. And this is the person who is responsible for monitoring, recording, and reporting the realized benefits throughout the benefits realization time frame. Now, we've already talked about how it is not necessary that you realize the benefits of the project, or the benefits of the project are delivered as soon as the project is complete, right? There could be a long time frame, and during this time frame you realize the benefits, or you receive the benefits from the project that you have delivered. So you need a person, you need someone to take up the responsibility to monitor, record, report the benefits that are being realized in this time frame. In the industry, this role is gradually falling in the kitty of the project manager. So benefits owner is the person. The name of this person will be mentioned in this document known as benefits management plan, and he or she is going to be your point of contact if you want to know what are the benefits that your project, which is already complete, has delivered till date. Okay, so the next thing that you will find in this document is metrics. Now, when you go to the benefits owner and ask about the kind of benefits that the project has delivered, the benefits owner need to give you an answer in certain unit, right? He or she cannot just say that, okay, the benefits from this project is 4. For what? So the metrics is the answer to this riddle. Metrics is basically measurement, the unit that is used to measure the benefits that will be derived out of the project. So whatever you do to measure the project benefits, that is metrics. Now here's an example. The factory construction project would have certain long-term financial benefits. So the financial value can be a metric here. What are the savings that the sponsoring organization derived by constructing a factory of their own? Right? Those financial figures could basically be the metrics which is used to measure the benefits derived from a project. So metrics is also defined in this document. Finally, the last two things that you will typically see in this document are assumptions and risks. Any assumptions made for the realization of benefits come under assumptions, and then there's risks, which means any foreseeable risks for the realization of benefits. So these two are also part of the benefits management plan. Let's take an example. Let's say you are doing a project where you are constructing a hotel, and you're going to take 1 year's time to complete the construction of the hotel. Your project is going to be done in 1 year. You're done with the project in a year. You have delivered the project successfully. But now comes the part of benefits realization. The assumption here is that the current travel restrictions are going to go away and people are going to travel and they are going to stay and eat and spend their leisurely time in your hotel. That's the assumption towards benefits, towards realization of benefits that you have made for your project. The risk is that the travel restrictions do not go away, situation worsens, and then your project will be successfully completed, but the realization of benefits, the benefits realization is not going to happen because you won't have tourists coming in to your hotel. So assumptions and risks are also important points that you should note in the benefits management plan document. Okay, last few pointers before we wrap this video up. The development of benefits management plan. This document is not a one-time activity. So you don't just create this document in the beginning and be done with it. This document, the creation of this document is actually iterative in nature. This document requires updates. This document requires maintenance throughout the life of the project, by the way. Now this document, it actually complements other higher level documents like the business case, the project charter, and even the project management plan. So it is extremely important that the benefits management plan, this document, remains aligned with the other complementary documents throughout the life of the project. Your business case cannot say something drastically different than what your benefits management plan says about your project. So these are complementary documents and they should remain aligned throughout the life of the project. Okay, question for this video. Can you think of any intangible benefits that a project can deliver? We talked about how there are tangible and intangible benefits that can be derived from the project. So can you think of any intangible benefits that a project can deliver? Let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answers. All right, so that's all that we had in this video. I hope you got value out of it. I hope you were able to understand what this document is all about. Smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your #1 free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, we are talking about the develop project charter process. Now, a lot of things that you're going to see being referenced in this video are concepts and topics that we have already talked about. So everything that is being referenced in this video will be linked in the description below. So check that out. Also, if you're into reading articles, first link in the description is going to take you to a relevant article on this topic over at our official website, pmclounge.com. So do check that out. Also, this process is part of the integration management knowledge area. So if you want to go over other videos in this knowledge area, check out the second link in the description below, as it is the playlist of all the videos of integration management knowledge area. Okay, before we start, I'd request you to like this video. That is the only way YouTube is going to notify you every time we upload new videos. So hit that like button. Okay, let's talk about develop project charter. This is actually the first process in the entire process group knowledge area mapping, also known as the PGKA mapping. Your PMP courseware has several processes. This is the first one. So here is the PGKA mapping that I was referencing. Integration management is the knowledge area. The process group is initiating process group, and develop project charter. This is the process that we are talking about today. This knowledge area, integration management knowledge area, has other processes as well, and we have actually touched upon all of these in our previous videos as well. It was just that we never covered develop project charter process earlier. We talked about project charter and we talked about a lot of things that you are going to see in this video, but never this process. So that is why I'm creating this video. So what is this process all about? What does it do? As the name suggests, this is where you create the project charter, and project charter is a formal document which is created in this process. Now, this document, it formally authorizes the existence of the project and it assigns a project manager. If you are the project manager, your name will actually be mentioned in the project charter document. The project charter document is going to clearly state that you are going to be the project manager, right? So and so is the project manager for this project. So it is via this project charter that you as a project manager obtain the authority to make use of organizational resources for your project activities. So these resources are your team resources. These resources are even the physical resources that you need for the project. Now, let's say you are working in a matrix environment. People don't really report to you. They have their own functional managers and they report to their functional managers. If you go to a functional manager and you ask for two developers for your project, and you go to a test manager and ask for two testers for your project, they might as well say, well, who are you and what project is this all about? That's where you need to show them the project charter. Most likely, if the project charter is baseline, the test manager, the functional manager, all other functional managers, the development managers, they're already aware of this project. They're already aware that you are the project manager. And that is the important of the project charter. So once it is formally baseline, all key stakeholders already know that there is this project and this guy is going to be the project manager for it. So when you go and ask for resources, be it team resources, be it physical resources, they already know the existence of the project. They already know that you are the project manager and they are going to assign those resources to you. So that is the important of a project charter. If somebody does not know that a project exists, if somebody does not know that you are the project manager, you can always ask them to refer to the project charter, because that is the document that formally authorizes you to make use of organizational resources. All right, let's talk about the formal definition of this process. A bit of a repetition, but this is the process of developing a document that formally authorizes the existence of a project and provides project manager with the authority to apply organizational resources, be it team resources or physical resources, to project activities. Like I said, something that we have already discussed, a bit of a repetition, but this is the formal definition for this process of developing the project charter. A quick reminder, do check out the playlist section of our YouTube channel, that is youtube.com/PMC Lounge/playlist. This is where the gold is. This is where you will find all the videos of individual knowledge areas and individual topics cleanly distributed. So check it out. An important point to note here is that the document project charter is actually the link between the project and the strategic objectives of the organization. It should be noted that a project is always part of the larger picture. The larger picture is the strategic objectives of the organization. A project is not just a set of activities which is performed in a standalone or in a silo environment. It always represents a piece of the larger picture. It always represents the strategic objectives and strategic directions and goals of the organization, right? So that is the reason why projects are taken up. Nobody is going to invest large sum of money on a project that has nothing to do with the organization's strategic objectives. Another thing is the inputs, tools and techniques and outputs. And I always say this, PMP exam is not a test of memorization. You don't have to memorize all the inputs, tools and techniques and outputs of all the process, and that is not something that I even cover for most of the processes. I'm going to cover it here because this is the first process in the PMP courseware, and the other thing is we have already covered all these inputs, tools and techniques and outputs in separate videos. So I will share a link to all these videos in the description below so you can check that out. With that being clear, that being said, let's look into the inputs, tools and techniques and output. So the inputs are business documents, namely business case and benefits management plan. We've already discussed these two, but just for the sake of this video, business case, it justifies why the company is doing a project. Benefits management plan may also be referred to in the creation of the project charter. It talks about the benefits that a project is going to offer, be it short term, be it long term, be it over the course of multiple projects. Agreements, these are basically documents about everything that you have agreed to so far. So far, when you are creating your project charter, what are the things that you have agreed to? Be it with your key stakeholders, be it with your external customer, be it with your vendors, anything that has been agreed upon, right? Any MOUs that have been signed, all those are referred to when you are creating your project charter. These are inputs to your project charter. These agreements could be internal or external as well. Then you have EEF and OPA. Both of these we have discussed in separate videos, so I'll share the link in the description below. Okay, what are the tools and techniques? These are again stuff that we have already discussed. Expert judgment, data gathering, it involves brainstorming, focus groups, interviews, interpersonal and team skills, meetings. These are the tools and techniques of this process. Expert judgment, you basically have experts, they look into what's happening in your project and they give you an advice. You've got data gathering. This is where you work with different key stakeholders, you brainstorm on what should be the content of the project charter. You have got focus groups, you interview people, then you have interpersonal and team skills, basically your communication skills, your soft skills, your negotiation skills. All those skills are used in the creation of the project charter. Okay, so what are the outputs of this process? No points for guessing. The first thing is the project charter. And the second thing is assumption log. Now, when you're creating the project charter, you need to keep track of all the assumptions that you're making. And there will be a ton of assumptions, to be frank, because right now the project work hasn't even begun. Everything is at a very high level. Everything that is being discussed about the project is at a very high level, and that is why you will have a lot of assumptions. So just to make sure that these assumptions are documented somewhere, you make use of a document called assumption log. So these assumptions are going to help the team understand what was considered when the project was approved. So 6 months down the line in the project, if you are confused about something, you might want to check the assumption log. What was assumed when the project charter was being created? So that is why documenting the assumptions is actually critical. Question for this video: what can go wrong if you don't create a project charter? I know many project managers out there are delivering projects, but they do not even have a project charter. So if you don't create a project charter to begin with, what can go wrong in your project? Definitely looking forward to your answers. Let me know in the comments below. That's all that we had in this video. I hope you got value out of it. I hope you were able to understand what develop project charter process is all about. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome to this quick video on Project Charter. Always we start this video by telling you why is this topic important? Why do you need to study project charters? Well, it's an important topic for the exam. So in your exam, you can expect certain amount of questions on the topic project charter. And the other thing is this document, this very document is the one that authorizes a project manager. Let's move on. So in terms of definition from PMP perspective, it is a formal document that authorizes the start of a project, and it also authorizes the project manager as previously mentioned. Now, it is this very document that names and appoints the project managers. It also contains a summary budget, project timeline, and key assumptions and constraints the project is expected to face. So this document is a very high level document. It is basically formulated at the start of the project, at the very beginning, and that is why all high level details are present in the project charter. So like I mentioned, since this is a document which is formulated at the start of the project, at the very beginning, who exactly is writing this project charter? Because it is quite possible that a project manager is not assigned, and even if the project manager is assigned, it is quite possible that the project team is not assigned. However, this may not always be true. So the question remains, who writes the project charter? Following are a few stakeholders that may write the project charter or help in writing up the project charter. The management of the organization, the customer, the sponsor. Now, customer and sponsor could be same, could be different. The project initiator, and of course, don't be surprised, but if a project manager is assigned and the project team is assigned, these folks will also help in writing up the project charter. And that's all with this video. Do like, share, subscribe, and comment, and check out the website pmplounge.com for more such informational videos and articles. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to pmplounge.com, and today we are discussing the top 5 basics to know about project charter. We have already discussed about project charter in detail, and I will link to that video as well as the article in the description below, so do go over it. In this video we are only discussing the basics to know about project charter and just the top 5 of them. So let's get started. Why is this important? Why should you watch this video? Well, the project charter is an important topic from exam perspective. You can definitely expect questions on project charter, and if you know the basics, you will be able to answer some of the direct questions in the exam, like what is the first activity that is done on a project, that what is the first process in the project management processes. So it's of course developing a project charter. So if you know about such basics, you will be able to answer certain direct questions. There could be indirect questions, or bigger questions which have caselets to them, and you can actually answer those as well if you have your basics clear. So that is why this is important. Let's get started with the top 5 things. Number 1, programs and portfolios have charters too. So although you might have read only about the project charter, but you need to understand that programs as well as portfolios also have charters, and they are also just like a project charter, provide a very high level information about the program or the portfolio, whichever charter it is. All right, and developing a project charter is one of the first few things that's done on a project. Like I mentioned in the previous slide, right? The first few things that you do when you're taking up a project or working or starting to work on a project is develop a project charter. It is, of course, the first process in uh, the process group and knowledge area matrix, which has 47 processes. The first one is, of course, develop project charter. Project charter authorizes the project manager to the work. So there is actually a section in the project charter which basically names the project manager who is going to be the project manager. Your name, if you're the project manager, will be clearly mentioned there. So if your name is not there and you have a project team already and they go over the project charter, they might come up and question you how come you are leading the project when you are not the project manager listed in the project charter. So the authority that you have over the project team will come only from the project charter when your name is mentioned in the project charter. In fact, some of the charters also go up to the extent of mentioning the kind of authority the project manager will have over the project team in the project charter itself. All right, moving on. The project manager may or may not be involved in developing the project charter. So of course, a project manager some of the times could be involved in writing up the project charter with along with other stakeholders like a business analyst, a sponsor, the SMEs, external consultants, etc. But some of the times project manager might just be handed over the project charter from the sponsor. The sponsor is of course someone who's paying for the project. And lastly, it is important to know that Project Charter is not a detailed document and it should not require frequent updates as we proceed in the project. So, if you want to construct a building, that is your project. The Project Charter will simply state that the aim of this project is to construct a 50-story building. It will not go into the specifics of the kind of material that is going to be used, or how many elevators the building will have, or detailed requirements will not be mentioned in the project charter. So as we proceed in the project, if your plan changes from 200 elevators to, let's say, 150 elevators, it does not impact the project charter because project charter simply states a 50-story building. It doesn't get into the specifics. Of course, this will come in later as part of the requirements document. So that's all that we had. Do check us out on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge. Hit the like button if you like this video and consider subscribing to this YouTube channel. We talk about PMP. We help you with the PMP concepts and the PMP exam. And we also discuss project management industry news and what's going on and whatnot. So you can consider subscribing to this channel. As always, check out the website pmplounge.com for the latest, greatest, and the best project management articles and videos available for free out there. Thank you. Hi, and welcome to pmplounge.com. Today we are going over the elements of the project charter. So we have covered project charter earlier as well here on PMP Lounge, and we have basically covered what is a project charter. We have covered some of the basics that you must know about the project charter. And today we are kind of covering the certain elements that each project charter has. So project charter, of course, is a document, and these are the items that you will find in almost every single project charter out there. So let's get started. First up, as always, why is this important? Well, the chances are that you might work on preparing a project charter. So if you're a project manager, or if you aim to be one, and you're obviously doing your PMP, a PMP certified project manager is expected to be involved in writing the project charter. So if your organization wants you to, if your department wants you to write a project charter, you should know what actually goes in it, right? So that you can be helpful with your team to write it up. So, if you're a project manager, like I said, chances are that you might be preparing one. But then You're watching this video because you want to clear your PMP exam. So of course, this is also going to help you in your PMP exam, because there could be certain questions wherein you might be asked to differentiate between a project management plan and a project charter. So it's possible that you might not be asked that explicitly, but there could be a certain question which talks about a certain concept, let's say the project schedule, a detailed project schedule, and it asks you where would you find a detailed project schedule. One of the option is the project charter, the other option is a project management plan. Where would you find it? So to differentiate between the project charter and project management plan, to be able to answer that question, you should basically have the understanding of what differentiates a project charter from a project management plan. So this watching this video is obviously going to help you develop the understanding to be able to differentiate between the two. And above all, this is going to create a deeper understanding of the subject, which is always our aim here at PMP Lounge, to be able to provide you real life examples, to be able to provide you deeper knowledge, and to be able to give you the materials which will help you create a deeper understanding of the project management ocean. All right. So the first thing that goes in the project charter is the project description, which is basically a very high level purpose of the project. So the high level goals, the aim of the project, the high level, not the detailed one, the high level is what is basically that goes into the project description. So we are not talking about the intricacies of the solution here. We are not talking about the solutioning here. So if let's say a project is, let's say you are a project manager and the project is to basically construct a 50 floor building, the project charter will simply mention that this project aims to construct a 50 floor building. It is not going to be talking about the solutioning. It is not going to mention what kind of, let's say, mortar you're going to use, what kind of machinery you would need, what kind of resources you would need. So it is a very high level description of the project. It doesn't talk about the intricacies of the solutioning, basically. All right, moving on. The second is the project requirement. So again, this is again a very high level requirements. This is not, getting into the solutioning. This is not getting into the complexity involved in achieving the project. So it is a very high level product or the service that the project aims to deliver. So the project aims to deliver a 50-story building. That's it. That is one of the requirements. Again, high level requirement could also mean that the client wants to have at least 10 lifts in the building, right? So that is again another high level requirement of the project. So this also include anything that you may know about the product or the service that the customer, sponsor, or other stakeholders are expecting to achieve from the project. So like I mentioned, 50-story building is the project. You also know from the client that they want to have 10 lifts, at least 10 lifts in that building. So that goes in the project requirements. That does not go into the project description, it goes into the project requirements. So the high level requirements that you have from the customer, the sponsor, other stakeholders, all of them go in the project requirements section of the project charter. By the way, if you are lost by now, we are talking about the project charter document and we are discussing the elements of that project charter document. So this is the same project charter document. The first thing you would see in that document is the project description. The second thing you're seeing in that document is project requirements. Of course, different organizations will have different ways of creating project charter, but like I said, these elements that we are discussing here are almost common across all industries, across all project charters. All right, moving on to number 3. which is assigned project manager. So we have read about Project Charter earlier as well. We have made videos on Project Charter here at PMP Lounge, and I'll link to them in the description if you haven't checked them out yet. But we know that Project Charter authorizes the project manager. So what does that mean? Well, that means there is a section in the project charter which mentions the assigned project manager, the name of the project manager, or it is also possible that the organization, the team, or the department which will be responsible for project management or assigning a project manager is named in the project charter. So project charter clearly either has your name or the name of your department or your organization or your team, and that is what basically authorizing a project manager means. So when we say that the project charter authorizes a project manager, we are talking about this section of the project charter which talks about the assigned project manager. And wait, that's not it as well. Because a project charter may also define the specific level of authority or decision making power that the project manager will have during the course of the project. So this again a very high level of description of the kind of authority you can expect in the project. So let's talk about our 50-story building construction project. It may say that the project manager has the authority to spend 10 US dollars without requiring anyone's consultation or approval. So that is a kind of authority that project manager might have. And it's not just about, making expenses. It could be about anything else, right? The project manager might have the authority to hire up to 20 resources, to fire up to 10 resources without being answerable to anyone. So those are the kind of, the authorities that a project manager might enjoy, and certain project charters are very explicit in easily and clearly pointing them out as well. A schedule summary is the next thing in our list, and this of course is the high level schedule, and it may not always indicate a specific date. So in our 50-story construction building project, it is quite possible that the project charter does not have a specific date by when the construction should be complete, or by when the procurement should be done, or by when the plan for the building should be ready. It's quite possible that the project charter doesn't have those exact dates. By 15th of July the procurement should be complete. It's possible that project charter does not have that kind of date, but at the same time, the project charter may mention these dates in terms of months or quarters. So instead of 15th of July 2017, the project charter might say July 2017 is when the it is expected that the procurement would complete, or it may also say somewhere in third quarter of 2017 is when the procurement is expected to complete. So that is possible. It is possible that the project charter doesn't have specific dates, but again, project charter might have specific dates as well. Okay, so don't be surprised if you get a project charter which has specific dates about everything, and not the high level, month or the quarter dates. Most of the project charters, although, will almost always have a go live date, a specific go live date. So your 50-story construction of the building project may have a specific go live date of, let's say, 1st of August 2018. So that is a specific date where the customer, the client, the important stakeholders want you to complete your project. So it is quite possible that the project charter may not have specific dates for every milestone, but again, it is most likely that a specific date will almost always be available for when the people When I say people, I mean the stakeholders, the client, the customer, the sponsor. They expect you to complete the project. All right. Moving on to number 5, which is the business case, and this is the last thing that we are covering in this video. So what exactly is a business case? Business case is basically the reason why the company has decided to pursue the project. So at a very high level, not detailed, it doesn't go into detail. Like I said, I'm using the word high level in everything that we have discussed here. That's because a project charter in itself is a very high level document. The intent of the project charter is that throughout the course of the project, if something changes, if the requirements change, if you are going to be painting the walls, the internal walls of the building from, let's say, gray to white, your project management plan might change, but your project charter essentially remains the same. So the intent of the project charter is that throughout the course of the project charter will remain the same. The project charter doesn't change, and that is why the all that you see in the project charter are very high level details of the project. Very high level. They are not going into the low level details, the most detailed description of everything. That is not available in the project charter. Everything is very high level. So when we talk about business case, it is a very high level description of why the company has decided to pursue this project, why the company is actually doing this project, a high level description of that. And you may ask, okay, so why exactly is the company building a 50-story building? So that is because you can see the terms like return on investment, ROI, the key performance indicators, KPI, etc., which will help the stakeholders, the client, the sponsors to be able to make their decision of spending the money required for construction of the 50-story building. So let's say in your 50-story building construction project, the business case might include that this is going to be a residential building, and this is going to be the tallest residential building in the city. And since this is one of the prime locations, they expect to sell all the units in the building by in the next 1 year. And then the ROI is, let's say, 25%. So they expect to, if they are going to spend, let's say, 1 million US dollars, they expect to earn 1.25 million dollars from this project. So that is the ROI. So those are the kind of details, again, a high level detail that you can see in the project charter, and that is going to help the sponsor, the stakeholders, or anyone who is reading the project charter understand why exactly the company has decided to pursue this project. And that's all that we had. Hope you like this video about the elements that go into the project charter. If you like this video, do hit the like button. You can join us on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge for the latest updates that we timely put out. You will not lose on them. Of course, you can subscribe to this YouTube channel to make sure you don't miss any of our videos. As always, check out the website pmplounge.com for the latest and the best free articles on project management available out there. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmzlounge.com. Today we are talking about the develop project management plan process. This is the second process in your PMP course, where of course it is part of the integration management knowledge area itself. Let's try to understand what this process is all about. As always, if you're into reading articles, first link in the description is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com, so you can check that out. Also, second link is going to be an entire playlist of every single video that we have done on integration management knowledge area. So two important links, check them out whenever you feel like. For now, let's get started and understand the process known as Develop Project Management Plan. A quick reminder to like this video because that seems to be the only way YouTube is going to let you know every time we upload a new video. Okay, so let's talk about the process. Develop project management plan. Now, like I said, this is the second process in your PMP courseware. The first one was develop project charter. And once you're done with the project charter, the next step is to create the project management plan. This is the PGKA mapping. So we've already talked about develop project charter. The second link in the description, that is a playlist of all the videos that we have done on integration management knowledge area, that is going to basically have all the videos covering all these processes. Right now we are talking about develop project management plan process, which falls in the planning process group. So a good question to start this topic with is to understand the basic difference between project charter and project management plan. We've already talked about project charter, second link in the description. Do check that playlist out. In fact, I will drop another link, third link in the description, that is going to take you directly to the video on project charter, the develop project charter process. So the difference between the two is that project charter is a document that you create once while initiating the project. So this is something that is created only once, and project charter is a very high level document. It does not change too often. In fact, it is very rare that during the course of the project charter gets changed. But the project management plan is not something that you create only once. It gets developed throughout the planning process. So there are several planning processes that you're going to study in your PMP courseware, and the project management plan gets developed throughout the planning processes. It is not a one-time deal. It is different from project charter in that sense. It is likely that this process, the develop project management plan process, is performed at multiple predefined points in the project. You cannot just do the develop project management plan process once in the beginning, just like you do the develop project charter process. You cannot do that with project management plan because this is a process that is performed at multiple intervals during the course of your project. A very important point to understand about the develop project management plan process is the fact that all the project related information is basically gathered and organized in one place. This is something that you do as part of the develop project management plan process. You basically collate all the different plans from all the different planning processes, and you collect all those plans and you organize those plans in one place. That way, all the information is handy for the entire project team. So the intent here is that as a developer or a coder or a tester or anyone for that matter in your project team, they should be able to look at the project management plan and they should be able to tell where the project currently is and what should be the future course of action as part of the project. So that's the whole intent of creating the project management plan. If you are looking for some practice questions for your PMP exam, you can head over to pmclounge.com/PMP practice questions. That's where we have all the questions divided by the respective knowledge areas, and all of that is absolutely free. So let's talk about the formal definition of the develop project management plan process. The process of defining, preparing, and coordinating all plan components and consolidating them into an integrated project management plan. That is what you do in the develop project management plan process. I'd like to repeat here. The process of defining, preparing, and coordinating all plan components, and these plan components are nothing but the elements of the project management plan, something that we have already discussed. In fact, fourth link in the description will be a video that we talked about, where we basically talked about the elements of the project management plan. So all these plan components or the elements of the project management plan or the subsidiary plans, these are basically part of the project management plan, and you consolidate them, all these plans, into an integrated project management plan. That's what you're doing as part of this process. We can now look into the inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs of this process, but I would like to remind you that PMP exam is not a test of your memory. You need not memorize all the inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs in order to clear the PMP exam. And that's something I like to remind every time we discuss inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs. And typically, we don't even discuss them because these are not as important as the understanding of project management concepts is for your PMP exam. Nonetheless, for this video, we are looking into the inputs. So the inputs are project charter, outputs from some other processes, which are basically the plans that are outputs from different processes, something that we talked about in the previous slide as well. The subsidiary plans, that is what we are referring to when we say the outputs from other processes. We have discussed them in the elements of the project management plan video, so that is something which is linked in the description below. EEF and OPA are, of course, two major inputs in most of the processes that you are going to come across. We have already discussed them. These videos are linked in the playlist, the second link in the description below. Let's talk about the tools and techniques that are used in this process. So it includes expert judgment, it includes data gathering techniques like brainstorming, checklists, focus groups, interviews, interpersonal and team skills, meetings. So all these are the tools and techniques that are used as part of this process. We have already discussed them, and the separate videos on these tools and techniques will be available in the description below as well. So do check them out. Let's talk about the outputs of this process, or shall I say the only output of this process, which is the project management plan. And we have talked about project management plan in detail in several other videos, which of course will be linked in the description below. Videos like the overview of the project management plan. We've talked about the top 5 basics that you should know about the project management plan. And we've also discussed the elements of the project management plan, which are basically the sub plans or the subsidiary plans that are outputs of other planning processes. So we've already talked in detail what project management plan is, and that is the sole output of the developed project management plan process. Question for this video: which document changes more often, project charter or project management plan, and why? Now, I answered this question in the beginning itself, but I would definitely like to know your reasoning for your answer. If you say that project management plan is the document that changes more often, then why does it change more often? Definitely looking forward to your answers. Do drop them in the comments below. So that is all that we had in this video. Do hit the like button if you got value out of it, if you learned something new. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified every time we upload new content. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmplounge.com. Today we are going over the project management plan. To be more precise, we are only taking an overview of the project management plan. So what is it? Why is it important? When does this come into the picture? How is it different from the project charter? Let's try to find that out. So as always, why is this important, you may ask, but I may ask another question to you in return, and that is, why is this not important? The name itself says it is a project management plan. You, as a project manager, you, as a project management professional certified project manager, can you guess how important project management plan would be. How important something that sounds like project management plan, how important that would be. So of course it is important. The point is, this is actually developing the project management plan is actually one of the most important jobs of a project manager. So now I hope you could make out how important project management plan is. So developing a project management plan, it fits into the planning process group and the integration management knowledge area. So in the integration management knowledge area, the first thing in the initiating process group, that is where we develop a project charter. In the planning process group is where we are creating the project management plan. So the basic understanding that you could get from here is that when you're at a stage preparing the project management plan, you already have a project charter with you. And that is actually the minimum that you can expect, because these processes in the PGKA mapping, the process group knowledge area mapping, these processes are not, sequentially arranged processes. Some processes could happen earlier, some processes could happen throughout, some processes could happen later. So it is not necessary that these processes are sequentially arranged. But when we talk about project management plan, it is quite clear that the project charter is already prepared before we deep dive into creating a project management plan. So what is it basically? It is a collection of all the information about the project. Now this could sound a bit tricky, right? How can all the information of the project be at a single place? How do you collect all of this? What exactly is a project management plan? And we'll go over it in the in later on in this video, so you'll get a better idea of what we are talking about and what do we mean when we say that a project management plan is essentially a collection of the entire information about the project. I think a correction here could be that all of the planning information of the project is available in the project management plan. That would be more precise, and I feel that would be more correct. Anyways, moving on. So the project management plan acts as a single point of reference for everything related to the project. So since it's a plan, everything that has to go through in the project, everything that will happen throughout the course of the project, you can expect that it is available in the project management plan. So let's say you're working on a project and let's say a risk comes up. Your first point of checking what to do would be the project management plan, because there would be a risk management plan which would define what you need to do when a risk comes up. And it is also possible that that this risk was already planned for. So there are already mitigation steps available in the risk management plan of what you need to do when a risk like that comes up. Let's say you're working on the project and a change comes up. There's a change in the requirement. You're already coding for it. So what do you do? Well, again, you check the project management plan, because there would be a change management plan within the project management plan, which will define what you need to do as a project manager when a change shows up. So that's why it is a single point of reference for everything related to the project, because everything that has been planned for the project will be present in the project management plan. All right, let's move on. So why have a project management plan? So this is quite similar to how you need a plan when you are building a house. And this is one analogy that a lot of mentors that you will find, a lot of mentors that you will find in project management, who would give you when you ask them why should you have a project management plan. So, well, when you're constructing a house for yourself, you need a plan, right? You have everything on paper already before laying the the first stone for that house, before starting the digging up work, everything is absolutely ready. You have the plan, you have the interiors done, interior planning done, that is. You've already thought about what color would go on the walls of your house, what color would go on in which room would have certain kind of wallpapers, which room would have what kind of interior designing, you have all of that figured out already. You have the electricity, the water supply, everything figured out already before even laying the first stone for your project, for your house, that is. So, this is quite similar to how you manage a project. Everything that you will be doing as part of the project, right from initiation to closing, the coding, the testing, the designing, everything is planned as part of the project management plan. So, just like before building a house, you have planned everything out already before even starting the work, it's the same thing that applies to a project management plan, which means before even starting the project, before even starting the actual work on the project, you have everything planned out clearly. So that is the importance of the project management plan, and that is why you must have a project management plan. Because let's say you want to construct a house, would you start doing it from tomorrow without any planning, without looking at the costs, without looking at the kind of house you're building, without deciding upon the colors or the electricity or water fittings and all, without even considering the kind of uh, the kind of resources that you would need? So you need all of that to be planned, right, before you can start your construction of the house. And it's similar to the project as well. It's similar when it comes to project, because you need a plan before you can start a project. So one of the key points to note here is that nothing is executed while you're developing a project management plan. So no actual work is done when it comes to project management plan. Everything is only planned. It is a project management plan. It is not the project management execution or the project execution. No. So no actual work, no groundwork is done when it comes to developing a project management plan. Only the planning is done. So how does the project management plan actually look? Is it a software? Is it a website? Well, it is a single document. So there is one document which contains everything. And now you may be wondering, how can one document contain every single damn thing that is going to happen on the project? I talked about risks, I talked about change, I mentioned resources. How can all of that be a part of the single document? Well, I have the answer for you, because this is extremely exhaustive. This document is very, very exhaustive. And that is the reason why there are subsidiary plans which basically combine to form a project management plan. So, in the beginning, I mentioned that project management plan is a collection, right? So, it is a collection of these subsidiary plans. Subsidiary plans is what constitutes a project management plan. So it is although a single document, but it contains these subsidiary plans, which in themselves could be single documents. And this collection of the document is known as the project management plan. Now, each knowledge area will typically have a subsidiary plan, and all of these knowledge area subsidiary plans together form the project management plan. So, you know what the knowledge areas are. You can quite now make out what all goes into forming up a project management plan. All right, so that is all that we had in this video. Hope you had a good overview and a good basic understanding of what a project management plan really is. Follow us on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge for the latest updates that we Keep on posting on our social media and sharing on our social media. These will be helpful in your PMP exam as well as being abreast with the project management industry. Like this video if you liked it, and subscribe to this channel if you haven't done so already. And check out the website pmplounge.com for the latest, the best free project management related articles that will help you in your PMP exam as well as project management industry news. So you can check out the website pmplounge.com for all of that. Thank you. Hi and welcome to PMPLounge.com. Today we are going over the top 5 basics that you must know about the project management plan. Now we have already covered project charter in detail. We have also covered the basics that you must know about project charter. So do check that video out. I'll link to it in the description. In addition to that, we have also covered an overview of the project management plan. And today we are just taking a look at the 5 things that we think you must know about the project management plan. But I'd highly suggest that you go over and understand and watch the video of the overview of the project management plan so that it'll be easier to understand the stuff that we are discussing in this video. All right, let's get started. So diving right into it, the number one thing that you must, a basic that you must know about the project management plan is that the develop project management plan process has only one output, which is the project management plan. So there is a process by the name develop project management plan, which is one of the 47 processes that are included in the PMBOK 5. Let me give you a look at that as well. So this is the PGKA mapping, process groups and knowledge area mapping. And as you can see, in planning process group, you have develop project management plan under the project integration management knowledge area, basically. So that is a process, and the only output on this process is the project management plan. So that's one thing that you should know, a basic that you should know about the project management plan. Let's move on. So the project management plan is all about number one, planning for the possible problems that may occur during the course of the project. So it's a plan, right? What are you planning? You're planning for all the possible problems. And not just that, you are also making sure that you have all the information that you need to correct those problems if or when they occur. So, not just you're planning for the problems that may occur, you also are kind of gathering the information that is going to be helpful for you to correct those problems when or if they occur. So that is what project management plan is all about. Number 3 is that the project management plan can be a single document or a collection of documents known as subsidiary plans. So a project management plan could be a very exhaustive one document only, or could be a folder which contains all these subsidiary plans. Now, what are these subsidiary plans? So basically, each knowledge area has a subsidiary plan which talks about, again, back to the previous slide where we talked about what project management plan does. It basically is a a plan for the problems that may occur and all the information that you need to resolve those problems. So each knowledge area, every problem that may occur with respect to the respective knowledge area and the information that you need to sort out those problems, that is what each subsidiary plan will contain. So each knowledge area has a subsidiary plan. That subsidiary plan is part of the project management plan. So project management plan in itself is nothing. It is just a collection of all these subsidiary plans. All right, number 4 is that in addition to these subsidiary plans, we just talked about the subsidiary plans. Each knowledge area has a subsidiary plan, and that is part of the project management plan. But project management plan also contains baseline documents. Now, what are these baseline documents? So it is basically an agreed upon snapshot of that moment of each of scope, schedule, and cost that can be used for planning purposes. So the scope that is agreed upon by all these stakeholders, a snapshot of that is a baseline of scope. The schedule that is agreed upon by all these stakeholders, a snapshot of that schedule is a baseline schedule document, basically. A snapshot of the cost which is agreed upon by all the stakeholders, that is a cost baseline. So these baselines also are part of the project management plan. So we've got subsidiary plans and we've also got the baselines that make up the project management plan. And finally, the project management plan is a live document and is always up to date. So from personal experiences, I have seen projects wherein project management plans are updated every single day. So the project manager, before logging off and before going back home, makes sure the project management plan is updated from whatever the changes that has happened, whatever the progress that has happened during the course of the day. So project management plan is an absolutely live document and it is always up to date. And that is the reason why if you're taking over a project from a fellow PM, your colleague, you need to make sure that the project management plan is updated. So whatever handover that you take from your colleague, you need to make sure that the project management plan is up to date. If it is not, then your first thing to do as part of that handed over project is to make sure that the project management plan is up to date. So that is all that we had with this video. Hope you liked it. If you liked it, do hit the like button. Subscribe to this YouTube channel if you haven't done so already. And check us out on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge. As always, check out the website pmplounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP concepts and what's hot in the project management industry. Thank you. Hi, and welcome to PMPLounge.com. Today we are going over the elements of the project management plan. Now, continuing our series with the project management plan, we have already discussed an overview of the project management plan. We have also discussed the top five things, the basics, top five basics that you must know about the project management plan. Today, we go over and kind of understand what are the elements of the project management plan. What exactly goes in the project management plan? And I would highly suggest you go over the overview of the project management plan as well as the top five basics that you must know about the project management plan before watching this video. I'll link to those videos in the description, so do go over them first, and then it will be much more easier and helpful for you to understand and make sense of this video. All right, so let's get started. The project management plan basically comprises of these things. Number one, a plan from each knowledge area, that is the subsidiary plans. So we have so many knowledge areas. One plan from each will be a part of the project management plan. They are called the subsidiary plans. By the way, we have 10 knowledge areas. The first one is integration management. There's no plan for integration management. The remaining 9 each have one plan, and that plan is part of the project management plan. Those plans are known as subsidiary plans. Number two, we have performance measurement baseline. Now, I have earlier made a video on performance measurement baseline as well. There is an article over at pmplounge.com as well on performance measurement baseline. I'll link to that in the description as well. To go over it and understand what performance measurement baseline really is, and then it will make much more sense for you to kind of understand how performance measurement baseline is also a part of the project management plan. In addition to that, there are other additional plans as well, which we will be taking a look at over the course of this video for you to be able to understand what all goes into the project management plan. In our previous videos and articles on project management plan, we already know that it is one document. Project management plan is basically one exhaustive document that contains all these documents. You mean the knowledge area plans, those are the subsidiary plans, the performance measurement baselines, other additional plans. All those documents are incorporated in this one big document or one big folder which contains all these documents, and that is known as the project management plan. All right, let's move on. So first up, we take a look at all the subsidiary plans that go in, and we will basically have a very high level overview of each of those subsidiary plans. The number one in the list is, of course, the scope management plan. So it describes how scope changes are handled. So any changes to the scope, how do you handle them is described in the scope management plan. So changes like what? Changes like the process of adding or removing a feature for the service or the product of the project, right? So if the project is producing a product, if there's any change to the feature, right, that feature of that product, how do you handle that change? Well, you need to consult the scope management plan because that is where the process will be written on how you handle that change. Time management plan, which is also known as schedule management plan in some texts, and this describes how changes to the schedule are handled. So if there's any updated deadlines, if there's any updated milestones, if you were told that the code will be complete by, let's say, 15th of June, but now you're told that the code will be complete by 21st of June, how do you handle that change? That is described in the time management or the schedule management plan. Cost management plan. Now, this describes how the budget for the project will be created. So you must have a budget, right, for the project. You do not have, you know, you do not have as much money as you need, right, as you go on with the project. You clearly have a budget. You clearly have a number before you get on with the project. And that, how do you come up with that number? That, how do you come up with that budget, that number? That is described in the cost management plan. And it also has plans on how to handle budget related issues that may come up throughout the course of the project. So let's say you came up with a number in the cost management plan that the entire project will take up, let's say, $1 million. Later on, you realize that it may take $1.5 million. So how do you handle that? How do you, this is an issue, right? So how do you handle this budget related issue? That is also mentioned in your cost management plan. Moving on with our subsidiary plans, the next one is quality management plan. So this describes how to deal with the problems that may arise if the project doesn't live up to the expectations of the customer or the sponsor, the end client, right? Anyone who is going to be using the product of your project. If the product of your project doesn't live up to their expectations, what are you going to do about it? How will you deal with those problems? That is defined in the quality management plan. Human resource management plan. Now, this will describe how you're going to deal with the changes in the project team, right? What kind of changes? Changes like, you know, the changes in the staff, changes like identifying and handling if you need any additional staffing, right, or if there are any constraints related to the staff of the project, right, the project team. So let's say you have a team of 45 people, you need 5 more people. How are you going to do that? All of those, all of that detail, all of those plans are involved in the human resource management plan. So it's a very important plan. It takes care of your project team. It takes care of your human resource needs of the project, right? Okay, the next one is the communications management plan. So this will describe the ways that communication will be taking place with the project team, the stakeholders, the sponsors, and other important stakeholders of the project. So, the concept here is to clearly define that the project manager will be communicating with the project team through emails or through phone calls or through texts or whatever, but he will be communicating with the sponsors only through emails, nothing else. So all of those kind of details, right, and how often as well. Let's say the sponsors will be given the status of the project once a week. The project team will be given the status of the project thrice a week. So all of that is also part of the communications management plan. Moving on with the subsidiary plans, the next one is the risk management plan. So this contains a list of all possible risks that may occur during the course of the project. So you have an idea of how your project is going to go through. You come up with a list of what all risks, what can basically go wrong with your project. You come up with that list, and then in addition to that, you also come up with how you are going to deal with those risks. You also come up with the plans on how you are going to deal with those risks if and when they do materialize. So that is a risk management plan, one of the most important plans, I must say, as part of the project management plan. The next one is the procurement management plan, and it basically describes how to deal with external vendors. So if you're procuring certain items from which is not available in your own company, how do you tackle those vendors? How do you deal with those vendors? All of that is present in the procurement management plan. The last one, of course, is the stakeholder management plan, which is basically which basically describes how to manage the expectations of all the project stakeholders. So you have a list of stakeholders, how you're going to manage their expectations, how often you're going to be communicating with them, how are you going to resolve any issues that they may have. All of that goes in the stakeholder management plan. So those were the subsidiary plans, which were basically one plan each from each knowledge area. So those were the 9 elements that go into the project management plan. Now we are talking about performance measurement baseline, PMB. And like I mentioned earlier, we have a video up on PMB already. Its link is present in the description. Do go over it first before, kind of understanding this part of the video, what performance measurement baseline basically is. So performance measurement baseline contains a one baseline for each of the triple constraints, which is the scope, cost, and schedule. What does scope baseline talk about? So scope baseline is basically a snapshot of the scope that helps in keeping track of the changes that is being done, as well as the work that is planned to be done for achieving the project deliverables. So there is a snapshot of the scope which is agreed upon by all major stakeholders. That snapshot gives you an idea of what the scope of the project basically is. If you are making any changes to the scope, what are you going to uh, compare it with? What are you going to compare the new scope, the new change scope with? You are obviously going to compare it with the scope baseline, right? So that is a snapshot, an agreed upon snapshot, an agreed upon snapshot by all the stakeholders, all the major stakeholders. That snapshot is basically what the project is going to deliver. If there is any changes, you refer to that snapshot again. So that is scope baseline, right? Similarly, you have cost baseline and schedule baseline, which are basically snapshot of their own respective items. A cost baseline is a snapshot of agreed upon budget of the project, and the schedule baseline is basically a snapshot of the agreed upon schedule of the project. So if there's any change to the budget, if there's any change to the schedule, you will refer to the cost baseline and schedule baseline respectively, and try to understand, try to gauge how big of a change it is and how you can make this change and accommodate this change. So the performance measurement baseline basically has 3 things: scope baseline, cost baseline, schedule baseline. All 3 are part of the project management plan. Let's move on. And then there are some other additional plans as well. So we have already talked about 12 things that have gone into the project management plan, 12 things that constitute the project management plan. One subsidiary plan from each knowledge area and 3 baselines, right? So those are the 12 items that go into the project management plan. There are 4 other additional plans that are part of the project management plan. Let's take a look at each one of them. Number 1 is the change management plan. So this will describe how changes will be handled, right? So it basically contains the processes for managing changes on the project. If there's any change, right? Of course, let's say there's any change to the scope of the project. You are, of course, going to refer to the scope management plan on how to handle that change. You are, of course, going to refer to the scope baseline on what the real scope was, the agreed upon real scope was. But how do you take forward the change process, right? What exactly is the overall change process of the project that is defined in the change management plan? The next one is the configuration management plan. So now people often are confused between change management plan and configuration management plan. The basic difference between the two is that configuration management plan is addressing changes only to the configurable items. So changes to, let's say, like the WBS dictionary, the scope statement, these are the configurable items of the project. If there is any change in these documents, that is a part of the configuration management plan. That is something that configuration management plan aims to handle. So how do you make change to the WBS dictionary? How do you make change to the scope statement? The version control, right? The new version of these documents. How do you do that? All of that is defined in the configuration management plan. So this does not really have anything to do with the project changes. The project changes may result in changes to the configurable items. And how do you make those changes? That's when you kind of refer to the configuration management plan. All right, moving on. Process improvement plan. Now, this basically describes how the processes being used during the course of project can be changed for the better. So, you're part of the quality. You've seen what quality management plan basically is. It takes care of, the expectations of the customers, the expectation of the client or the sponsor, right? The end user. Now, if they come up with certain issues, if you want to make your processes better to handle those issues, or not even that, if you simply feel, or if any one of your project team comes up to you and tells you that we are doing this process in this certain way, we can handle this process in a better way. So how do you introduce that process improvement? How do you incorporate that process improvement as part of your project? That is defined in the process improvement plan. So the process improvement can be a result of any issue that the end user or the customer or anybody had come up with the product of your project. The process improvement could be a result of the project manager himself coming up with a better way of doing a certain process, or it could be a result of someone from the project team coming up with a better process. It can also be a result of an industry change. You realize how industry is doing this process in a better way, and you introduce that process improvement in your own project, right? So how do you do that? How do you introduce an improvement in the process is what is basically described in the process improvement plan. And the last one is the requirements management plan. So the requirements management plan is going to describe how the requirements of the stakeholders will be gathered, documented, and managed. So, in the beginning of the project, when you're gathering all the requirements, right, from all kinds of stakeholders, you need a plan to understand how you're going to uh, take those requirements in, how you're going to document those requirements, how you're going to manage those requirements. It cannot be a random process, right? Wherein you go on a call and you get all the requirements, and then there are emails coming in with the requirements, then there are phone calls coming in with requirements, then there are instant messages popping up from the stakeholders with certain requirements that they want to be included as part of the project. That is a random process. That is not how requirements can be gathered, right? So there is a specific process on how you will be gathering those requirements. That specific process is part of the requirements management plan, right? So it also describes how those needs will be met as part of the deliverable of the project, how those needs, right, how those requirements. So you have got all the requirements, you've got 100 requirements, you will have to have a plan on how you plan to meet those requirements and needs as well that the stakeholders have submitted. So these are the four items: the change management plan, the configuration management plan, process improvement plan, and requirements management plan. These four are also part of the project management plan in addition to the 12 plans, the 12 items that we have discussed earlier. So let's take a look at all of them. So these are the 16 items which are part of the project management plan. All of them are listed here, and all of these could be, you know, single documents in themselves, and you basically combine all these into one folder, or you combine all of these into a single exhaustive document, and you make a project management plan. We have an article over the project management plan over at pmplounge.com. Do go over it. It will be available in the description as well. The link to the article will be available in the description as well. So do go over it to understand in details what are the elements of the project management plan and why this is the most important, one of the most important, obviously, job of the project manager to come up with the project management plan. So that is all that we had with this video. Do hit the like button if you liked it, and subscribe to this YouTube channel if you haven't done so already. Check us out on our social media, facebook.com/pmplounge and twitter.com/pmplounge. And as always, check out the website pmplounge.com, your number one free resource of project management professional certification as well as project management industry news available out there on the internet. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmplounge.com. Today we are going over a very important topic. It's called the direct and manage project work. This is basically a process. So this comes right from the PGKA mapping that you are already aware of. So what is this process? What does direct and manage project work mean? We will be getting into the thick of the things today here. So let's get started. First up, why is this important? Well, like I mentioned, this is basically a process right out of the PGKA mapping, and I'll show you the PGKA mapping as well and where this lies. But for now, you can kind of make out that this falls under the executing process group and the project integration management knowledge area, which is basically the first knowledge area in the PGKA mapping. So this is where the direct and manage project work process falls in. So it's important because this is one of the processes, and as a PMP aspirant it is a must that you should know all the processes named in the PGKA mapping inside out. The second thing is that the actual work of the project, the actual project work actually happens in this process. This is a very important point. So where is the actual work, actual project work taking place? It is this very process. So this is why this process, understanding of this process is extremely important. So this is the PGKA mapping, the full chart, of course, and if you can see on the first row itself for project integration management, you'll see direct and manage project work under executing. Let's take a closer look at it. Yep, so you can see now encircled in red is where direct and manage project work is. It is part of the project integration management knowledge area under the executing process group. We have already discussed in details the project charter and the project management plan. I will link to them in the description below so you can take a look at it and you can understand what project charter is, what project management plan is, and now we are discussing the direct and manage project work. So since we are talking about a process, of course, there are certain inputs, there are certain tools and techniques, and then there are certain outputs. So the inputs in this case is the project management plan. Again, we have discussed project management plan I'll link it to it in the description so you can go over it again and have a refresher of sorts. The approved CRs, change requests, and EEF and OPA. Again, we have discussed EEF and OPA as well, which I'll link in the description box. The rules and techniques used are expert judgment, project management information system, which is PMIS, meetings to obviously arrive to a conclusion or arrive to a decision. And then the outputs are deliverables, the work performance data, change requests, project management plan updates, and project document updates. So it's important to actually understand each of these points, right? What is project management plan? What are approved change requests? If we talk about outputs, what is deliverables? What is work performance data? If you understand the concepts of these individual terms, you don't really have to memorize this table, because you will have this table for every single process, and it's actually humanly impossible to learn these kind of tables for all the processes. So like I said, it is not possible for you to learn these tables, but it is important that you know what these tables mean, and you know what the input could be for direct and managed project work, what the tools and techniques could be for this process, what the outputs will be for this process. And when you study in depth, in detail, when you study PMBOK twice, when you go over maybe a reference book, when you watch all our videos at pmplounge.com, read all our articles, you will be in a position to make out yourself in understanding and drawing these tables yourself. You won't have to memorize anything. You will be able to make out, and you'll be able to conceptualize and envision what could be the inputs, tools and techniques and outputs for a process which is direct and managed project work. All right, let's move on. So what is direct and managed project work process? Well, the process is all about following the project management plan that has been put together with the project teams. So when we are talking about the direct and managed project work process, it is important to understand that the project management plan is already ready. It is already signed off by all the authorities. So here, like I mentioned, here is where you are doing the entire project work. So project management plan has been put together by the team and you are following that plan. That is what you're doing in direct and managed project work. And the other thing that you're doing in this process is to handle all the problems along the way. So of course there will be problems, right? When you follow the project management plan, of course you may end up in facing certain issues, certain problems, certain risks, certain dependencies and stuff like that. And you will have to handle all these problems along the way when you follow the project management plan. That is also part of direct and managed project work process. Like I mentioned in the first slide itself, the actual work happens in this process. It is important to remember that. So keep this point in your mind, that the actual project work, the work that you do, is what is all about the direct and managed project work, right? This is what the process is all about. So you may ask, okay, so if you're doing the entire project work in this single process, why the hell do we need the remaining processes, right? 47 odd processes, why do we need all of them? Well, they all of them have different importance, and all of them have different activities to be carried out. But the actual work, the producing the deliverables, that is what is done in direct and managed project work process. Let's move on. So what are the activities of this process? So number one is, I think we have already discussed this, using the project management plan to produce deliverables of the project. So that is what you do as part of this process. You repair any defects that might be uncovered in the deliverables. So when you are producing deliverables, when let's say one of the deliverable of a project could be to produce a web application that basically books hotel rooms, right? So when you're making use of it, or when you're doing testing on it, you may uncover certain defect, right? The payment is not working for it. The payment system is not working for it. That's a defect, right? So fixing that defect, repairing that defect is also a part of the direct and managed project work process itself. Making sure any changes in the project management plan is incorporated in the corresponding deliverables. So in addition to booking hotel room booking, you also want to expand your scope to include flight bookings, right? So that's a change in the project management plan. That's a change in the scope. If that change is agreed upon, if there is a corresponding change in the project management plan, you need to make sure that the deliverables are changed and are in sync with the project management plan. So that's also one thing which is part of the direct and managed project work process itself. So what is the conclusion? Well, the conclusion is that the direct and managed project work is the process wherein the project team does the actual project work and produce project deliverables. We will have a separate video on deliverables. I understand we have used the term a lot, and some of you who are new to project management might not understand what deliverables actually are. So we'll have a separate video and a detailed article on deliverables again. So do look out for that on our channel or on the website pmplounge.com, and you'll definitely find it in the coming days. But yeah, like I said, in conclusion, the conclusion is that this is the process where the project team is doing the actual work and are producing the project deliverables. Once again, I'd like to reiterate the actual work happens in this process, and you will see the importance and the activities of other processes. But of course, this is one of the most important process in the PGKA mapping because the actual work is happening in this process. So that is all that we had with this video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you liked the video, do hit the like button. If you found it informative, for YouTube channel is youtube.com/pmplounge. Subscribe to it if you haven't done so already. Check us out on our social media, facebook.com/pmplounge and twitter.com/pmplounge. And as always, do check out the website pmplounge.com, the #1 free resource for PMP certification as well as project management industry information. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmplounge.com. Today in this very quick video, we are going to discuss deliverables. What are deliverables? And in a project, you'll typically hear deliverables all the time. Deliverables is one such word every project manager and every other members of the project team are going to use. So in order to have a good understanding of what deliverables are, stay tuned to this video. And deliverables is something which will, as a concept, come in handy in the PMP exam as well. So the top three things you must know about deliverables, and these three things basically define deliverables and will help you understand what they are. Let's get started. Number one is a deliverable is basically everything and anything that the project team produces during the course of the project activities. So whatever your project team is producing as a daily work, it could be a piece of code, it could be a document that contains a design, it could be the project schedule, it could be the end product of the project. Anything and everything that the project team is producing as part of your project activities, I must say. So as part of your project's activities, whatever your project team is producing, that is a project deliverable. Number two, the deliverables of a project not only includes all the products and services the project aims to create for the customer or the client or the project sponsor. So obviously the products and the services that the project aims to create, that is of course a deliverable. But it also includes all the various internal documents like I mentioned in the previous slide, the plans, the budgets, whatever the documents are, the schedules, etc. Everything that the project team creates is a deliverable. A deliverable could be internal to the project team, it could be the end product of the project, it could be the end service that the project aims to deliver. All of these are project deliverables. Moving on to point number three. the direct and manage project work process, and we have discussed this process in detail earlier. I will link to the video wherein we discuss about this process. Go over that video, understand it. And obviously the third thing about deliverables is the fact that this process, the direct and manage project work process, is where the project team produces the deliverables. So the project team, this is the process where the project team produces the deliverables, right? So those were the three things that you should know about deliverables. And that is all that we had in this quick video. Hope you liked it. Hope you understood what deliverables are. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done so already. Check us out on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge. And as always, do check out the website pmplounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP certification and project management industry information. Thank you. Hi, and welcome to pmplounge.com. Today we are discussing defects, the top three things you must know about defects. What are defects? How do they appear in the project? And where do they come from? Where do they vanish? What does the project team does about it? So everything you'll be cleared with the understanding of defects throughout the course of this video. So let's get started. Number one, when you are correcting a mistake or repairing a deliverable, you are basically fixing a defect. What is a deliverable? We have already discussed this in a previous video. I'll link to that in the description, so do go over it to understand what a deliverable is. But if you are fixing a mistake in the deliverable, that is when you're fixing a defect. That is when you're dealing with a defect and making sure it goes away. So if you're correcting a mistake that you have made throughout the course of the project, or if you're repairing a deliverable that you have already made, but now you are going to repair it, that is when you are basically fixing a defect. Let's move on. Fixing a defect is also a part of the direct and manage project work process. Now, if you have gone over our video on deliverables, we did mention how producing deliverables is a part of the direct and manage project work. So fixing a defect is also a part of the direct and manage project work process. So this process not only includes producing deliverables, but this process also includes fixing a defect. So that is one thing you should be aware of. Fixing a defect is a part of this process. There's no other process where you fix the defect. It's the direct and manage project work process. Let's move on. Now, you need to note the third thing about that you must know about defects is that fixing a defect doesn't mean that the project management plan was wrong. Rather, it means that the plan was right, but the built deliverable was wrong. So let's say the project management plan says, as of this date, as of today, you should have a certain piece of code ready. Now, if there is an issue with the code, it doesn't mean that the project management plan was wrong. What it means is that the piece of code, there is a defect in it and it requires to be corrected. So the project management plan is not wrong. The deliverable is wrong. So deliverable is what is fixed when we are talking about fixing a defect. The plan is not fixed. And this is not just about the project management plan, right? This could also mean any other plan. We talk about change management plan. We talk about risk management plan, right? If something goes wrong, that doesn't mean the plan is wrong. That doesn't necessarily mean that the plan is wrong. It is possible that the deliverable through that plan is wrong, and that is where the defect lies, and that is where you need to correct the defect. So those were the three things you must know about defects. Hope you understood it, hope it's clear, and hope that helps you out in your PMP exam. That is all that we had in this quick video. Hope you liked it. Subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't done so already, youtube.com/PMP Lounge, and check us out on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge. And as always, do check out the website pmplounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP certification and project management industry information. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome to this video on three terms that are quite similar: work performance data, work performance information, and work performance report. What are these and what is the difference between these? Let's get into it. As always, we try to understand why is this topic important? Why should you be reading these three terms and the difference between these? Well, to begin with, the three terms that we are talking about are work performance data, work performance information, and work performance report. These sound quite similar and it may lead to confusion. One thing to note here is that these terms should not be randomly used synonymously because there is a difference between these three. So what are these three? Let's get into it and understand the differences between them as well. Work performance data. So this is basically a measurement of the project work being done in the executing process group. So executing process group is where the actual project work is being done. So to quantify how much of that work is already done is where work performance data comes in. So a lot of data is generated during executing process. It is related to the project work that is being done, and it can be quantified with the project work, the amount of work that is already done. So let's say 45% code complete by 1st of January. That is a work performance data. We move to work performance information. Now that we have a data, it can be analyzed for conformance with the project management plan. So I just mentioned that 45% code was complete as of 1st January. Now we analyze it based on our project management plan, and we come to a conclusion that in our plan 50% of code was to be complete by 1st of January and we are at 45% only. So the information that we got out of this is that we are 5% behind in coding. So the analysis that we just did, this is a work performance information, and it is of course a product of monitoring and controlling process group, because we are not doing the actual work, we are just monitoring what is already done and checking it for conformance with our existing project management plan. Moving on, we come to the third term, which is the work performance report. Now, this is basically a presentation of the work performance information. So again, it is output of the monitoring and controlling process group, more specifically the monitor and control project work process. So there is a process by the name monitor and control project work. Work performance report is one of the output of that process. And as always, it's important to understand that different stakeholders, they will have different requirements about the information that they need, and that is why multiple performance reports may have to be generated. A program manager or a portfolio manager person, a person at that level would like only mathematics and figures and the information that says that we are 5% behind on code and what are our steps to take to fix that. That is all that a program or a portfolio level manager would be interested in. Meanwhile, the people who are responsible for coding, the kind of information that they need, the kind of work performance report that they need would have much more details in terms of fixing the 5% code that we are behind right now and to bring the project back on track. So multiple reports may have to be generated accordingly. Let's try to understand this and wrap this video up with some images. So basically, when the project is going on, we have a lot of data that is coming out of that project. A lot of work performance data is being generated as the project moves on. This, when analyzed, gets converted into work performance information. So the analysis of data leads to certain information which can then be converted into useful reports for all stakeholders involved in the project. So that's it. That's the difference. That's the whole cycle of how data gets converted into information and then subsequently into reports. That's all we had for this video. Do like, share, subscribe, and comment, and check out the website pmplounge.com for more such videos and helpful articles on that will help you during your PMP journey. Thank you and have a nice day.
Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about enterprise environmental factors, also known as EEF. Now, even if you have done only preliminary studies for your PMP exam, you would have already heard about EEF or read about EEF and the other thing, OPA. Why so? We'll talk about it in the slides to come. But yes, let's talk about enterprise environmental factors. If you don't want to talk about it and if you would rather read about it, then first link in the description is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com, so you can check that out. Also, second link is going to be a playlist of all the videos that we have done on integration management knowledge area. So check that out. Two links, very, very important. Okay, before we start, I'd quickly like to remind you to hit that like button on this video because that seems to be the only way YouTube is going to notify you in the future every time we upload new videos. So do hit that like button, appreciate it. So EEF and OPA, enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. These are two inputs that you're going to see time and again in several processes that you're going to study for your PMP exam. And that is the reason why these seem to be common concepts across all knowledge areas. So it is important to know about them. Now, loosely defined, EEF is anything that you should know about the way your organization does business. So first day in your office, what all things should you know about the way your organization operates? That is EEF. That's a loose definition. We'll talk more about EEF in the coming slides. So to think of it, there is a lot of information about your company or your organization that is going to come in handy when you plan your project. Like I said, imagine it is your first day in your company today and you are going to be planning a project soon. What all should you know? And EEF are basically factors that you should know of when you are planning for your project. Now, some of the things that you should know are how each of the different departments within your organization operate. Are there certain departments that are maybe not that helpful? Are there certain departments that basically operate in a different time zone? All these are the kind of stuff that you should know, and these are part of EEF. The market conditions, how is your company doing in the market today? Is your company able to, let's say, raise credit if you want to take up an expensive project, right? The company's overall strategy. If the company is, let's say, focusing on cloud based products and you come up with a great idea for a product which is not cloud based, do you think your company is going to be investing money in it? Not likely, right? So any policies that you need to adhere to when you're doing your project, right? What are the policies? Let's say GDPR, your company's culture, and everything else that you should know about the people you work with in general. How are the people that you work with in general, right? How is your development manager like? What are the things he or she likes? Stuff like that. These all comprises of the EEF or enterprise environmental factors. Some tangible examples of EEF are Project Management Information System and Work Authorization System. Typically, these are two softwares that companies build internally, and they use it to track their projects. They use it to assign work to different physical as well as team resources within the project. So these are tangible examples of EEF. Whatever we discussed in point number 2 were mostly intangible examples of EEF. A quick reminder, if you are someone who is not a project manager and you want to enter the domain of project management, we have a free training for it. It's over at pmclounge.com/pm for non-PM. Project management for non-project managers. 6 chapters, 6 videos. Check it out. So there are some other examples of EEF that you should be aware of. People, market, databases, standards, and risk tolerance. We will go over each one of these in the coming slides, and these are important examples, so do stick around. Now, it is important to understand when we say people, we actually mean all the skill set of the people working in your company as well as the overall organizational culture, which is, of course, heavily defined by the people that work in your company. If you see in the picture here, you see something which is known as open culture. If people in your office work like this, obviously you have open culture in your organization. Anyone can speak to anyone at any time. People tend to be more creative if they work in such an environment. People tend to brainstorm a lot, and this is something that open culture basically represents. But this could also be just a meeting room, right? This could only be a meeting room, and people after this meeting go back to their desks, which is the usual culture in several companies out there. So the overall organizational culture also matter, and this is one of the most important environmental factors, and it is going to have an impact on the way you plan and deliver your projects. So market, we touched upon it a bit in the beginning itself. It basically means how your company is performing in the market. It can include the share price of your company's stock as well, but obviously it can also include how the shareholders and the market looks at your company in general. Will your company be able to sell stuff? Do customers trust your company? Do bankers and people who can give credit to your company for your future projects, do they trust your company enough, right? How is your company standing amongst your the peers, the competitors of your company? So all that comes under the factor which is known as market. Now, when you read databases, you should not think about Oracle and SQL, because this does not really mean the technology that your company uses to deliver the projects. What it signifies is something that is more strategic. Specifically, where does your company store its own data and the data generated from the customers? So if you, let's say, are working in a software company and your company sells software, and that software collects certain data from the customers, where is that data being stored? And you are a software company, your company generates internal data also, right? And your company may have operations in several countries. So this internal data of your company, where is that being stored? Stuff like that also are part of enterprise environmental factors, because there are regulations like GDPR, and they have been getting a lot of attention, and that is why factors like databases can make a big impact on project related decisions, right? So it is very important to consider databases when it comes to planning your projects and delivering them. Standards, and as you can see, rules and regulations. You can think about global standards. You can also think about government standards and how they can impact your project. If you are, let's say, a company that deals in oil, production of oil, or extraction of petroleum from oil, stuff like that, and you are based somewhere in the Middle East, there could be certain regulations, there could be certain governmental standards that you need to follow. And let's say if your company depends on certain government standards to operate, just like the example that we talked about, if there is a change in those standards, that could be very critical and that could have a major impact on your project. Finally, let's talk about risk tolerance. And the funny image here tries to explain what risk tolerance is. As a project manager, you will have your own risk tolerance level as well. For example, let's say your project is going live in 2 weeks. Today, you are facing an issue which is not really a must fix issue. You can fix it, you can avoid it as well. But if you want to fix it, it has a certain risk on your go live date, which is 2 weeks from now. Now, if you are someone who is absolutely risk averse, you are not going to take that fix in. You don't want to fix that issue since it is not a must fix and the project can still go out without fixing that issue. But let's say you are someone who seeks risks and you are someone who wants to take a calculated risk, then you can take that risk, you can take that fix in and you can fix it and then go live and try to meet the proposed or the targeted date that you had. Similarly, companies will also have certain risk tolerance level. Let's take an example of Apple. Apple introduced the iPhone. When Apple introduced iPhone, all phones basically looked alike. They were a screen and physical keyboard. But Apple introduced the iPhone and it was all touchscreen. The keyboard was actually missing. And that was a risk that Apple took. That says something about the company. That says how the company is okay in taking high risk as well. They have a high risk tolerance. But other companies that were producing the same type of phones over and over again, a screen and a physical keyboard, those phones, those companies, I would say, were risk averse and they were not, or maybe less innovative as well, but they were not able to take the risks that Apple actually did. It is also important to know that EEF is not one document. I hope that is obvious by now that EEF is not a single document. It is not a project management plan, right? These are factors, and factors could be many. We just looked at some of the examples, and these factors, they define the environment of your enterprise. Question for this video: what is the one EEF that you most commonly use on your projects? Let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answer. And that's all that we had in this video. I hope you were able to understand the concept of enterprise environmental factors. Smash that like button if you got value out of it. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified every time we upload new videos. Also, don't forget to check out our website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today, let's talk about organizational process assets. As always, if you're into reading articles, the first link in the description is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website, pmclounge.com. So do check that out. Second link in the description is going to be a playlist of all the videos that we have done on integration management knowledge area. This topic, organizational process assets, is also part of integration management knowledge area itself. This is part of integration management knowledge area because this is where it appears for the first time, because you are going to see OPA as an input in several processes out of integration management knowledge area as well. That being clear, that being said, let's get started. A quick reminder, please do like this video. That seems to be the only way YouTube is going to let you know whenever we upload new content. So, two of the most frequent inputs that you're going to see time and again throughout all the different processes that you're going to study for your PMP exam. The two most frequent inputs are EEF, which is Enterprise Environmental Factors, and OPA, which is Organizational Process Assets. We've already done a video on EEF. Third link in the description will be the direct link to that video. And OPA is something that we are discussing today. Now, OPAs, these are basically assets, and these assets, they contain information about the projects of your organization. For example, a question that these assets can help you answer is, how are projects performed in your organization? How exactly does your organization deliver project or manage a project? Question like this can be answered making use of OPAs. So let's dig a little deeper to understand what OPAs are. All organizations have a certain way of running projects. Remember how we said in the previous slide that OPAs help you answer the question how an organization performs its projects, how an organization delivers its projects. So there could be standards, guidelines, instructions, frameworks, procedures, templates that can be used across the organization to run their projects, to manage and deliver their projects. And these standards, guidelines, instructions, templates, all these are typically stored in a knowledge base or a digital library so that they can be used across different projects. And that is why stuff like these are known as an asset, because these assets can be used across multiple projects. Let's say you have templates that are created for different types of contracts. So every project that is going to have a certain contract can make use of such templates. And these templates are an asset to the organization, right? And this is how an organization delivers a project. They always use a certain template. There are certain standards, there are certain instructions to do certain kind of testing, there are certain frameworks that the organization may follow, there are guidelines around how testing should be performed or how coding should be done, right? So all organizations are going to have these assets, and these assets are going to help them run their projects. And how do they run their projects? They make use of these OPAs. A quick reminder, if you are new to the world of project management, check out our free 1.5 hour training session, pmclounge.com/pm101, your gateway to the world of project management. All right, let's talk about lessons learned document. And why do we want to talk about it? The reason for that is pretty simple. This is the most important organizational process asset that your organization can have, or at least one of the most important OPAs that your organization is going to possess. Now, what do we do? What is this document all about? So after every project, you as in the project manager, so you as the project manager, you work with the project team and you document everything that the team has learned through the course of the entire project. Now these learning experiences, they could be positive or negative. Now you have a document where you have basically jotted down all the experiences of the entire project team, be it positive, be it negative. This document can then be used by future project teams and future project managers on their future projects. And they can in turn update this document as well. So I hope now you see the point how this document becomes so critical to the organization. This is one of the most important assets that the organization is going to possess. Now, this is also going to ensure that same mistakes are not repeated because they would be documented. And if the project team and the project manager go over the lessons learned document, they are definitely not going to repeat same mistakes. And that is why this valuable historical information is such an important and critical asset to every organization. So we took an example of lessons learned document, because that is one of the most critical organizational process asset that an organization can possess. Now, there are other OPAs as well. Some of the examples are policies, processes, procedures, and knowledge repositories. So these are also examples of organizational process assets. Let's briefly look into each one of these. So kicking things off with process, and the diagram basically explains what a process really is. It gives you step-by-step instruction on what you should be doing. So processes are typically documented, and they are going to basically explain you how your organization performs the day-to-day work. Tomorrow you go to your office and you realize that in your project you need to basically involve an external vendor. There has to be a process around it. That process is the asset of the organization. It is the organizational process asset of the organization, an OPA of the organization, and you will be able to find it documented somewhere in the knowledge repository, somewhere in the digital library, where you're going to be able to find that process on how you can involve the external vendor. So how your organization performs its day-to-day work, that is the process. Next is policies, and policies are basically rules and regulations that your organization follows while working on a project. So these are specific to the project. Now, there could be your project where there is a policy that none of your project team members are going to work on Sundays, and that's a project specific policy, right? So your organization can have such policies for specific projects as well. Let's talk about procedures, and procedures are not much different than policies. These are also documented, and this category includes all tangible reusable assets that project teams can make use of. And some example of procedures are, let's say, templates, vendor or supplier lists, guidance related to change control or finance control, and documentation or procedure related to estimations. So I hope these examples are giving you a fair idea of what we are talking about when we say procedures. So if there are specific templates that you need to fill out when you need to, let's say, engage an external vendor, you can make use of these tangible assets, these templates, and engage with the external vendor. Right now, who are you going to engage with? There could be supplier lists. If you, let's say, need some stationary items for your project, there could be a supplier who is mentioned in the supplier list, and this is something that you can make use of. This is again an organizational process asset, the supplier list, that you can make use of across different projects, right? Then there could be guidance related to change control or finance control, let's say across your organization or within just your project. You might have certain documentation about how you're going to manage changes, how you're going to control changes, or how you're going to control your finances, right? So that could be documented. It could be a procedure which is specific to your project, or it could be procedures that is specific to the entire organization. Documentation or procedure related to estimations. How do you come up with certain estimates, right? That could be something which is standardized across the organization or standardized across a large project. So procedures are part of organizational process assets. Knowledge repositories. Now, I hope you have already guessed by now, and this, by the way, is a data center. So you should have guessed by now, lessons learned is the most common form of knowledge repository. We talked about lessons learned in detail a few slides back, and that was knowledge repository, right? Because people across different projects were updating that repository, they were adding their experiences. Lessons learned, it also include project metrics, It includes past schedules, key takeaways, financial data, and any other similar data that can be used as a reference for future projects. All that is included and stored somewhere in your organization's data center if your organization has one, or in the cloud if your organization uses cloud services, right? So all all these information are stored in the lessons learned document. So hopefully it's clear to you by now that OPA, just like EEF, are not just one document, right? It is not a single document. OPAs are basically assets that are created, stored, and referred to while running projects across your organization. Question for this video: what is the one OPA that you most commonly use on your projects? Let me know in the comments below. Is it lessons learned? I would love to know your answer. And that is all that we had in this video. I hope you were able to understand what OPAs are and were able to grasp the examples of OPAs as well. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com. Thank you. Hi and welcome to pmplounge.com. Today we are talking about expert judgment. This is definitely one of the most common tool which you will see amongst all the tools and techniques that are used, especially in the planning processes. So expert judgment is one of the tools that you will see being used in many processes. So what exactly is expert judgment and what should you know about expert judgment? Is there anything more than that meets the eye? Let's look into that in this video. So let's begin with the old and wise question, why is this important? Well, this is important because it is one of the most common tools and techniques, especially in planning processes. So you will see expert judgment in the column of tools and techniques in most of the processes if they belong to planning, basically. So most of the planning processes will have expert judgment listed as one of the tools and techniques being used. So of course it's important, right? However, I'd like to point out here that a lot of PMP aspirants, when they are just beginning, when they are just getting started with their project management studies, they tend to think learning all the processes and all the inputs and tools and techniques and outputs is what it is going to take to clear the PMP exam. That's not even 20% of what it is going to take to clear the PMP exam. In fact, a PMP aspirant is not even expected to learn all the inputs, tools and techniques and outputs. That's humanly impossible, to be frank. But what a PMP aspirant is expected to know is the correlation of all these processes, how you can make out if you are given a process, you should be able to make out what the inputs could be in that process, what are the tools and techniques that could be used in that process, and what could be the possible outputs of that process. If you are able to make that out, you are PMP exam ready for sure, right? So since expert judgment is one of the most common tools which will occur in your tools and techniques column that you will see all the time, it is important to understand it, right? And to kind of understand how it works and how useful it is, right? It is absolutely very useful, as it's mentioned in the second point, right? It is often regarded as the best of the several tools and techniques out there. Now, the main point is point number 3, which talks about how if you know the concept of expert judgment, you will come in a position wherein you will develop the understanding of how other tools and techniques are also used during the entire project life cycle, right? So if you understand all the tools and techniques and how they function, all the tools and techniques, how all of them function, that is where that is the point where you will be able to make out, if somebody was to tell you a process, you will be able to make out what could be the possible inputs in that process, what could be the possible tools and techniques that would be used, and what could be the possible outputs. So to develop that level of understanding, it is extremely important to understand Not just expert judgment, but all the tools and techniques that we have been discussing over here at PMP Lounge, to be frank. But then, since this tool, expert judgment, comes, you will come across it in many processes, we thought of dedicating a video just for this. Now, what are the basics of expert judgment? What should you know? Let's start with the basics. So, first thing you need to understand is that experts are an asset of an organization, right? And should be leveraged in the most effective way possible. So that's the very basic of expert judgment. That's the very concept of of expert judgment, right? That is the soul and essence behind this tool, that organizations tend to think experts are their assets and how can they be leveraged in the most efficient way possible. Planning is one of the most important part of project management, no two ways about it. And having an unbiased and expert opinion during planning can help avoid massive goof ups later. That's true, right? Planning is not planning is not a sexy phase. Planning is not something that a lot of people are excited about, because a lot of people are excited about execution. They want to dive right into execution and start the work. But then planning is, a lot of people say a, an additional day in planning is going to save you an additional week in execution. That's how important planning is, right? And um, expert judgment is one of the most common inputs, what not the input, but most common tools and techniques in the planning process, right? Planning processes. So, of course, if you understand this expert judgment, if you are able to make use of expert judgment in the best possible way, you are definitely going to avoid massive goof ups in the later parts of your project lifecycle. Now, when it comes to book definition, using knowledgeable groups or individuals to assist in project decisions is the very definition of expert judgment, right? Take a look at that again, using knowledgeable groups or individuals to assist in project decisions. So that means these knowledgeable groups or these knowledgeable individuals who are known as experts, you make use of them so that they can assist you in your project decisions. Now, here's an example, right? If you're a new project manager, how how accurate will your schedule or cost estimates be? Not very accurate, right? Actually, if you're a new project manager and if you're assigned a large project and you're asked to give schedule or cost estimates, you will eventually start to feel uneasy when you get down and start the work, because you might have no idea about many of the moving parts that are involved when it comes to coming up with estimates. And that is why you need an expert to look into this, to look into your estimates, to guide you, right? And that is where expert judgment comes into the picture. Now, who are these experts that we are talking about here, right? So, experts that help with expert judgment are typically people outside of the project team. So, like I mentioned earlier, experts are an asset to the organization. Experts cannot be, assigned to a certain project and be asked to work only on just one project. Experts are basically, when it comes to expert judgment, these kind of experts are basically pooled so that a lot of projects can make use of them, can leverage them, and take their help, take their assistance in the form of expert judgment. So they do not belong to a project team. They are typically external to the project team. So it could just be one person, right? Or a group of people. So let's say if there's just one person who is an expert in procurement management, if you see, if you need any expert judgment in your procurement processes, you will end up going to that one person. That's about it, right? But when it comes to, let's say, cost estimation, if there are a lot of experts available, you may have a group of experts that look into the cost estimates of several projects, right, throughout the organization. So an expert judgment An expert could be just one person or a group of people. Now, who are what are the titles or who are these people, right? So they could be SMEs, they could be team leaders, there could be a separate department within your organization that just contains experts, and you reach out to them whenever you want to have an expert judgment, whenever you want to make use of the tool known as expert judgment, right? And then there, of course, can be external consultants as well, right? So one of the, I think one of the most common example of this is companies outsourcing their payroll departments to external companies, right? So let's say if you work in company A and they have typically outsourced all their payroll related work to a financial company because the financial company is the expert, right? So there could be a minimal staff in company A that takes care of payroll, but every time that there's a change in the policy, every time that they are stuck, every time they need to do something which is extremely important, they will always consult the external consultant, the financial company that I just spoke about. So, of course, there can be external consultants who are the experts involved here. Now, expertise of the expert judgment group lies either in a specific knowledge area, a specific discipline, or an industry, or other domains, right? So, like I just gave an example of a financial institution, right? Company A um, outsourcing all their finance related, payroll related work to a financial institution because they are the expert in this discipline, right? Now, here's a question for you. How is expert judgment different from OPA? We've already talked about organizational process assets. Those are you know assets of the organization. We just mentioned how experts are also assets of the organization. So how is expert judgment different from OPA? Well, as always, with these kind of videos, we do have an associated article over at pmplounge.com. So we answer this question there, but if you have any ideas, if you want to answer this question, feel free to comment and let us know about it. So that's typically it that we have. That's typically all that you should know about expert judgment, and you should be good to go in terms of the PMP exam, right? Subscribe to this YouTube channel if you haven't done so already. Check us out on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge. Send your queries at pmplounge@gmail.com. And don't forget to check out the website pmplounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP certification and project management industry information. Thank you. Hi, and welcome to pmplounge.com. Today we are going over a topic called performance measurement baseline. Now, you're definitely going to come across this term in your PMP studies. So, let's dive into it and try to understand what exactly is PMB, which is just the short form of the performance measurement baseline, that is. All right. First up, why is this important? As always, this has been our favorite question before we discuss any of the PMP topics. Why exactly is this important? Why should you be studying and uh, devoting some time for PMB? Well, first up, in the real world, it is important to measure the performance of the project manager, and the project team. So you're doing a project, it's a 6 months long project. 2 months later, if somebody comes up to you and asks you, hey, how was the project going? What are you supposed to say? If you don't have any measuring stick, you will not be able to say how the project is going. So at each time, at each point of time, there is something that the project manager needs to do and needs to verify. There are certain benchmarks against which the project manager will verify where the project currently is. That, my friend, is the PMB, by the way. Okay, so project manager, project team, everything needs to be measured. The performance of all three is important and needs to be measured. And the most prominent baseline which is used for measuring the project is the performance measurement baseline. So we said that it is important to measure the performance of the project manager, the project team. Not that project manager is different from the project team, by the way, but performance measurement baseline is basically something which you use to measure the performance of the project. And like I mentioned earlier, at any given point of time, the health of the project can be checked by measuring against the PMB. So, like I said, a 6 months long project, 2 months later, if a stakeholder comes up and asks you how the project is going, you will pull out your PMB and measure your existing status of the project, your current status of the project against the PMB. All right, moving on. Now, what the hell is PMB, right? So, the triple constraints, which are, of course, the time, cost, and scope, which you already know by now, all have a baseline, which is a part of the project management plan. So, there is a time, when it comes to time, we call it the schedule baseline. So, basically, there's a schedule baseline, there is a cost baseline, and there is a scope baseline. All of these are part of the entire project management plan. Now, these three baselines, the baselines of the triple constraints, which is the time, cost, and scope, put together is known as the performance measurement baseline. So let's give it a mathematical tinge. Performance measurement baseline is equals to scope baseline plus schedule baseline plus cost baseline. Like I mentioned earlier, the baseline for time is known as schedule baseline. All right, so all three put together is what makes up the performance measurement baseline. Now, something is different about scope baseline. What is that? So while schedule and cost baselines are just the final versions of the agreed upon schedule and cost, scope baseline is different. So scope is a bit different from schedule and cost. What is different in scope? This is what is different. So scope baseline is basically project scope statement. So there is a project scope statement. There is a work breakdown structure. And then to understand that work breakdown structure, there is a work breakdown structure dictionary, also known as WBS dictionary. So these three items together form the scope baseline. So while schedule and cost baseline will be a single document, let's say, but scope baseline will comprise of three different documents: project scope statement, work breakdown structure, and WBS dictionary. So that is how scope baseline is a bit different. And that's all we had with this quick video. Do check us out on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge. If you like this video, if you learned something you didn't already knew, do hit the like button. And as always, you can subscribe to this YouTube channel for more such helpful videos that are going to help you in your preparation for the PMP exam. As always, you can always check out the website pmplounge.com for the latest articles, videos, and a lot of other stuff that are going to be helpful in your preparation of the PMP exam. And not just that, we also cover a lot of project management industry news. We also cover a lot of reports that come out of PMI. So even if you're PMP certified, you can check us out at pmplounge.com to stay abreast with what's going on in the industry. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this quick video on what is process tailoring. Now, as always, let's try to understand why is this important. Well, this is important because real life project situations are typically different from the Rita Mulcahy project situations. By Rita Mulcahy, we mean here the bookish project situations that we often read are absolutely different from real life project situations. And that is the reason processes need to be tailored. So one size fits all, this doesn't always fit. What we mean by that is everything that you read in PMP, everything that you read in PMBOK, they may not apply to real life projects. So projects are undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. That is by right the definition of projects, and that is a proof that every project is unique, and this is where process tailoring steps in. So if A, B, C apply to project 1, A, B, C may not apply to project 2 as it is, and that is what we mean when we say one size fits all doesn't always fit. So what exactly leads to tailoring? It could be a result of the organization's experience, the environment in which the project is being delivered, the industry being catered to, the kind of project being delivered in general. And the utmost important thing here is not to forget the documentation. A project manager is typically a documents guy. Everything and anything needs to be documented. So the most important aspect here is that process tailoring should be documented, because it is not the standard that we are dealing with here. And this documentation will also be a base for the project team to refer to during the course of the project. So there is something which you usually do in all projects, but you're doing differently in a certain project. If it is documented well, that is where the project team will be able to refer to during the entire course of the project. And in addition to that, it also acts as an important OPA for future projects. So that's all we had for process tailoring. Please like, share, subscribe, and comment, and check out the website pmplounge.com for more such videos and articles. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are discussing the Manage Project Knowledge process. Now this process is part of Integration Management Knowledge area. Of course, it was added as part of the PMBOK Edition 6, the PMBOK Edition 6. So we will be discussing all of it, everything that you need to know about this process in this one video. So it may go a bit longer, but hang around if you want to learn everything that there is to know about this new process. Now, if you're into reading articles, if you would rather read about this process rather than watch a video, then first link in the description is for you. It is going to take you to a relevant article on our official website pmclounge.com. So first link in the description, very important. Also, we have discussed everything that you need to know about integration management knowledge area. So the second link will give you the entire playlist of every single topic of that knowledge area. Now, that being clear, that being said, let's get started. So this is a new process that was added as part of Integration Management Knowledge area in PMBOK Guide Edition 6, something that we have already discussed. Now, it is part of the Executing Process Group. So of the 5 process group, this process is part of the Executing Process Group. So this is the PGKA mapping. As you can clearly see, we are talking about integration management knowledge area and executing process group. This is where the managed project knowledge process resides. This is where it has been added. Now, as you can also see, integration management is the only knowledge area that contains processes across all 5 process groups. This is the only knowledge area in the PMP courseware that does so. All right, let's talk about the process finally. So this process is all about using the existing knowledge and creating new knowledge to achieve the project's objectives. So you are making use of the knowledge that exists in the organization. You are also creating new knowledge, and all of this is going to help you achieve the project's objectives, thereby contributing to organizational learning as well. So when you're creating new knowledge, of course, you are contributing to the organizational learning process as well. So the key benefit of this process is that prior organizational knowledge is leveraged. Since we talked about using existing knowledge, so prior organizational knowledge is leveraged to produce or even improve the project outcome. So when you're meeting the project objectives, when you're achieving them, you're trying to produce or even improve the outcomes of the project. It should also be noted that when new knowledge is created during the course of the project, it is made available for the future project. So whenever you're creating new knowledge, it becomes existing knowledge for the future project. So that's something important that you should note about this process. A quick reminder before we move ahead, pmclounge.com/pm101. This is 1.5 hour free training session, your gateway to the world of project management. Don't forget to check it out. All right, now let's look into the different types of knowledge. So there are basically two types of knowledge. One is explicit knowledge. This refers to something which can be readily codified. This is the knowledge which can be codified into words, pictures, numbers, so something that you can convey easily. Second type of knowledge is tacit knowledge, which cannot be easily conveyed because this is something which is personal. This is something which is difficult to express. So the example for these kind of knowledge are beliefs, insights, experiences, and know-how. It's difficult to express these. They cannot be codified easily, if I were to use this word here. All right, let me give you an example. So let's say you have delivered a certain kind of projects for 5 times, right? So you have delivered a certain kind of project 5 times, and you know that in the end, during the course of your project, towards the end, you need the approval from, let's say, your organization's security department. Right now, if the security department takes 2 weeks, based on your experience, right, based on the 5 projects that you have delivered, the security department asks for 2 weeks to provide their approval. This is explicit knowledge. This is something which can be written down, jotted down, and if you are giving a knowledge transfer to a future project manager, a potential future project manager, you can simply tell them that security team requires 2 weeks to provide the approval. This is explicit knowledge. Second is tacit knowledge, which could come in from your experience of dealing with the security team, where you got to know that this team does not respond to emails frequently. They are very, very irregular. So this is tacit knowledge because this is your experience. You cannot be 100% sure that they will provide you status updates. You are not 100% sure that they are going to respond to your emails because that has been your experience of the past 5 projects. So this is tacit knowledge. It cannot be codified, but the requirement of 2 weeks is something which can be codified. So I hope it's clear. I hope the two kinds of knowledge are clear. So knowledge management deals with managing both explicit as well as tacit knowledge. So when you are performing the knowledge management, the managed project knowledge process, you are dealing with both types of knowledge. Now, this requires knowledge sharing and knowledge integration. The knowledge needs to be shared, something we spoke of in the example right now, right? And it also requires knowledge integration. What is knowledge integration? So it refers to integrating knowledge from different domains, contextual knowledge, and project management knowledge. So that is knowledge integration. All right, let's talk about some of the misconceptions around managing knowledge. Number one of the most common one actually, is that managing knowledge simply involves documenting everything so that it can be shared. Document everything and share it. Send a mass email and you have done your job. That is a misconception. That is not how you manage knowledge. Another misconception is that managing knowledge is simply obtaining lessons learned, a lessons learned document or a lessons learned register at the end of the project, which can be utilized in future projects. So managing knowledge, of course, having a lessons learned register is important. It is one of the most important output of this process itself. But this task in itself is not everything that there is that you should do when it comes to managing knowledge. And that is the misconception that we just dealt with. Now, some of the issues that you may face while sharing knowledge are, so let's talk about explicit knowledge first. So explicit knowledge, it can be shared via lessons learned document or the lessons learned register, because it can be easily codified, right? However, the entire context might be lost in the procedure, and such knowledge is open to different interpretations. We just talked about how the security team requires 2 weeks to provide an approval, right? Now that knowledge could be about just one kind of project. For different project that has a different outcome, that 2 weeks may not hold true, right? So the context of why the security team requires 2 weeks, that is lost when it comes to explicit knowledge. Now, although it can be easily shared, it isn't always understood or applied in the right way, which is another problem, right? A different kind of project, and you give 2 weeks for the security team to provide their approval, they may come back and say we need 4 weeks for these kind of projects. So those are some of the issues in sharing knowledge when it comes to explicit knowledge. Now let's talk about tacit knowledge. So tacit knowledge, on the other hand, has the context built in, because it is someone who's telling you their story. So they are going to give you the entire story. So the context will already be there, but then it is difficult to codify. You cannot put them down in words. Now, tacit knowledge resides in the mind. This is something very, very important. Tacit knowledge resides in the mind and is normally shared only in conversations and interactions. So, going back to our security approval example, you know as a project manager that the security team is very irregular when it comes to responding to emails. That is something which is residing in your mind. It will only come out in conversations and interactions. It cannot be codified, it cannot be quantified. You cannot say that out of every 10 emails you send, they will respond to 4 of them. You cannot say that. That's simply experience which will only come out in conversations and interactions. So, what is the goal of manage project knowledge process? So, here's the goal: to ensure that skills, experience, and expertise of the entire project team and stakeholders is used before, during, and after the project. Very, very important definition. This is the goal of this new process which is added, to ensure that skills, experience, and expertise of the entire project team and stakeholders is used before, during, and even after the project. Before the project, when it is in its concept phase. During the project, of course, the entire execution phase, the entire requirements gathering, the all the phases, right? And even after the project, once you're done with the project, right, you're only providing services, let's say after sales services, or let's say production support, something of that sort. Even during that time, the skills, experience, and expertise is required. So that's the goal of the manage project knowledge process. Tacit knowledge resides in the minds of people, something we have already discussed, and thus an atmosphere of trust needs to be created so that people are motivated enough to share it. This is very, very important. We just talked about how the security team does not really respond to emails that regularly. Is that something you would be, comfortable enough in sharing when situation in environments and situation where you do not trust the other person? You are not going to do so, right? So that is why this kind of atmosphere is very, very important to be created. And equally important is that people pay attention to the knowledge being shared, or what's the use, right? If you're watching this video, you're not paying attention, what's the use, right? So do pay attention. Now, knowledge is shared using a combination of knowledge management and information management tools and techniques, something that we are going to discuss in this video. All right, now it's time to look into the inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs of this process. Now, typically, we don't cover the inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs of any processes. We only cover the important concepts from those inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs, and you will understand why we do so. But for this process, we are looking to cover everything so that everything that you need to know about this process is contained in this one video. All right, so let's look into the inputs. Project management plan, and that is the reason why we don't cover inputs, outputs, tools, and techniques for every other process, because this is something we have already covered in the past, right? So project management plan, if you're looking for more information on it, the second link in the description, which is the entire playlist of integration management knowledge area, you'll find all the videos related to project management plan in that playlist. Project documents like lessons learned, resource breakdown structure, stakeholder register, etc. So these are some of the project documents which are important inputs to this process. Deliverables. Now, a deliverable is basically any unique verifiable product or result. It can be a product or it can be a result that is produced as part of the project. It is a deliverable. Typically, deliverables are tangible components. So typically they are tangible components of the project, right? So this is a concept. Deliverable is something that you will hear too often from project managers. So it's good to know what deliverable actually is. EEF, OPA, something that we have already discussed in the past, available in the playlist, second link in the description, so do check that out. Now, so these are the 5 inputs of the manage project knowledge process. So let's talk about the tools and techniques of this process. The first one is knowledge management. What is this? So knowledge management is all about connecting people so that they can work together to create new knowledge, share tacit knowledge, and integrate the knowledge of diverse team members. So these are the 3 points expected when you are connecting people as part of the knowledge management tool. Some of the tools and techniques that come under this category are knowledge sharing events, networking events, online social networking platforms, forums, meetings, workshops, etc. So these are basically some of the tools that you can use to achieve knowledge management technique. Information management. So that's second tool and technique of this process. So while knowledge management is about connecting people, this is something that we discussed. Information management deals with connecting people with information. So they aid in sharing explicit knowledge. So knowledge management was all about tacit knowledge. Information management is all about sharing of explicit knowledge. So some of the tools and techniques for this category are lessons learned register, published articles, PMIS or project management information system, etc. So these are some of the tools and techniques that can be used to achieve the technique of information management. Interpersonal and team skills. So active listening, very important tool under this category of interpersonal and team skills. So it improves communication for sure. The other person wants to make sure that you are actively listening what he or she is speaking. And knowledge sharing, it also reduces misunderstandings, that's for sure. So facilitation, leading the project team to a successful decision or conclusion, that is also one of the subcategory of interpersonal and team skills that you need to have, that you need to apply as part of this process. Leadership helps communicating the vision and inspire the project team to focus on appropriate knowledge and its objectives. So all about leadership, right? Now, networking, it helps build informal connections and relations amongst the project stakeholders, helping create an environment to share tacit and explicit knowledge. Remember, we talked about this earlier as well. Sharing of tacit knowledge requires an environment of trust, and networking is the tool that is going to help you do so. Finally, political awareness, and this is not about a country's politics or a world view of the politics, right? We are not talking about world politics here. We are talking about organizational political environment that should be known in order to plan project communication. So someone who has a lot of power, who has a lot of influence, right? They may not have the correct job role as of now, but their influence could be huge. You are supposed to speak to them differently, and they could be an engineer, right? So you're supposed to speak to them differently as compared to some other engineer, right? So how do you deal with people with different types of influences, right? So this is important. This is beyond job role, right? And this is all about political awareness. Expert judgment, I don't have to say anything. Actually, we have covered expert judgment in a whole video previously. So you already know what expert judgment is. If you don't know, then basically you call upon experts or subject matter experts and you take their suggestions as part of this tool. Lessons learned register, and we are now talking about output. So the major output of this process is the lessons learned register. So lessons learned register, it is used as an input and updated as an output in many processes throughout the project. This is something that you will definitely realize through the course of your project management study. Now, lessons learned is basically used to document the knowledge. This can be achieved by videos, pictures, audios, or any other suitable means. So you are basically documenting knowledge when you are generating this output of lessons learned. Typically, the lessons learned register will include category and description of the situation as well as the associated impact, recommendations, and proposed actions. So we are trying to include as much metadata for lessons learned as possible so that the context is not lost. All right, so three questions before we say goodbye and end this video. Question number one, when do you perform manage project knowledge process? Right? Let me know in the comments. When do you think now you know everything that there is to know about this process? When do you think you are going to perform this process? If you don't know the answer, head over to the first link in the description, our related article on this process. You'll find the answer to this question there. Now, question number two, are processes in PGK mapping arranged chronologically? Related to question one itself, right? We talked about when do you perform this process. Now, do you think the processes, all the processes listed in the PGK mapping, are they arranged chronologically? Really? Let me know in the comments. And finally, is lessons learned an OPA or EEF? What do you think is a lessons learned register? An organizational process asset or an enterprise environmental factor? Let me know the answers in the comments. So that is all that we had in this video. Hope you got value out of it. Hope you don't have to go anywhere else when it comes to this process and you were able to understand it. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed the video, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new videos. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to PMPLounge.com. Today we are continuing our discussion on the integration management knowledge area, and we are going to discuss the top three things that you must know about the monitor and control project work process. What is this process? What should you know about it for your PMP exam? So let's get started. First up, the background. So, monitoring and controlling process as a whole. So, this is a process, right? The monitoring and controlling process group we are talking about. So, as a whole, this oversees all the tasks and metrics necessary to ensure that the approved and authorized project is within scope, on schedule, and on budget so that the project proceeds with minimal risk. So, that is the whole idea behind the monitoring and controlling process group as a whole, right? Now, under integration management, so under the integration management knowledge area and the monitoring and controlling process group, we have two processes, one of which is monitor and control project work and the other is integrated change control. So we are today in this video going over monitor and control project work process. So just to give you a perspective, you can kind of refer to the knowledge area and process groups mapping chart 4.4 monitor and control project work. This falls under the monitoring and controlling process groups and the project integration management knowledge area. This is where it falls under, and this is what we are discussing today. Let's move on. Let's talk about the top three things that you should know about monitor and control project work process. First up, what does it mean? Pretty basic question, right? So monitor and control project work basically means measuring progress against the project management plan. And we have covered project management plan in detail. I'll link to all the videos in the description. Do check them out if you want to understand project management plan in a better way. But what does this process mean? This basically means you are measuring your progress, your project progress against the project management plan, right? Let's move on. Number two thing, the second thing that you need to know about this process is what does the PM do here? So the project manager during this process, during the monitor and control project work process, the project manager is essentially constantly looking for problems in the project, right? So, did you realize the importance of the first slide in this video, right? Detective with a magnifying glass, because that is exactly what the project manager is doing in this process. He is constantly looking for the problems in the project. And how does he do that? Well, he compares the project progress with the project management plan, something we discussed in the previous slide, right? That is what is done in this process. You constantly compare the project progress with the project management plan, and the project manager is constantly looking for problems in the project. Let's move on to point number three that you should know about this process. When does it take place? So is there a process, is there a timeline where project manager should be doing that? Of course not. Monitoring and controlling process is continuously performed throughout the life of the project. So that means the project manager is essentially looking for problems throughout the life of the project, and that process is called monitor and control project work. So that is the reason why when people see a project manager coming near to them, they run away, because they know this person is looking for problems, and he just might have found some with them, and that is why they run away, right? So jokes apart, yes, this is the process that goes on and on and on throughout the life of the project, and the project manager is essentially finding problems with the project as part of this process. And these are the three things that you should know about monitor and control project work process to understand it better, and so that you can kind of answer certain questions in the exam based around this concept. All right, and that is all that I had in this video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you liked it. Hope you learned something you didn't already knew about the monitor and control project work process, and hope you can answer some questions in the exam around this. Subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't done so already, and check us out on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge. As always, do check out the website pmplounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP certification and project management industry information. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to PMCLounge.com. My name is Shoaib and I am the voice behind all the videos that you see on this website, as well as our official YouTube channel, youtube.com/PMC Lounge. I would like to request you to subscribe to the channel if you are watching this video on YouTube and haven't subscribed to us already. Now, in this video, I am discussing the concept of PMIS, or Project Management Information System. So what exactly is it? What is this PMIS? The most basic way to understand the PMIS is that it is a tool that can help the project team to plan, schedule, monitor, and report on a project. A PMIS can also calculate schedules, costs, expectations, and other likely results. Going deeper, A project management information system, or as it is known as PMIS as well, is a coherent way of organizing information required for an organization to execute projects successfully. A PMIS is typically one or more software applications and a methodical process for collecting and using project information. PMIS systems, they can differ in scope, design and features depending upon an organization's operational requirements. So you can have different types of PMIS across different organizations. The Project Management Information System PMIS is part of the Enterprise Environmental Factors, or EEF. Very important, it is not an OPA, EEF. PMIS provides access to tools such as scheduling tool, work authorization system, a configuration management system, an information collection and distribution system, which is obviously used for communications management. And there could be interfaces with other online automated systems as well, which is provided by PMIS. Automated gathering and reporting on KPIs, the key performance indicators, can also be a part of PMIS. A typical PMIS software system is going to consist of 9 things. Number 1 is WBS creation tools, calendaring features, scheduling abilities, work authorization tools. Number 5, earned value management or EVM controls. Number 6, quality control charts, PERT charts, Gantt charts, and other charting features, right? You get the idea. Number 7 is calculations for critical path, earned value management or EVM, target dates based on the project schedule and more such calculations. Number 8 is resource tracking and leveling, and number 9 finally is reporting functionality. So these are the 9 things you can see most of the PMIS consisting of. Now, you might have observed that we have discussed most of these concepts already, the 9 concepts that I just talked about, and you can always search pmclounge.com or the YouTube channel, youtube.com/pmclounge for these topics. That's all that I had in this video. I hope you got value out of it. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified. Also, don't forget to like. It keeps us motivated to create more free content for you. Check us out on our social media, facebook.com/pmclounge and twitter.com/pmclounge. And as always, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number 1 free PMP resource, project management resource. Thank you and have a nice day.
Hello and welcome to PMPLounge.com. Today we are talking about work authorization system. Let's try and understand the concept of work authorization system. As you can see on the screen, somebody is passing the ball to another player of his team and is assigning work in project management. If you want to assign a certain work to a certain resource in project management, is it as simple as passing the ball? Well, of course not. We have an authorization system in place to take care of this. So let's try to understand what is work authorization system, why should you be studying it, and what is the fuss all about. So as always, first things first, why is this important? Why should you invest your time and understand work authorization system? Well, the number one thing is you can expect a question in the exam around the definition or the utility of the work authorization system, and that itself is a good idea and is a good reason that you should be giving some time and understanding this concept, because you are definitely going to find a question or two about work authorization system in your PMP exam. And number two, concepts like work authorization system, concepts like these which are not as popular and which are not as explicit and as in usage in the daily project management life as others are. And I say that because some of the organizations might not have a work authorization system altogether, so you might be managing projects. You might be a project manager managing certain projects, but you might have never heard about a work authorization system, or you might be using a certain tool and thinking that that is the work authorization system. So concepts like these, when you understand concepts like these, you are going to get a deeper understanding of project management. You are going to be in true sense a PMP certified project manager, because then you can go anywhere in the world, you can manage any project in the world, and you will have a certain knowledge about project management that non PMP certified project managers will not. So concepts like these, project concepts like these, the work authorization system, are going to help you develop that kind of deeper understanding of project management. So let's look into the definition of the work authorization system. Now, first thing to understand is there is a difference between project management system and work authorization system, and some people also call it project management information system. Okay, so work authorization system, the WAS, is a subsystem of the project management system, the PMS. So this is a subsystem. That is the first thing that you should understand. And this system is a collection of formally documented procedures that define how the project work will be authorized or committed to ensure that the work is done by the identified organization or resources at the right time and in the proper sequence. I'll give you a few seconds to read through this definition again because it is extremely important. Work authorization system is a collection of formally documented procedures that define how the project work will be authorized to ensure that the work is done by the identified organization at the right time and in the proper sequence. So, right out of the gate, work authorization system is something which is extremely important, you might think, right? Without a work authorization system, you cannot expect projects to run. Now, the work authorization system might also be used by the project manager and or his or her designees to approve all the project work throughout the course of the project. So, not just assign the project work, right? To approve the completed project work, a work authorization system might also be used. Now, what is project work? It is also known as a work package, right? So, in project management language, project work is also known as work package. So, to assign work packages to the right resources so that they are done at the right time and in the proper sequence is what is the basic functioning of a work authorization system. This is the basic value that work authorization system provides. Now, remember in the definition, we talk about procedures, right? And I repeat the definition here that a work authorization system is a collection of formally documented procedures that define how the project work will be authorized to ensure that the work is done by the identified organization at the right time and in the proper sequence. What are these procedures? What are we talking about when we say a procedure, right? So let's look into that. A work authorization procedures specifically detail who may authorize work to be completed and how those authorizations may be obtained. So not just the project manager, there could be team leaders, there could be junior project managers, and they can also assign work packages to the project resources. So how do they do that? Who basically have the authority to authorize the work packages and how those authorizations can be obtained? That these are the things that these procedures will specifically detail about. And these procedures will include which documents must be completed prior to work being initialized and whether there are any other prerequisites to work being performed at any particular level during the project. So this is why procedures are important, so you've got documentations, you've got the prerequisites of what work needs to be done and how it can be authorized, and all of this basically entails that procedures are important. And this is what we are talking about when we say procedures in the definition of the work authorization system. Now, there's one grave mistake that everybody does, not everybody, but most of the people do, is that they think a work authorization system is a tool, right? But it is not a tool. It is not just a tool. A work authorization system is not just an application or a tool. It is not a web application. It is not a tool. It is not a software. That is not a work authorization system. You need to understand that work authorization system includes both the processes and the rules, right, of how the work will be authorized. We talked about procedures, right? So it includes that as well as a tool and an application, tool or an application or a software to enable and track the project work or the work packages. So it is not just a tool, but it is a combination of the process rules and the tool itself. So you've got PPM tool, you've got SharePoint, or even an Excel spreadsheet, right? It can be used as the tool, but for it to become a work authorization system, the formally documented procedures need to be defined. So the procedures that we talked about in the previous slide, those need to be defined, right? For these tools, the PPM tool or the SharePoint tool or the Microsoft Excel tool, for these tools to be used as a work authorization system, those formally documented procedures, they need to be defined. Now let's look into a sample question, and I hope your understanding of work authorization system has quietly improved and you're able to understand what work authorization system is. That way you'll be easily able to answer a sample question that we have here. So a formal procedure for authorizing project work is a project charter, scope statement, statement of work, work authorization. Now, the answer is, of course, D. It is work authorization. We're talking about a formal procedure here, right, for authorizing project work. Project charter does authorize the project manager, but the question talks about the formal procedure here. So we're talking about the procedure. We're not talking about a document that authorizes the project manager. The procedure is indeed known as the work authorization system, and that is why the answer to this question is D, work authorization, and not A, project charter. So I'd like to repeat that that the PMP exam is a tricky exam, and you can get questions like these where you will be tempted to answer. For this question, you might be tempted to answer A, project charter, but the right answer here is work authorization. So it's a tricky exam, and I'll link to some of the tips and tricks for the PMP exam that we have made videos on in the description, so you can go over, check out that playlist, and kind of prepare yourself for your PMP exam. So that is all that we had in this video. Hope you liked it. Do hit the like button if you liked it, and subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't done so already. Check us out on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge. And as always, do check out the website pmplounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP certification and project management industry information. Thank you. Hello and welcome to PMPLounge.com. Today we are discussing the Perform Integrated Change Control process. Of course, changes come, changes are inevitable, and change is the only constant. So, when changes come, what do we do in our projects? This is what we are discussing today. This is the process under monitoring and controlling, and we'll have a look at where this process falls. But before all of that, let's try to answer the question that we try to answer for every single video and every single PMP topic. And that is, why is this important? Why read the perform integrated change control process? Well, this process is at the center of the change management theme and is thus important to understand. So Change management is, of course, a big part of project management. And in fact, change management in itself is a large field. There are change managers, right? Job roles that are titled as change managers. People are hired just to manage changes. And that is why it is important to understand the entire theme of change management. And the perform integrated change control, this is the process which is at the center of the entire change management theme. So it is extremely important to understand, not just from PMP perspective, but also from jobs perspective, and also from the perspective of understanding the field of project management better. The other thing to note is that there are many important topics from the exam perspective, like the change control board. So, what is a change control board? Like topics like preventive and corrective actions, what are these? Topics like defect repair and others. So, these are the kind of topics that are important from exam perspective. Okay, you are going to see questions in your PMP exam based on these topics. And these topics emerge from the perform integrated change control process. These topics are the part and parcel of the change management theme. So, not just from the exam perspective, not just from the jobs perspective, from everywhere, this is a theme, this is a topic of change management. This is a topic that you should be paying attention to and you should be learning. So, let's try to understand what this process is, what does it talk about. This is more of an overview. Expect more articles and videos around this theme, around the change management on this channel. So subscribe to us if you haven't done so already. Let's move on. So where does it fit in? Well, obviously, this is a part of the project integration management knowledge area, and the process group is monitoring and controlling. We have already discussed 4.4 monitor and control project work and the other processes before this, the develop project charter, the develop project management plan, the direct and manage project work. We have discussed all of these in detail. I'll link to the entire playlist of integration management knowledge area in the description. You can go over and go through all of these topics. We have supporting articles as well for these topics, not just the videos if you're into reading. So, perform integrated change control. This is where it falls in the red in circle. You can see it. So this is where the perform integrated change control process fits in. Let's move on. Now, we did see that we had monitor and control project work process just above the perform integrated change control process. So there is a corollary, there is a conclusion to the monitor and control project work process that helps create the base and the ground for the integrated change control process. What are these? So, number one, the project manager is constantly looking for problems and measuring the project against the project management plan in the monitor and control project work process. So in the monitor and control project work process, the project manager is constantly looking for problems. He's constantly kind of measuring the project progress against the project management plan. And that is why it is inevitable that he or she is going to come across changes, right? So if you see that 60% of the project should have been done by so and so date, but you see that only 50% is done, you need to make some changes, right? So that your project stays on track, so that your project follows the schedule. So changes are inevitable, and it is a corollary, it is a conclusion, it is mostly a next point, a next step after the monitor and control project work, the process of monitor and control project work. The other thing is that the monitor and control project work, this process, we have already discussed this process, by the way. And like I mentioned, the playlist for all the integration management topics that we have discussed will be in the description. So go over it if you need a refresher of sorts on it. But the monitor and control project work process, this is a process which is continuously performed throughout the life of the project. And that means changes can also occur anytime. They can occur in any part of the project, right? You might be doing anything in your project. You might be in any of the processes. You might be doing any activity and you might encounter change. So this is the part and parcel of project management. Changes are inevitable and you are going to see changes at any point in time in your project. Okay, now that we know that changes are inevitable, do we execute all the changes? Important question, right? You are tracking your project progress and you come across a certain change, right, that you need to make. Are you going to execute it? Are all changes executed that you come across? Interesting question, right? And the other question is, if you do not execute all the changes, how do you decide which ones you should execute? So important, two important, very important question. And the answer to this question is where the perform integrated change control process comes in. This is where this process chimes in. This is where this process is made use of to make sure and to decide which changes need to be executed. Now, why can't all changes be executed? Well, because every change is likely to impact one or the other triple constraints. The triple constraints, your project scope, your project cost, your project quality, your project schedule, right? Every change is likely to impact one or the other triple constraint, right? So it is not feasible to execute all the changes, right? Let's take an example, right? You are creating a website and 80% of the work is done, and that is where a change occurs. Let's say a change in the scope. The customer wants to add 10 more web pages. This is of course going to impact one of the constraints, right? This is going to impact your cost. This is going to impact your schedule. This is obviously an addition in your scope, right? So these constraints are being impacted by this change. Now, are you going to execute that change? Depends, right? So obviously, all changes are going to impact one or the other of the triple constraints, and that means it is not feasible to execute every single change that you encounter during the life of the project. And this process, perform integrated change control, this is where the decision of whether or not a change is going to be executed is made, right? Let's move on. A very interesting quote: changes not managed well are going to manage your project for you. So if you don't change, if you don't manage your changes, if you don't manage the changes that come throughout the life of your project, they are going to manage your project for you. So, a food for thought here. Let us know what do you think about change management. Let us know how you manage changes, and you can expect more videos on change management on this channel, more articles on the pmplounge.com website. So, do check that out and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more on change management. This was just an overview. We are only getting started with change management. Like I mentioned earlier, the other videos on the integration management knowledge areas will be available in the description, and you can always check out all the articles on pmplounge.com pertaining which basically correspond to these videos. So that is all that I had in this video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you liked it. Hope you learned something new about project management here. Check us out on our social media, facebook.com/pmplounge and twitter.com/pmplounge. And as always, do check out the website pmplounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP certification and project management industry information. Thank you. Hi, and welcome to PMPLounge.com. Today we are discussing change requests and change control board. So I kind of clubbed the two because change control board is something very near and dear to change requests. So I thought we'll discuss both of these topics in the same video. And as always, we have a detailed article that will be available in the link in the description below. The link to it will be available in the description below. So do not forget to check that article, read that article out if you want to understand and get into the thick of the things when it comes to change requests and change control board. So let's get started. Let's try to understand what are these two items. First up, why is this important? That's something we always ask for. That's something we always want you to ask us as well before we kind of discuss any of the topics. So, why is this important? Number one, changes are inevitable. Changes will come, right? No matter how good the plan is, changes will always pop up, and literally they'll pop up out of nowhere. From the start of the project, from the inception to the project closure, one thing that is going to come up time and again are changes. So that's that. That is why it is important to understand change requests. That is why it is important to understand change control board. All Heist movies have one thing in common, change in plan, right? Think about all the great Heist movies, the Ocean series and stuff like that. In the end, somewhere, sometimes there will be changes to their original plan, changes to the original plans of the team involved, right? So changes is something that will come up even if your plan is defined at the minutest level. Even if you have the minutest details of the execution in your plan, changes might still come up. So change request. What is a change request? So it is also known as CR. Of course, that's an acronym for change request, CR. It is a formal document. So, somebody comes up to you and tells you, hey, I need this to be changed, consider it a change request. That is not a change request. You need a formal document, and a formal document is a change request, right? You have to have a formal document, and there could be certain templates, in certain different environments. So your organization might have a template for change requests. So all changes will have a change request document attached to it. Each change request will have a CR document, a formal document attached to it, and the template of which might be available with your PMO or within your organization. Some organizations also make use of tools, web-based tools that are used to kind of monitor and keep track of all the changes. So it is from project management perspective, a change request is also known as CR, and it is a formal document. What is it? What it basically means is that change request is basically a proposal to modify any approved document, deliverable, or a plan. So whichever document or whichever deliverable or whatever plan, it could, all of these could have already been approved, but if there is any proposal to modify them, right, you need a change request. Even if they are not approved, in certain cases you might still need a change request, right? An example, right? A deliverable, a piece of code is a deliverable, and the engineers are, writing that code based on the requirements. If there is a change in the requirements, that code might not yet be approved, but any change in the requirements that results in change in code will require a change request, will require a formal change request document, right? So whether the documents are approved or not, whether the deliverables are approved or not, whether the plan is approved or not, a change in them requires a change request. Now, getting this change request approved by the change control board. Remember, I talked about how we are discussing two topics here because they are closely interlinked. Second topic is change control board, and getting your change request approved by the change control board is actually a major part of the perform integrated change control process. We have already discussed the perform integrated change control process, and I'll link to that video in the description below, so you can go over, check that video out if you have forgotten what change integrated change control process is. So I'll link to that video in the description. Go check that out as well. but getting the CR approved by the CCB, that is the change control board, is a major part of the perform integrated change control process, to be absolutely right. So let's move on. The change control and change control system. Now, these are two concepts that pop in uh, between your change requests and change control board. So I thought we'll discuss these two first. We'll quickly take a look at their informal casual definitions of sorts. So change control is how you deal with changes to your project management plan. If there are any changes, how you deal with them, right? That is known as change control. And a change control system is basically a set of procedures that lets you make those changes in an organized way, right? So you cannot randomly accept changes and make them, right? There needs to be a set of procedures involved. And that set of procedures is known as the change control system. That system is the change control system, right? So that changes are not made ad hoc on an ad hoc basis, right? You need to have a system in place. That system is known as change control system. Now, change control board. What is change control board? It is also known as CCB, like I mentioned in one of the previous slides. A change control board is basically a group of people, right? So it's a board, it involves a group of people, and this group of people, what they do is they review, approve, or reject the changes, right? So a change pops up, the project manager or whoever is authorized, or whoever has the duty of creating the formal change request document creates the document. That is not sufficient for that change to come into effect, right? That CR document, that CR document that has been prepared, right? It needs to be reviewed, approved, or rejected by the change control board. And change control board is this group of people that does this job, right? It should ideally include the project sponsor, the person involved, the person providing the budget, right? The money, the finance for the project, the person financing the project. He is absolutely the most important person to be a part of the change control board. Some people will tell you that even your customers need to be a part of the change control board. That also depends, right? So any key project stakeholder that you think of, that you can think of, should be a part of the CCB. And even your higher management can be a part of the CCB. So talk about high profile projects. The fate of the company depends on a project, right? If it's that high profile, you can expect the CEO of the company to be a part of the change control board, right? So that's how serious change control board, the job of change control board is. And it is a concept that is closely related to change requests. So I thought we'll take up in the same video itself, right? So that's change control board for you. Now, what do you do with CRs? This is a slide that you should probably learn by heart, because I'm pretty sure you will get a question or two out of this slide in the exam. What do you do with CRs? The first thing that you do is evaluate them. You need to evaluate the CR, right? If a change comes up, right, you can prepare your formal document, but you need to evaluate it. You need to evaluate it based on how it impacts your existing project management plan, your existing budget, your existing schedule, your existing scope, right? How this CR impacts this your current project management plan, your current project, how it impacts it. This evaluation is the first step when you receive a CR, right? So this evaluation is a must. That's the first step. You might get a question in the exam that you have received a CR, you have received a change request. What do you do? First, you evaluate the changes, right? That's the first thing. Second thing for a project manager to do is he or she needs to review alternate options, right? So you get a change request, right? You've created your formal CR document. You need to evaluate the impact of that change. And once you have done your evaluation, you cannot just go ahead and get it CCB approved, right? In the CCB meeting, right, in your change control board meeting, where you seek the approval for the CR, the people in the CCB might ask you if you have reviewed any alternate options for it, right? So it's important that you do so. So once you get a CR, you evaluate it on its impact, right, on your existing project, on your existing project management plan, and then you review the alternate options. You review what the alternate options are instead of what are the things that you can do instead of executing this CR. So you review your alternate options. Once you have those as well, once you have evaluated the CR, once you have reviewed the alternate options, that's when you go in and get the CR CCB approved, right? Once you get the approval of CCB for a CR, that is when you go back to the execution phase and execute the changes. So these three, evaluate, review alternate options, and get CCB approval, are the steps that you need to do once you receive a CR. And I can promise you will definitely, get a question or two in the exam from this slide. So it's an important slide. Spend some time on this. So that's all that we had in this video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned something new about change requests and CCB, and hope I was able to introduce the topic if you didn't knew it already. Right? Subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't done so. YouTube.com/PMP Lounge. Check us out on our social media: Facebook.com/PMP Lounge and Twitter.com/PMP Lounge. As always, do check out the website PMPLounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP certification and project management industry information. Thank you. Hello and welcome to PMPLounge.com. Today we are taking a look into preventive action, corrective action, and defect repair. These three are the major culprits when it comes to changes. These three are the causes of changes on your project, right? So let's understand what these three concepts are, and let's understand the difference between these three concepts so that the next time you receive a change on your project, you can be sure of whether it is a result of a preventive action, corrective action, or a defect repair. And it's important to understand this concept. So let's get started. Like I said, it's important to understand this concept, right? Let's try to understand why is this important. Well, change management as a whole, right? It is not an important exam topic, not just an important exam topic, but it is also extremely important from your real life project management perspective. Every day, day in and day out, the one thing that project managers face are changes. And a project manager with strong change management skills can definitely lead the project, drive the project to a successful closure. All changes have a start point. Like I mentioned, these three, preventive action, corrective action, and defect repair, are actually the causes of changes, right? So these could be, one of these could be the starting point of your changes, and it might not always be a new product feature. For an average project manager, a new product feature is what results in change requests. It's a change. It could be a scope addition or something like of that sort, right? So that is why he or she creates a change request. But not all changes are a result of a new product feature that someone somewhere is requesting you, right? Also, to remember here, a point is that change management plan is an important element of the project management plan. So we have already done a video on project management plan. I'll link to it in the description below. Do check that video out, what project management plan is, what are the elements of the project management plan. I'll link the entire playlist in the description so you can understand from scratch what project management plan is. So change management plan is actually a part of the project management plan, and that is why it is important to understand this entire concept of change management, right? We have done videos on change management previously as well, and I'll link to that playlist in the description that contains all the videos on change management. Let's get started. Causes of a change. So, preventive action, corrective action, and defect repair are all causes of a change. These are the culprits. These are the main reasons why your projects receive a change request. Let's get into this. Let's try to understand and understand each of these three in detail. Also, I'd like to remind you here at this point that a detailed article that supports this video is available on our website pmplounge.com, and I'll link to that detailed article in the description below, so you can always go check that out, read that article out as well. Preventive actions. So this could be a result of risk management. When you're doing risk management, you might come up with preventive actions, CRs, that result from preventive actions. So let's assume the technology that the project team is working on is set to undergo a major upgrade. The project team will most certainly require training to continue the work on the project. So that's a risk you notice, right? That the technology that the team is working on is going through a major upgrade. That means for your project team to continue to work on that technology, your team definitely requires a certain training, right? Now, how is that resulting in a change, right? Because this training will obviously impact the baseline cost. You have already baseline your cost, the amount required for that project. It will be impacted. The schedule, right? The schedule might be baselined as well, might be approved by everyone, all the stakeholders of the project. The schedule is approved and your team is busy for the next 2 weeks in a training for this, which is a result of this change in technology, right? The major upgrade in the technology, right? Then your schedule will also slip and your cost will also increase. So due to this training, right, you're taking a preventive action that your team continues to work, but then this is resulting in a change on your baseline cost and your baseline schedule, right? So this will obviously require a formal change request document, and this will need to be approved by the CCB, the Change Control Board, and only after that you will be able to send your team for this training because of the change in the technology that they were using. So that's how preventive actions can lead to change requests. Now, defect repair. Now, it sounds simple, right? And it actually is simple. It is also known as rework, because when you're repairing a defect, what you're basically doing is, patchwork, doing certain amount of rework, doing certain amount of work that shouldn't have been present in the first place, right? So this is the work required to rectify the defects that may come up during the course of the project. So there could be certain defects that may come up during the course of the project, right? You always, my software engineers here will agree, right? They have defects, errors coming up all the time, right? So when you rectify those defects, that is rework. That is what you're doing. That's what that is what is known as defect repair, right? Now, fixing a substantial error from a piece of code, right? If you have a piece of code and there's a substantial error in it, it will require additional time and could also lead to additional cost. So we are not talking about minor bug fixes here. We're talking about major errors that a piece of code might throw up, right? Something that you thought would work is not working, and it requires, let's say, a week of rework. A week of rework is definitely going to toss your schedule and the project cost out of the window, right? So defect repair can also lead to major changes, and a week of rework obviously changes the project schedule, it obviously changes the project cost, and it obviously requires a change request to be raised and approved by CCB before you can implement it. So defect repair is thus a major contributor to changes, and this is where change come from. Let's move on to the third point. And the third point was corrective actions. And corrective actions, let's carry over the example that we took in defect repair, right? So while fixing an error is defect repair, that fixing an error in code, in a piece of code, that's defect repair. But making sure the error doesn't occur again, that is also known as root causing and fixing it, that is the essence of corrective action. So corrective, repairing defects is one thing. To make sure that you don't face such defects again, that is what corrective actions is all about. Fixing the root cause, that is corrective action. And a lot of people get confused between defect repairs and corrective action, but I couldn't have explained it in simpler terms than this. Facing errors in your code, that is, and fixing it, that's defect. Root causing it and making sure that you don't face such errors again, that's corrective actions. That's corrective action, and both of these require change requests, right? All right, let's move on. Now this slide is all about the difference between preventive actions, corrective action, and defect repair. So let's look into that. So preventive actions make sure that things don't go wrong at all, right? Remember, I took the example of risk management. What is risk management? Risk management is basically making sure nothing goes wrong, right? So any changes that come up from preventive actions, they are basically making sure that things don't go wrong at all. They don't go wrong in the future. But corrective actions make sure that once something has gone wrong, it doesn't repeat itself, right? We talked about this. We talked about, root causing an error and fixing it, right? So the error, the defect doesn't repeat itself, right? Something doesn't go wrong again. That is corrective action. So corrective action is a reactive approach. Of course, it is a reactive approach, right? You faced an error, you fixed it, and then you root caused it to make sure that you don't face it again. It is a reactive approach. But preventive action, remember, it emanates from risk management. It is a proactive approach. Now, preventive and corrective actions are taken to avoid variances in baselines as well as the project management plan. Meanwhile, defect repair is done to fix a deliverable. So if there's a fix required in the deliverable, that's where your defect repair comes into the picture. But your baselines, your project management plan changes to that. That is where preventive and corrective actions play a vital role. So that is all that we had in this video. Hope you learned something new. Subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't done so already, youtube.com/PMP Lounge, and check us out on our social media, facebook.com/PMP Lounge and twitter.com/PMP Lounge. And as always, do check out the website pmplounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP certification and project management industry information. Thank you. Hello and welcome to PMPLounge.com. Today we are going over the close project or phase process. So this is the process which is required to be done once you're done with the project or once you're done with the phase of the project. So let's say you're done with the project. What do, right? You go home, you party or something, right? What exactly is this process about and what do we do in this process? That is exactly what we are going over in this video. So let's get started. First up, it's very important to understand where are we right now. Project integration management, that is the knowledge area. The process group is closing, and if you can see, the red encircled is close project or phase process. So this is the process that we are discussing today. All the previous processes that you see, right? The two processes at the monitoring and controlling, which are monitor and control project work, perform integrated change control. Under executing, you've got direct and manage project work. Under planning, you've got develop project management plan. And under initiating, you've got develop project charter. All of these processes have been discussed earlier, and I'll link to the entire playlist of integration management in the description so you can go over, you can kind of understand all these processes. Today, we are discussing the last process in the project integration management knowledge area, which is close project or phase. So let's understand this in a much better and deeper way. First up, why is this important? And that's exactly what we try to answer in each of our videos. Every topic we try to see why is any topic important from PMP perspective, right? So this is the process. The close project or phase process is the very process where we deliver the project, the product of the project, and get sign off from the customer, right? So you've completed your product, you've done all the work that is required, and then you deliver the product of the project to the customer. And not just that, you get a sign off from the customer. You make sure that the customer is happy. You have delivered what the customer was looking for. So a formal sign off is required, and that is one of the most important activity of this process. Other than that, you create lessons learned, so you complete your entire lessons learned documentation. That is done in this process as well. And if you see these two activities, right, you completing the entire project, right, and then handing over the product of the project to the customer and getting a sign off, that is when your project completes, right? That's when you have done what you set out to achieve, right? That's when you're done. And then you create lessons learned so that other project managers for future projects can make use of those lessons learned, can make use of the information that you pass on as part of the organizational process assets, right? So if you see, closing is actually as important as initiating. You are doing some very important stuff in this process, right? So that is why this is important. Other than that, from exam perspective, you will definitely get questions from the closing process, the close project or phase process. You'll definitely get questions from it. A lot of people think that this is easy. It's easy, of course, but it's again, it's important to read through it. It's one of those topics where people, aspirants, the PMP aspirants don't kind of take it lightly. I'd say don't take this lightly. Uh, Treat it as important as other processes, as other topics of the PMP preparation, and you'll definitely be able to score marks from the close project or phase process. So what do we exactly do? So first up, you need to understand that all projects need to go through the close project or phase process, even if the project is terminated or cancelled. And this is also a potential PMP question, right? You might get a question that asks you, okay, the project, you've received an email from, let's say, your customer or your sponsor, and the mail says that the project needs to be terminated ASAP. What do you do next? Well, you move to this process. You move to the close project or phase process. You complete your lessons learned. You get a sign off that the project needs to be terminated, and then you close out the project. So even if the project is not complete, right? Even if the project is terminated or cancelled, you still have to do the close project or phase process. A formal customer sign off on the final product is obtained. So that's one thing that we do, one of the most important things that we do as part of this process, the final customer, formal customer sign off that we get. And once customer signs off, the project team documents the lessons learned, right? Remember the order here, right? You're getting a customer sign off first, and then obtaining the, then you obtain the customer sign off first, the formal customer sign off first, and after that you complete your lessons learned, because there could be potential lessons learned pointers from the customer sign off process itself, right? So that's why you first obtain the customer sign off, then your project team, not just you, right? It's not just the project manager who completes the lessons learned, it's the entire project team. So that's when, once you receive the sign off, that's when the project team starts and completes the documentation of the lessons learned. One thing to note here is that lessons learned is documented throughout the project, right? So it's not like you get to know something that your project team, let's say, faced an issue, and then the project team resolved that issue, and you feel like this is something that needs to go into the lessons learned, and you wait till this process, the close phase or project process, to document it. That's not how it works. You maintain the documentation of lessons learned throughout the project. So this process is when you finalize it, when you add any additional lessons learned um, that the project team might have, that the project manager might have, and you kind of complete the documentation of lessons learned. But do note that this is not the only process where you do lessons learned, right? Throughout the project team completes the documentation of lessons learned. They come up with lessons that they have learned and then they document it. So it's not just this process. That's one thing to note. Finally, the project team is released. This is typically the last activity of this process. So close project or phase, the last activity typically is to release the project team. Remember, you cannot release the project team before getting the customer sign off. You cannot release the project team before the lessons learned are documented, right? So what does close phase signify? We talked about close project. Everything that we talked about seemed to be the last things that we do, the last set of activities that we do when we are closing the project. But this process is known as close project or phase. So what does close phase mean here, right? So what does close phase signify? So formal sign off, although not necessarily from the customer, and lessons learned documentation might be required on each phase of the project. And thus, close phase is a process that will be repetitive. So, close project or phase is one of the processes that can be repetitive throughout your project, right? So, if the project team has decided that on each phase of the project, we will obtain a formal sign off from key stakeholders. It can include the customer as well. It can just be the customer, or it can just be the sponsor, or it can be a number of key stakeholders, right? So once you're, let's say you're doing a software project, once you're done with your requirements, you've made your requirements document, you get a formal sign off so that you can move from the requirement gathering phase to the software design phase. So, moving from one phase to another phase within the project sometimes might also require formal sign off, not necessarily from the customer, but from key stakeholders, right? So that depends on the setting of the project, that depends on the environment you work in, that depends on a lot of things, the kind of projects you're dealing with, right? So this process is known as close project or phase because a formal sign off is required when you close the project. A formal sign off might be required if your team decides to, if your organization wants you to, might be required, a formal sign off might be required at the end of closing of each phase of your project as well. Lessons learned is again the same thing, right? It is possible that you decide to document lessons learned at the closure of each phase, not just the closure of the entire project. So that is why this process is known as close project or phase. So that's all that we had in this video. Hope you learned about close project or phase process. There's a detailed article which I'll link to in the description, available at pmplounge.com. You can go over that article as well. Subscribe to this YouTube channel if you haven't done so already, and check us out on our social media, facebook.com/pmplounge and twitter.com/pmplounge. And as always, do check out the website pmplounge.com, your number one free resource for PMP certification and project management industry information. Thank you.
Hey guys, give yourselves a pat on the back because you have just completed the day one of the PMC Lounge 5-day PMP program. Congratulations. You now know the foundational concepts of project management, and you also know the integration management knowledge area, also known as the governance domain if you're coming from the PMBOK 8 world. Now, I have 3 tasks for you as homework. Task number one is we have a PM 101 training video, which is 1.5 hour totally free, available on YouTube, will be linked in the description below. go over that video before you proceed to day 2, because that video is going to give you again fundamental concepts of project management. It is going to solidify your understanding of this foundation of project management that we are going to build all the other knowledge areas and process groups and focus groups and processes and everything on top of, right? So definitely go over the PM 101 training program linked in the description. Secondly, we have a playlist for every single concept that you are going to learn here. That playlist is called Lounge Fever, and we answer your frequently asked questions in those playlists. These playlists will always be your homework for every single day for the next 5 days. So, Lounge Fever playlists for day 1 will be linked in the description below. Definitely go over those videos if you have questions, and you should definitely have questions based on whatever that you have learned today. And finally, my task 3 is, if you have any questions and you don't find answer to those questions in the Lounge Fever playlist, definitely drop those questions in the comments below. I will personally get back to you. So that's about it. Congratulations again on completing day 1. I will see you in the day 2 of the 5-day PMP program.